Chapter 1 of Babbitt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 1. 1. The towers of Zenith aspired above the morning mist, austere towers of steel and cement and limestone, sturdy as cliffs and delicate as silver rods. They were neither citadels nor churches, but frankly and beautifully office buildings. The mist took pity on the fretted structures of the earlier generations. The post-office, with its shingled, tortured mansard, the red-brick minarets of hulking old houses, factories with stingy and sooted windows, wooden tenements colored like mud. The city was full of such grotesqueries. But the clean towers were thrusting them from the business center, and on the further hills were shining new houses, homes, they seemed, for laughter and tranquillity. Over a concrete bridge fled a limousine of long, sleek hood and noiseless engine. These people in evening clothes were returning from an all-night rehearsal of a little theater play, an artistic adventure, considerably illuminated by champagne. Below the bridge curved a railroad, a maze of green and crimson lights. The New York Flyer boomed past, and 20 lines of polished steel leaped into the glare. In one of the skyscrapers the wires of the Associated Press were closing down. The telegraph operators wearily raised their celluloid eye shades after a night of talking with Paris and Peking. Through the building crawled the scrub women, yawning, their old shoes slapping. The dawn mist spun away. Queues of men with lunch boxes clumped toward the immensity of new factories, sheets of glass and hollow tile, glittering shops where 5,000 men worked beneath one roof, pouring out the honest wares that would be sold up the Euphrates and across the veldt. The whistles rolled out in greeting, a chorus, cheerful as the April dawn, the song of labor in a city built, it seemed, for giants. 2. There was nothing of the giant in the aspect of the man who was beginning to awaken on the sleeping porch of a Dutch colonial house in the residential district of Zenith, known as Floral Heights. His name was George F. Babbitt. He was 46 years old now, in April 1920, and he made nothing in particular, neither butter nor shoes nor poetry. But he was nimble in the calling of selling houses for more than people could afford to pay. His large head was pink, his brown hair thin and dry. His face was babyish in slumber, despite his wrinkles and the red spectacle dents on the slopes of his nose. He was not fat, but he was exceedingly well fed. His cheeks were pads, and the unroughened hand which lay helpless on the khaki-colored blanket was slightly puffy. He seemed prosperous, extremely married, and unromantic. And altogether unromantic appeared this sleeping porch, which looked on one sizable elm, 2 respectable grass plots, a cement driveway, and a corrugated iron garage. Yet Babbitt was again dreaming of the fairy child, a dream more romantic than scarlet pagodas by a silver sea. For years the fairy child had come to him, where others saw but Georgie Babbitt. She discerned gallant youth. She waited for him in the darkness beyond mysterious groves. When at last he could slip away from the crowded house, he darted to her. His wife, his clamoring friends, sought to follow, but he escaped. The girl fleet beside him, and they crouched together on a shadowy hillside. She was so slim, so white, so eager. She cried that he was gay and valiant, that she would wait for him, that they would sail. Rumble and bang in the milk truck. Babbitt moaned, turned over, struggled back toward his dream. He could see only her face now, beyond misty waters. Furnace man slammed the basement door. Dog barked in the next yard. As Babbitt sank blissfully into a dim, warm tide, the paper carrier went by whistling, and the rolled-up advocate thumped the front door. Babbitt roused, his stomach constricted with alarm. As he relaxed, he was pierced by the familiar and irritating rattle of some one cranking a Ford. Snappa! 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 Himself a pious motorist, Babbitt cranked with the unseen driver. With him waited through taut hours for the roar of the starting engine. With him agonized as the roar ceased and again began, the infernal patient snap-a, a round, flat sound, a shivering cold morning sound, a sound infuriating and inescapable. Not till the rising voice of the motor told him that the Ford was moving was he released from the panting tension. He glanced once at his favorite tree, elm twigs against the gold patina of sky, and fumbled for sleep as a drug. He, who had been a boy very credulous of life, was no longer greatly interested in the possible and improbable adventures of each new day. He escaped from reality till the alarm clock rang at 7:20. 3. It was the best of nationally advertised and quantitatively produced alarm clocks, with all modern attachments, including cathedral chime, intermittent alarm, and phosphorescent dial. Babbitt was proud of being awakened by such a rich device. Socially it was almost as creditable as buying expensive cord tires. He sulkily admitted now that there was no more escape, but he lay and detested the grind of the real estate business, and disliked his family and disliked himself for disliking them. The evening before he had played poker at Vergil Gunch's till midnight, and after such holidays he was irritable before breakfast. It may have been the tremendous home-brewed beer of the Prohibition era, and the cigars to which that beer enticed him. It may have been resentment of return from this fine, bold man-world to a restricted region of wives and stenographers, and of suggestions not to smoke so much. From the bedroom beside the sleeping porch, his wife's detestably cheerful, "Time to get up, Georgie boy," and the itchy sound, the brisk and scratchy sound of combing hairs out of a stiff brush. He grunted. He dragged his thick legs, in faded baby-blue pajamas, from under the khaki blanket. He sat on the edge of the cot, running his fingers through his wild hair, while his plump feet mechanically felt for his slippers. He looked regretfully at the blanket, forever a suggestion to him of freedom and heroism. He'd bought it for a camping trip which had never come off. Symbolized gorgeous loafing, gorgeous cursing, virile flannel shirts. He creaked to his feet, groaning at the waves of pain which passed behind his eyeballs. Though he waited for their scorching recurrence, he looked blurrily out at the yard. It delighted him, as always. It was the neat yard of a successful business man of Zenith. That is, it was perfection. It made him also perfect. He regarded the corrugated iron garage. For the 365th time in a year he reflected, "No class to that tin shack. Have to build me a frame garage. But by golly, it's the only thing on the place that isn't up to date." While he stared, he thought of a community garage for his acreage development, Glen Oriole. He stopped, puffing and jiggling. His arms were akimbo. His petulant, sleep-swollen face was set in harder lines. He suddenly seemed capable, an official, a man to contrive, to direct, to get things done. On the vigor of his idea he was carried down the hard, clean, unused-looking hall into the bathroom. Though the house was not large, it had, like all houses on Floral Heights, an altogether royal bathroom of porcelain and glazed tile and metal sleek as silver. The towel rack was a rod of clear glass set in nickel. The tub was long enough for a Prussian guard, and above the bowl was a sensational exhibit of toothbrush holder, shaving-brush holder, soap dish, sponge dish, and medicine cabinet, so glittering and so ingenious that they resembled an electrical instrument board. But the Babbitt, whose god was modern appliances, was not pleased. The air of the bathroom was thick with the smell of a heathen toothpaste. "Verona been at it again. 'Stead of sticking to Libidol, like I've repeatedly asked her. She's gone and gotten some confound stinkum stuff that makes you sick." The bath mat was wrinkled and the floor mat was wet. His daughter, Verona, eccentrically took baths in the morning, now and then. He slipped on the mat and slid against the tub. He said, "Damn!" Furiously he snapped up his tube of shaving cream. Furiously he lathered, with a belligerent slapping of the uncourteous brush. Furiously he raked his plump cheeks with a safety razor. It pulled. The blade was dull. He said, "Damn! Oh, damn it!" He hunted through the medicine cabinet for a packet of new razor blades, reflecting, as invariably, be cheaper to buy one of those dinguses and strop your own blades. And when he discovered the packet behind the round box of bicarbonate of soda, he thought ill of his wife for putting it there, and very well of himself for not saying "damn." But he did say it, immediately afterward, when with wet and soap-slippery fingers he tried to remove the horrible little envelope and crisp, clinging oiled paper from the new blade. Then there was the problem, oft pondered, never solved, of what to do with the old blade, which might imperil the fingers of his young. As usual, he tossed it on top of the medicine cabinet, with a mental note that some day he must remove the 50 or 60 other blades that were also temporarily piled up there. He finished his shaving in a growling testiness increased by a spinning headache and by the emptiness in his stomach. When he was done, his round face smooth and steamy and his eyes stinging from soapy water, he reached for a towel. The family towels were wet and clammy and vile, all of them wet. He found, as he blindly snatched them, his own face-towel, his wife's, Verona's, Ted's, Tinka's, and the lone bath-towel with a huge welt of initial. Then George F. Babbitt did a dismaying thing. He wiped his face on the guest towel. It was a pansy embroidered trifle which always hung there to indicate that the Babbitts were in the best of Floral Heights society. No one had ever used it. No guest had even dared to. Guest secretively took a corner of the nearest regular towel. He was raging. By golly, here they go and use up all the towels, every doggone one of 'em, and they use 'em and get 'em all wet and sopping and never put out a dry one for me, of course. I'm the goat. And then I want one, and I'm the only person in the doggone house that's got the slightest doggone bit of consideration for other people and thoughtfulness, and consider there may be others that may want to use the doggone bathroom after me, and consider—" He was pitching the chill abominations into the bathtub, pleased by the vindictiveness of the desolate flapping sound. And in the midst his wife serenely trotted in, observed serenely, "Why, Georgie dear, what are you doing? Are you going to wash out the towels? Why, you needn't wash out the towels. Oh, Georgie, didn't go and use the guest towel, did you?" It is not recorded that he was able to answer. For the first time in weeks he was sufficiently roused by his wife to look at her. 4. Myra Babbitt, Mrs. George F. Babbitt, was definitely mature. She had creases from the corner of her mouth to the bottom of her chin, and her plump neck bagged. But the thing that marked her as having passed the line was that she no longer had reticences before her husband, and no longer worried about not having reticences. She was in her petticoat now, in corsets which bulged, and unaware of being seen in bulgy corsets. She had become so dully habituated to married life that in her full matronliness she was as sexless as an anemic nun. She was a good woman, a kind woman, a diligent woman, but no one, save perhaps Tinka, her 10-year-old, was at all interested in her or entirely aware that she was alive. After a rather thorough discussion of all the domestic and social aspects of towels, she apologized to Babbitt for his having an alcoholic headache, and he recovered enough to endure the search for a BVD undershirt, which had, he pointed out malevolently, been concealed among his clean pajamas. He was fairly amiable in the conference on his brown suit. "What do you think, Maya?" He pawed at the clothes hunched on a chair in the bedroom, while she moved about mysteriously adjusting and patting her petticoat and to his jaundiced eye never seeming to get on with her dressing. "How about it? Shall I wear the brown suit another day?" "Well, it looks awfully nice on you." "I know, but gosh, it needs pressing." "That's so. Perhaps it does." "It certainly could stand being pressed, all right." "Yes, perhaps it wouldn't hurt it to be pressed." "But gee, the coat doesn't need pressing. No sense of having the whole darn suit pressed when the coat doesn't need it." "That's so." "But the pants certainly need it, all right. Look at them. Look at those wrinkles. The pants certainly do need pressing."
"That's so. Oh, Georgie, why couldn't you wear the brown coat with the blue trousers? We were wondering what we'd do with them."
"Good Lord, did you ever in all my life know me to wear the coat of one of suit and the pants of another? What do you think I am, a busted bookkeeper?"
"Well, why don't you put on the dark gray suit to-day, and stop in at the tailor and leave the brown trousers?"
"Well, they certainly need. Now where the devil is that gray suit? Oh, yes, here we are." He was able to get through the other crisis of dressing with comparative resoluteness and calm. His first adornment was the sleeveless dimity BVD undershirt, in which he resembled a small boy humorously wearing a cheesecloth tabard at a civic pageant. He never put on BVDs without thanking the god of progress that he didn't wear tight, long, old-fashioned undergarments like his father-in-law and partner, Henry Thompson. His second embellishment was combing and slicking back his hair. It gave him a tremendous forehead, arching up 2 inches beyond the former hairline. But most wonder-working of all was the donning of his spectacles. There is character in spectacles, the pretentious tortoise-shell, the meek pince-nez of the school-teacher, the twisted silver-framed glasses of the old villager. Babbitt spectacles had huge, circular, frameless lenses of the very best glass. The earpieces were thin bars of gold. In them he was the modern business man, one who gave orders to clerks and drove a car and played occasional golf and was scholarly in regard to salesmanship. His head suddenly appeared not babyish but weighty, and you noted his heavy blunt nose, his straight mouth and thick, long upper lip, his chin over-fleshy but strong. With respect you beheld him put on the rest of his uniform as a solid citizen. The gray suit was well cut, well made, and completely undistinguished. It was a standard suit. White piping on the V of the vest added a flavor of law and learning. His shoes were black laced boots, good boots, honest boots, standard boots, extraordinarily uninteresting boots. The only frivolity was his purple knitted scarf. With considerable comment on the matter to Mrs. Babbitt, who, acrobatically fastening the back of her blouse to her skirt with a safety pin, did not hear a word he said. He chose between the purple scarf and a tapestry effect with stringless brown harps among brown palms, and into it he thrust a snake-head pin with opal eyes. A sensational event was changing from the brown suit to the gray the contents of his pockets. He was earnest about these objects. They were of internal importance, like baseball or the Republican Party. They included a fountain pen and a silver pencil, always lacking a supply of new leads, which belonged in the right-hand upper vest pocket. Without them he would have felt naked. On his watch-chain were a gold penknife, silver cigar-cutter, 7 keys, the use of 2 of which he had forgotten, and, incidentally, a good watch. Depending from the chain was a large yellowish elk's tooth, proclamation of his membership in the Benevolent and Protective Order of Elks. Most significant of all was his loose-leaf pocket notebook, that modern and efficient notebook which contained the addresses of people whom he had forgotten, prudent memorabilia of postal money orders which had reached their destinations months ago, stamps which had lost their mucilage, clippings of verses by T. Chamberlain Frink, and of newspaper editorials from which Babbitt got his opinions and his polysyllables, notes to be sure and do things which he did not intend to do, and one curious inscription, DSSDMYPDF. But he had no cigarette case,
No one had ever happened to give him one, so he hadn't the habit, and people who carried cigarette cases he considered effeminate. Last, he stuck in his lapel the Boosters' Club button. With the consciousness of great art the button displayed two words: Boosters, Pep. It made Babbitt feel loyal and important. It associated him with good fellows, with men who were nice and human and important in business circles. It was his V.C., his Legion of Honor ribbon, his Phi Beta Kappa key. With the subtleties of dressing ran other complex worries. "Feel kind of punk this morning," he said. "Think I had too much dinner last evening. You oughtn't to serve those heavy banana fritters." "But you asked me to have some." "I know, but I tell you, when a fellow gets past 40 he has to look after his digestion. There's a lot of fellows that don't take proper care of themselves. I tell you, at 40 a man's a fool, or his doctor, his own doctor. Folks don't give enough attention to this matter of dieting. Now I think, of course, a man ought to have a good meal after the day's work, but it would be a good thing for both of us if we took lighter lunches." "But, Georgie, here at home I always do have a light lunch." "Mean to imply I make a hog of myself eating downtown?" "Yeah, sure. You'd have a swell time if you had to eat the truck that new steward hands to us at the Atlantic Club. But I certainly do feel out of sorts this morning. Funny, I got a pain down here on the left side. No, that wouldn't be appendicitis, would it? Last night, when I was driving over to Verge Gunch's, I felt a pain in my stomach, too. Right here, it was kind of a sharp shooting pain. Where'd that dime go to? Why don't you serve more prunes at breakfast? Of course, I eat an apple every evening. An apple a day keeps doctor away. But still, you ought to have more prunes, and not all those fancy doodads." "Last time I had prunes you didn't eat them." "Well, I didn't feel like eating them, I suppose. Matter of fact, I think I did eat some of them anyway. I tell you, it's mighty important to—I was saying to Verge Gunch, just last evening, most people don't take sufficient care of their digest—" "Shall we have the Gunches over for dinner next week?" "Why, sure, you bet." "Now see here, George, I want you to put on your nice dinner jacket that evening." "Rats! Rest of 'em won't want to dress."
"Of course they will. You remember when you didn't dress for the Littlefield supper party, and all the rest did, and how embarrassed you were?"
"Embarrassed, hell! I wasn't embarrassed. Everybody knows I can put on as expensive a tux as anybody else, and I should worry if I don't happen to have it on sometimes. All a darn nuisance anyway. All right for a woman that stays around the house all the time, but when a fellow's worked like the dickens all day, he doesn't want to go out and hustle his head off, getting into the soup and fish for a lot of folks that he's seen in just regular ordinary clothes that same day."
You know you enjoy being seen in one. The other evening you admitted you were glad I'd insisted on your dressing. You said you felt a lot better for it. And, oh, Georgie, I do wish you wouldn't say tux. It's dinner jacket."
"Rats, what's the odds?"
"Well, it's what all the nice folks say. Suppose Lucille McKelvey heard you calling it a tux."
"Well, that's all right now. Lucille McKelvey can't pull anything on me. Her folks are common as mud, even if her husband and her dad are millionaires. I suppose you're trying to rub in your exalted social position. Well, let me tell you that your reverend paternal ancestor, Henry T., doesn't even call it a tux. He calls it a bobtail jacket for a ringtail monkey, and you couldn't get him into one unless you chloroformed him."
"Now, don't be horrid, George."
"Well, I don't want to be horrid, but Lord, you're getting as fussy as Verona. Ever since she got out of college she's been too rambunctious to live with. Doesn't know what she wants. Well, I know what she wants. All she wants is to marry a millionaire and live in Europe and hold some preacher's hand, and simultaneously at the same time stay right here in Zenith and be some blooming kind of socialist agitator or boss charity work or some damn thing. Lord, and Ted is just as bad. He wants to go to college, and he doesn't want to go to college. Only one of the three that knows her own mind is Tinka. Simply can't understand how I ever came to have a pair of shilly-shallying children like Roan and Ted. I may not be any Rockefeller or James J. Shakespeare, but I certainly do know my own mind, and I do keep right on plugging along in the office, and Do you know the latest? Far as I can figure out, Ted's new bee is he'd like to be a movie actor, and here I've told him 100 times if he'll go to college and law school and make good, I'll set him up in business, and Verona just exactly as bad. Don't know what she wants. Well, come on. Aren't you ready yet? The girl rang the bell 3 minutes ago. 5. Before he followed his wife, Babbitt stood at the westernmost window of the room. This residential settlement, Floral Heights, was on a rise, and though the center of the city was 3 miles away, Zenith had between 300,000 and 400,000 inhabitants now. He could see the top of the Second National Tower, an Indiana limestone building of 35 stories. Its shining walls rose against April sky to a simple cornice like a streak of white fire. Integrity was in the tower, and decision. It bore strength lightly as a tall soldier. As Babbitt stared, the nervousness was soothed from his face, his slack chin lifted in reverence. All he articulated was, "That's one lovely sight." But he was inspired by the rhythm of the city, his love of it renewed. He beheld the tower as a temple spire of the religion of business, of faith passionate, exalted, surpassing common men, and as he clumped down to breakfast he whistled the ballad, "Oh, by gee, oh, by gosh, by jingo," as though it were a hymn, melancholy and noble. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 2. Relieved of Babbitt's bumbling and the soft grunts with which his wife expressed the sympathy she was too experienced to feel and much too experienced not to show, their bedroom settled instantly into impersonality. It gave on the sleeping porch. It served both of them as dressing-room, and on the coldest nights Babbitt luxuriously gave up the duty of being manly, and retreated to the bed inside to curl his toes in the warmth and laugh at the January gale. The room displayed a modest and pleasant color scheme, after one of the best standard designs of the decorator who did the interiors for most of the speculative builders' houses in Zenith. The walls were gray, the woodwork white, the rug a serene blue, and very much like mahogany was the furniture. The bureau with its great clear mirror, Mrs. Babbitt's dressing-table with toilet articles of almost solid silver, the plain twin beds, between them a table holding a standard electric bedside lamp, a glass for water, and a standard bedside book with colored illustrations. What particular book it was cannot be ascertained, since no one had ever opened it. The mattresses were firm but not hard, triumphant modern mattresses, which had cost a great deal of money. The hot water radiator was of exactly the proper scientific surface for the cubic contents of the room. The windows were large and easily opened, with the best catches and cords, and Holland roller shades, guaranteed not to crack. It was a masterpiece among bedrooms, right out of cheerful modern houses for medium incomes. Only it had nothing to do with the Babbitts, nor with anyone else. If people had ever lived and loved there, read thrillers at midnight, and lain in beautiful indolence on a Sunday morning, there were no signs of it. It had the air of being a very good room in a very good hotel. One expected the chambermaid to come in and make it ready for people who would stay but one night, go without looking back, and never think of it again. Every second house in Floral Heights had a bedroom precisely like this. The Babbitts' house was 5 years old. It was all as competent and glossy as this bedroom. It had the best of taste, the best of inexpensive rugs, a simple and laudable architecture, and the latest conveniences. Throughout, electricity took the place of candles and slatternly hearth fires. Along the bedroom baseboard were 3 plugs for electric lamps, concealed by little brass doors. In the halls were plugs for the vacuum cleaner, and in the living room plugs for the piano lamp, for the electric fan. The trim dining room, with its admirable oak buffet, its leaded glass cupboard, its creamy plaster walls, its modest scene of a salmon expiring upon a pile of oysters, had plugs which supplied the electric percolator
and the electric toaster. In fact, there was but one thing wrong with the Babbitt house. It was not a home. 2. Often of a morning Babbitt came bouncing and jesting in to breakfast, but things were mysteriously awry to-day. As he pontifically treaded the upper hall, he looked into Verona's bedroom and protested, "What's the use of giving a family a high-class house when they don't appreciate it, tend to do business, and get down to brass tacks?" He marched upon them. Verona, a dumpy, brown-haired girl of 22, just out of Bryn-Mawr, given to solicitudes about duty and sex and God and the unconquerable bagginess of the gray sports suit she was now wearing. Ted, Theodore Roosevelt Babbitt, a decorative boy of 17. Tinka, Catherine, still a baby at 10, with radiant red hair and a thin skin which hinted of too much candy and too many ice-cream sodas. Babbitt did not show his vague irritation as he tramped in. He really disliked being a family tyrant, and his nagging was as meaningless as it was frequent. He shouted at Tinka, "Well, Kitty Doodle!" It was the only pet name in his vocabulary, except for the dear and hun with which he recognized his wife, and he flung it at Tinka every morning. He gulped a cup of coffee in the hope of pacifying his stomach and his soul. His stomach ceased to feel as though it did not belong to him, but Verona began to be conscientious and annoying, and abruptly there returned to Babbitt the doubts regarding life and families and business which had clawed at him when his dream life and the slim fairy girl had fled. Verona had for 6 months been filing clerk at the Gruensberg Leather Company offices, with a prospect of becoming secretary to Mr. Gruensberg, and thus, as Babbitt defined it, getting some good out of your expensive college education till you're ready to marry and settle down. But now, said Verona, "Father, I was talking to a classmate of mine that's working for the Associated Charities. Oh, Dad, there's the sweet little babies that come to the milk station there, and feel as though I ought to be doing something worthwhile like that." "What do you mean, worthwhile?" "If you get to be Gutenberg's secretary, and maybe you would if you kept up your shorthand and didn't go sneaking off to concert and talk fest every evening, I guess you'll find 35 or 40 bones a week worthwhile." "I know, but I want to contribute. I wish I were working in a settlement house. I wonder if I could get one of the department stores to let me put in a welfare department and a nice restroom and chintzes and wicker chairs and so on and so forth, or I could—" "Now, you look here. The first thing you got to understand is that all this uplift and flip-flop and settlement work and recreation is nothing in God's world but the entering wedge for socialism. Sooner a man learns he isn't going to be coddled, and he needn't expect a lot of free grub and all these free classes and flip-flop and doodads for the kids unless he earns 'em, why, the sooner he'll get up on the job and produce. That's what the country needs, and not all this fancy stuff that just enfeebles the willpower of the working man, and gives his kids a lot of notions above their class. And you, if you'd tend to business instead of fooling and fussing all the time. When I was a young man I made up my mind what I wanted to do, and stuck to it through thick and thin, and that's why I'm where I am today. Myra, what do you let this girl chop the toast up into these dinky little chunks for? Can't get your fist onto 'em. Half cold anyway." Ted Babbitt, junior in the Great Eastlake High School, had been making hiccup-like sounds of interruption. He blurted now, "Say, Rone, you going to—" Verona whirled. "Ted, will you kindly not interrupt us when we're talking about serious matters?" "Ah, punk," said Ted judiciously. "Ever since somebody slipped up and let you out of college, ammonia, you've been pulling these nut conversations about what-nots and so on and so forth. Are you going to— I want to use the car tonight." Babbitt snorted. "Oh, you do? May want it myself." Verona protested. "Oh, will you do, Mr. Smarty? I'm going to take it myself." Tinka wailed, "Oh, Papa, you said maybe you'd drive us down to Rosedale." Mrs. Babbitt, "Careful, Tinka, your sleeve is in the butter." They glared, and Verona hurled, "Ted, you're a perfect pig about the car." "Course you're not. Not at all." Ted could be maddeningly bland. "You just want to grab it off right after dinner, and leave it in front of some skirt's house all evening while you sit and gas about literature and the highbrows you're going to marry, if they only propose." "Well, Dad oughtn't to ever let you have it. You and those beastly Jones boys drive like maniacs. The idea of your taking that turn on the Chippewa place at 40 miles an hour! Where do you get all that stuff? You're so darn scared of the car that you drive uphill with the emergency brake on." "I do not. And you, always talking about how much you know about the motors, and Eunice Littlefield told me you said the battery fed the generator." "Oh, why, my good woman, you don't know a generator from a differential." Not unreasonably was Ted lofty with her. He was a natural mechanic, a maker and tinkerer of machines. He lisped in blueprints, for the blueprints came. "That'll do now," Babbitt flung in mechanically, as he lighted the gloriously satisfying first cigar of the day and tasted the exhilarating drug of the Advocate-Times headlines. Ted negotiated, "Gee, honest, Rone, I don't want to take that old boat, but I promised a couple of girls here in my class I'd drive 'em down to the rehearsal of the school chorus, and gee, I don't want to, but a gentleman's got to keep his social engagements." "Well, upon my word, you and your social engagements in high school!" "Oh, ain't we select since we went to the Hen College! Let me tell you, there isn't a private school in the state that's got a swell up bunch of guys we got in Gamma Di Gamma this year. There's two fellows that their dads are millionaires. Say, gee, I ought to have a car of my own, like lots of the fellows." Babbitt almost rose. "A car of your own? Don't you want a yacht and a house and a lot? That pretty nearly takes the cake. Boy that can't pass his Latin examinations like any other boy ought to, and he expects me to give him a motor car, and I suppose a chauffeur and an aeroplane, maybe, as a reward for the hard work he puts in going to the movies with Eunice Littlefield. Well, when you see me giving you—" Somewhat later, after diplomacies, Ted persuaded Verona to admit that she was merely going to the Armory the evening to see the dog and cat show. She was then, Ted planned, to park the car in front of the candy store across from the Armory, and he would pick it up. There were masterly arrangements regarding leaving the key and making the gasoline tank filled. And passionately devotees of the great god motor, they hummed a patch on the spare inner tube and the lost jack-handle. Their truce dissolving, Ted observed that her friends were a scream of a bunch of stuck-up gabby four-flushers. His friends, she indicated, were disgusting imitation sports and horrid little shrieking ignorant girls. Further, "It's disgusting of you to smoke cigarettes, and so on and so forth, and those clothes you've got on this morning, they're too utterly ridiculous. Honestly, simply disgusting." Ted balanced over to the low beveled mirror on the buffet, regarding his charms, and smirked. His suit, the latest thing in old Eli togs, was skin-tight with skimpy trousers to the tops of his gleaming tan boots, a chorus man waistline, pattern of agitated check, and across the back a belt which belted nothing. His scarf was an enormous black silk wad. His flaxen hair was ice-smooth, pasted down without parting. When he went to school he would add a cap with a long visor, like a shovel-blade. Proudest of all was he of his waistcoat, saved for, begged for, plotted for, a real fancy vest of fawn with polka dots of a decayed red, the points astoundingly long. On the lower edge of it he wore a high-school button, a class button, and a fraternity pin. And none of it mattered. He was supple and swift and flushed. His eyes, which he believed to be cynical, were candidly eager, but he was not over-gentle. He waved his hand at poor dumpy Verona and drawled, "Yes, I guess you're pretty ridiculous and disgustingus, and I rather guess our new necktie is some smear. Babbitt barked. "It is. And while you're admiring yourself, let me tell you, it might add to your manly beauty if you wiped some of that egg off your mouth." Verona giggled, momentarily victor in the greatest of great wars, which is the family war. Ted looked at her hopelessly, and shrieked at Tinka, "For love o' Pete, quit pouring the whole sugar bowl on your cornflakes!" When Verona and Ted were gone, and Tinka upstairs, Babbitt groaned to his wife, "Nice family, I must say. I don't pretend to be a baa lamb, and maybe I'm a little cross-grained at breakfast sometimes, but the way they go on jabbering, I simply can't stand it. I swear, I feel like going off some place where I can get a little peace. I do think after a man spent his lifetime trying to give his kids a chance and a decent education, it's pretty discouraging to hear them all the time scrapping like a bunch of hyenas and never. Curious, here in the paper it says, never silent for one See the morning paper yet?" "No, dear." In 23 years of married life, Mrs. Babbitt had seen the paper before her husband just 67 times. "Lots of news. Terrible big tornado in the south. Hard luck, all right. But this is corking. Beginning of the end for those fellows. New York Assembly has passed some bills that ought to completely outlaw the socialists. And there's an elevator runner strike in New York, and a lot of college boys are taking their places. That's the stuff. And mass meeting in Birmingham's demanded that this agitator, this fellow de Valera, be deported. Dead right, by golly. All those agitators paid with German gold anyway, and we got no business interfering with the Irish or any other foreign government. Keep our hands strictly off. And there's another well-authenticated rumor from Russia that Lenin is dead. That's fine. Beyond me why we don't just step in there and kick those Bolshevik cusses out."
"That's so," added Mrs. Babbitt.
"And it says here a fellow is inaugurated mayor in overalls, a preacher, too. What do you think of that?" Well."
He searched for an attitude, but neither as a Republican, a Presbyterian, an Elk, nor a real estate broker did he have any doctrine about preacher-mayor laid down for him. So he grunted and went on. She looked sympathetic and did not hear a word. Later she would read the headlines, the society columns, and the department store advertisements.
"What do you know about this? Charlie McKelvey still doing his society stint as heavy as ever. Here's what that gushy woman reporter says about last night.
Never is society with the big S more flattered than when they are bidden to partake of good cheer at the distinguished and hospitable residence of Mr. and Mrs. Charles L. McKelvey, as they were last night, set in its spacious lawns and landscaping, one of the notable sights crowning Royal Ridge, but merry and homelike despite its mighty stone walls and its vast rooms famed for their decoration. Their home was thrown open last night for a dance in honor of Mr. McKelvey's notable guest, Miss J. Sneath of Washington. The wide hall is so generous in its proportions that it made a perfect ballroom, its hardwood floor reflecting the charming pageant above its polished surface. Even the delights of dancing paled before the alluring opportunities of tete-a-tetes, and invited the soul to loaf in the long library before the baronial fireplace, or in the drawing-room with its deep comfy armchairs, its shaded lamps just made for a sly whisper of pretty nothings à deux, or even in the billiard-room, where one could take a cue and show a prowess at still another game that sponsored by Cupid and Tropicscore. There was more, a great deal more, in the best urban journalistic style of Miss Elona Pearl Bates, the popular society editor of the Advocate-Times, but Babbitt could not abide it. He grunted. He wrinkled the newspaper. He protested.
"Can you beat it? I'm willing to hand a lot of credit to Charlie McKelvey. When we were in college together, he was just as hard up as any of us, and he made $1 million good bucks out of the contracting, and hasn't been any dishonester or bought any more city councils than was necessary. And that's a good house of his, though it ain't any mighty stone walls, and it ain't worth the $90,000 it cost him. But when it comes to talking as though Charlie McKelvey and all that booze-hoisting set of his are any bloomin' bunch of Vanderbilt, why, it makes me tired." Timidly from Mrs. Babbitt, "I would like to see the inside of their house, though. It must be lovely. I've never been inside."
"Well, I have. Couple of times. To see Chaz about business deals in the evening. It's not so much. I wouldn't want to go there for dinner with that gang of high binders. And I'll bet I make a whole lot more money than some of those tin horns that spend all they got on dress suits and haven't got a decent suit of underwear to their name. Hey, what do you think of this?"
Mrs. Babbitt was strangely unmoved by the tidings from the real estate and building column of the Advocate-Times. Ashtabula Street, 496 J. K. Dawson to Thomas Mullany, April 17, 15/7 by 112.2, mortgage $4,000, Nom. And this morning Babbitt was too disquieted to entertain her with items from mechanics' liens, mortgages recorded, and contracts awarded. He rose. As he looked at her his eyebrows seemed shaggier than usual. Suddenly,
"Yep, maybe. Some kind of shame to not keep in touch with folks like the McKelveys. We might try inviting them to dinner some evening. Oh, thunder, it's not waste our time thinking about 'em. Our little bunch has a lot livelier times than those plutes. Just compare a real human like you with those neurotic birds like Lucille McKelvey, all highbrow talk and dressed up like a plush horse. You're a great old girl, hon."
he covered his betrayal of softness with a complaining,
"Say, don't let Tinka go and eat any more of those poison nut fudge. For heaven's sake, try to keep her from ruining her digestion. I tell you, most folks don't appreciate how important it is to have good digestion and regular habits. Be back about usual time, I guess."
He kissed her. He didn't quite kiss her. He laid unmoving lips against her unflushing cheek. He hurried out to the garage, muttering,
"Lord, what a family! And now Myra's going to get pathetic on me because we don't train with the millionaire outfit. Oh, Lord, sometimes I'd like to quit the whole game. And the office worry and detail just as bad. And I act cranky, and I don't mean to, but I get so darn tired."
End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti. MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt. By Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 3. To George F. Babbitt, as to most prosperous citizens of Zenith, his motor car was poetry and tragedy, love and heroism. The office was his pirate ship, but the car his perilous excursion ashore. Among the tremendous crises of each day, none was more dramatic than starting the engine. It was slow on cold mornings. There was the long, anxious whir of the starter, and sometimes he had to drip ether into the cocks of the cylinders, which was so very interesting that at lunch he would chronicle it drop by drop, and orally calculate how much each drop had cost him. This morning he was darkly prepared to find something wrong, and he felt belittled when the mixture exploded sweet and strong, and the car didn't even brush the door jamb, gouged and splintery with many bruisings by fenders, as he backed out of the garage. He was confused. He shouted "Mornin'" to Sam Doppelbrau with more cordiality than he had intended. Babbitt's green and white Dutch colonial house was one of three on that block of Chatham Road. To the left of it was the residence of Mr. Samuel Doppelbrau, secretary of an excellent firm of bathroom fixture jobbers. His was a comfortable house with no architectural manners whatever. A large wooden box with a squat tower, a broad porch, and glossy paint, yellow as a yolk. Babbitt disapproved of Mr. and Mrs. Doppelbrau as bohemian. From their house came midnight music and obscene laughter. There were neighborhood rumors of bootleg whiskey and fast motor rides. They furnished Babbitt with many happy evenings of discussion, during which he announced firmly,
"I'm not straight-laced, and I don't mind seeing a fellow throw a drink once in a while,
But when it comes to deliberately trying to get away with a lot of hell-raising, all the while like the Doppelros do, it's too rich for my blood."
On the other side of Babbitt lived Howard Littlefield, Ph.D., in a strictly modern house whereof the lower part was dark red tapestry brick with a leaded oriel, the upper part of pale stucco, like spattered clay, and the roof red-tiled. Littlefield was the great scholar of the neighborhood, the authority on everything in the world except babies, cooking, and motors. He was a Bachelor of Arts of Blodgett College and a Doctor of Philosophy and Economics of Yale. He was the employment manager and publicity counsel of the Zenith Street Traction Company. He could, on 10 hours' notice, appear before the Board of Aldermen or the State Legislature and prove absolutely, with figures all in rows and with precedents from Poland and New Zealand, that the streetcar company loved the public and yearned over its employees, that all its stock was owned by widows and orphans, and that whatever it desired to do would benefit property owners by increasing rental values and help the poor by lowering rents. All his acquaintances turned to Littlefield when they desired to know the date of the Battle of Saragossa, the definition of the word sabotage, the future of the German mark, the translation of Hinc Illiae Lacrimoni, or the number of products of coal tar. He awed Babbitt by confessing that he often sat up till midnight, reading the figures and footnotes in government reports, or skimming, with amusement at the author's mistakes, the latest volumes of chemistry, archaeology, and ichthyology. But Littlefield's great value was as a spiritual example. Despite his strange learnings, he was as strict a Presbyterian and as firm a Republican as George F. Babbitt. He confirmed the business men in the faith, where they knew only by passionate instinct that their system of industry and manners was perfect. Dr. Howard Littlefield proved it to them, out of history, economics, and the confessions of reformed radicals. Babbitt had a good deal of honest pride in being the neighbor of such a savant, and in Ted's intimacy with Eunice Littlefield. At 16, Eunice was interested in no statistics save those regarding the ages and salaries of motion-picture stars. But as Babbitt definitively put it, she was her father's daughter. The difference between a light man like Sam Doppelbrau and a very fine character like Littlefield was revealed in their appearances. Doppelbrau was disturbingly young for a man of 48. He wore his derby on the back of his head, and his red face was wrinkled with meaningless laughter. But Littlefield was an old man of 42. He was tall, broad, thick. His gold-rimmed spectacles were engulfed in the folds of his long face. His hair was a tossed mass of greasy blackness. He puffed and rumbled as he talked. His Phi Beta Kappa key shone against the spotty black vest. He smelled of old pipes. He was altogether funereal and archidonical, and to real estate brokerage and the jobbing of bathroom fixtures he added an aroma of sanctity. This morning he was in front of his house, inspecting the grass parking between the curb and the broad cement sidewalk. Babbitt stopped his car and leaned out to shout, "Mornin'!" Littlefield lumbered over and stood with one foot up on the running board. "Fine morning," said Babbitt, lighting, illegally early, his second cigar of the day. "Yes, it's a mighty fine morning," said Littlefield. "Spring coming along fast now." "Yes, it's real spring now, all right," said Littlefield. "Still cold nights, though. Had to have a couple of blankets on the sleeping porch last night." "Yes, it wasn't any too warm last night," said Littlefield. "But I don't anticipate we'll have any more real cold weather now." "No, but still, there was snow at Tafas, Montana, yesterday," said the scholar. "And you remember the blizzard they had out west 3 days ago, 30 inches of snow in Greeley, Colorado. And 2 years ago we had a snow squall right here in Zenith on the 25th of April. "Is that a fact? Say, old man, what do you think about the Republican candidate? Who'll they nominate for president? Don't you think it's about time we had a real business administration?" "In my opinion, What the country needs first and foremost is a good, sound, businesslike conduct of its affairs. What we need is a business administration," said Littlefield.
"I'm glad to hear you say that. I certainly am glad to hear you say that. I don't know how you'd feel about it, with all your associations with colleges and so on, and I'm glad you feel that way. What the country needs just at this present juncture is neither a college president nor a lot of monkeying with foreign affairs, but a good, sound, economical business administration that will give us a chance to have something like a decent turnover."
Yes, it isn't generally realized that even in China the schoolmen are giving way to more practical men, and of course you can see what that implies.
"It is a fact. Well," breathed Babbitt,
Feeling much calmer and much happier about the way things were going in the world.
"well, it's been nice to stop and parley-vous a second. Guess I'll have to get down to the office now and sting a few clients. Well, so long, old man. See you tonight. So long."
2. They had labored, these solid citizens, 20 years before. The hill on which Floral Heights was spread, with its bright roofs and immaculate turf and amazing comfort, had been a wilderness of rank second-growth elms and oaks and maples. Along the precise streets were still a few wooded vacant lots and the fragment of an old orchard. It was brilliant today. The apple boughs were lit with fresh leaves like torches of green fire. The first white of cherry blossoms flickered down a gully, and robins clamored. Babbitt sniffed the earth, chuckled at the hysteric robins, as he would have chuckled at kittens or at a comic movie. He was, to the eye, the perfect office-going executive, a well-fed man in a correct brown soft hat and frameless spectacles, smoking a large cigar, driving a good motor along a semi-suburban parkway. But in him was some genius of authentic love for his neighborhood, his city, his clan. The winter was over. The time has come for the building, the visible growth, which to him was glory. He lost his dawn depression. He was ruddily cheerful, and he stopped on Smith Street to leave the brown trousers and to have the gasoline tank filled. The familiarity of the rite fortified him. The sight of the tall red iron gasoline pump, the hollow tile and terracotta garage, the window full of the most agreeable accessories, shiny casings, spark plugs, and immaculate porcelain jacklets, tire chains of gold and silver. He was flattered by the friendliness with which Sylvester Moon, dirtiest and most skilled of motor mechanics, came out to serve him.
"Morning, Mr. Babbitt,"
said Moon, and Babbitt himself felt person of importance, one whose name even busy garagemen remembered, not one of those cheap sports flying around in flivvers. He admired the ingenuity of the automatic dial, clicking off gallon by gallon, admired the smartness of the sign, "A fill in time saves getting stuck. Gas today 31 cents." Admired the rhythmic gurgle of the gasoline as it flowed into the tank, and the mechanical regularity with which Moon turned the handle.
"How much we taking today?"
asked Moon in a manner which combined the independence of a great specialist, the friendliness of a familiar gossip, and respect for a man of weight in the community like George F. Babbitt.
"Fill her up." "Who you rooting for Republican candidate, Mr. Babbitt?" "It's too early to make any predictions yet. After all, there's still a good month and 2 weeks. No, 3 weeks. Must be almost 3 weeks. Well, there's more than 6 weeks in all before the Republican convention, and I feel a fellow ought to keep an open mind and give all the candidates a show. Look 'em all over and size 'em up, and then decide carefully."
"That's a fact, Mr. Babbitt."
"But I'll tell you, and my stand on this is just the same as it was 4 years ago and 8 years ago, and it'll be my stand 4 years from now, yes, and 8 years from now. What I tell everybody, and it can't be too generally understood, is that what we need first, last, and all the time is a good, sound business administration."
"By golly, that's right."
"How do those front tires look to you?"
"Fine, fine. Wouldn't be much work for garages if everybody looked after their cars the way you do."
"Well, I do try to have some sense about it."
Babbitt paid his bill, said adequately,
"Oh, keep the change,"
and drove off in an ecstasy of honest self-appreciation. It was with the manner of a good Samaritan that he shouted to a respectable-looking man who was waiting for a trolley car, "Have a lift?" As the man climbed in, Babbitt condescended, "Going clear downtown? Whenever I see a fellow waiting for a trolley, I always make it a practice to give him a lift, unless, of course, he looks like a bum. Wish there were more folks that were so generous with their machines," dutifully said the victim of benevolence. "Oh, no, 'tain't a question of generosity, hardly. Fact, I always feel, I was saying to my son just the other night, it's a fellow's duty to share the good things of his world with his neighbors, and it gets my goat when a fellow gets stuck on himself and goes around tooting his horn merely because he's charitable." The victim seemed unable to find the right answer. Babbitt boomed on, "Pretty punk service the company giving us on these car lines. Nonsense to only run the Portland Road cars once every 7 minutes. Fellow gets mighty cold on a winter morning, waiting on a street corner with the wind nipping at his ankles." "That's right. The street car company doesn't care a damn what kind of a deal they give us. Something ought to happen to 'em." Babbitt was alarmed. But still, of course, it won't do to just keep knocking the traction company and not realize the difficulties they're operating under. Like these cranks that want municipal ownership. The way these workmen hold up the company for high wages is simply a crime. And, of course, the burden falls on you and me that have to pay a 7-cent fare. Fact, there's remarkable service on all their lines, considering." "Well," uneasily, "darn fine morning," Babbitt explained. "Spring coming along fast." "Yes, it's a real spring now." The victim had no originality, no wit, and Babbitt fell into a great silence and devoted himself to the game of beating trolley cars to the corner, a spurt, a tail chase, nervous speeding between the huge yellow side of the trolley and the jagged row of parked cars, shooting past just as the trolley stopped, a rare game and valiant. And all the while he was conscious of the loveliness of Zenith. For weeks together he noticed nothing but clients and the vexing to-rent signs of rival brokers. Today, in mysterious malaise, he raged or rejoiced with equal nervousness, swiftness, and today the light of spring was so winsome that he lifted his head and saw. He admired each district along his familiar route to the office, the bungalows and shrubs and winding irregular drives of Floral Heights, the one-story shops on Smith Street, a glare of plate glass and new yellow brick, groceries and laundries and drug-stores to supply the more immediate needs of East Side housewives, the market gardens in Dutch Hollow, their shanties patched with corrugated tin and stolen doors, billboards with crimson godliness 9 feet tall, advertising cinema films, pipe tobacco, and talcum powder, the old mansions along Ninth Street southeast, like aged dandies in filthy linen, wooden castles turned into boarding-houses, with muddy walks and rusty hedges, jostled by fast-intruding garages, cheap apartment houses and fruit stands conducted by bland, sleek Athenians. Across the belt of railroad tracks, factories with high-perched water tanks, and tall stacked factories producing condensed milk, paper boxes, lighting fixtures, motor cars. Then the business center, the thickening, daring traffic, the crammed trolleys unloading, the high doorways of marble and polished granite. It was big. And Babbitt respected bigness in anything, in mountains, jewels, muscles, wealth, or words. He was, for a spring-enchanted moment, the lyric and almost unselfish lover of Zenith. He thought of the outlying factory suburbs, of the Challusa River, with its strongly eroded banks, of the orchard-dappled Tawadana hills to the north, and all the fat dairy land and big barns and comfortable herds. As he dropped his passenger, he cried, "Gosh, I feel pretty good this morning." 3. Epical as starting the car was the drama of parking it before he entered his office. As he turned from Oberlin Avenue round the corner onto Third Street northeast, he peered ahead for a space in the line of parked cars. He angrily just missed a space as a rival driver slid into it. Ahead another car was leaving the curb, and Babbitt slowed up, holding out his hand to the cars pressing on him from behind, agitatedly, motioning an old woman to go ahead, avoiding a truck which bore down on him from one side, with front wheels nicking the wrought-iron bumper of the car in front. He stopped feverishly, cramped his steering wheel, slid back into the vacant space, and, with 18 inches of room, maneuvered to bring the car level with the curb. It was a vile adventure, masterfully executed. With satisfaction, he locked a thief-proof steel wedge on the front wheel and crossed the street to his real estate office on the ground floor of the Reeves Building. The Reeves Building was as fireproof as a rock and as efficient as a typewriter. 14 stories of yellow pressed brick, with clean, upright, unornamented lines. It was filled with the offices of lawyers, doctors, agents for machinery, for emery wheels, for wire fencing, for mining stock. Their gold signs shone on the windows. The entrance was too modern and to be flamboyant with pillars. It was quiet, shrewd, neat. Along the Third Street side were a Western Union Telegraph office, the Blue Delft Candy Shop, Shotwell Stationery Shop, and the Babbitt Thompson Realty Company. Babbitt could have entered his office from the street, as customers did, but it made him feel an insider to go through the corridor of the building and enter by the back door. Thus he was greeted by the villagers, the little unknown people who inhabited the Reeves Building corridors, elevator runners, starter, engine superintendent, and the doubtful-looking lame man who conducted the news and cigar stand. They were in no way city dwellers. They were rustics, living in a constricted valley, interested only in one another and in the building. Their main street was the entrance hall, with its stone floor, severe marble ceiling, and the inner window of the shops. The liveliest place on the street was the Reeves Building barber shop, but this was also Babbitt's one embarrassment. Himself, he patronized the glittering Pomagan barber shop in the Hotel Thornlow, and every time he passed the Reeves shop, 10 times a day, 100 times, he felt untrue to his own village. Now, as one of the squirearchy, greeted with honorable salutation by the villagers, he marched into his office, and peace and dignity were upon him, and the morning's dissonances all unheard. They were heard again immediately. Stanley Graff, the outside salesman, was talking on the telephone with tragic lack of that firm manner which disciplines clients. "Say, I think I got the house that would suit you. The Percival House in Linton." "Oh, you've seen it? Well, how did it strike you?" "Huh? Oh." Irresolutely. "Oh, I see." As Babbitt marched into his private room, a coupe with semi-partition of oak and frosted glass, at the back of the office, he reflected how hard it was to find employees who had his own faith that he was going to make sales. There were 9 members of the staff besides Babbitt and his partner and father-in-law, Henry Thompson, who rarely came into the office. The 9 were Stanley Graff, the outside salesman, a youngish man given to cigarettes and the playing of pool; old Mat Penniman, general utility man, collector of rents and salesman of insurance; broken, silent, gray, a mystery, reputed to have been a crack real estate man with the firm of his own in haughty Brooklyn; Chester Kirby Laylock, resident salesman out at the Glen Oriole acreage development, an enthusiastic person with a silky mustache and much family; Miss Theresa McElwain, the swift and rather pretty stenographer; Miss Wilberta Bennigan, the thick, slow, laborious accountant and file clerk; and 4 freelance part-time commission salesmen. As he looked from his own cage into the main room, Babbitt mourned, "McGowan's a good stenog, smart as a whip, but Stan Graff and all those bums." The zest of the spring morning was smothered in the stale office air. Normally he admired the office with a pleased surprise that he could have created this sure lovely thing. Normally he was stimulated by the clean newness of it and the air of bustle, but to-day it seemed flat. The tile floor, like a bathroom, the ochre-colored metal ceiling, the faded maps on the hard plaster walls, the chairs of varnished pale oak, the desks and filing cabinets of steel painted in olive drab. It was a vault, a steel chapel where loafing and laughter were raw sin. He hadn't even any satisfaction in the new water-cooler, and it was the very best water-cooler, up-to-date, scientific, and right-thinking. It had cost a great deal of money, in itself a virtue. It possessed a non-conducting fiber ice container, a porcelain water jar, guaranteed hygienic, a dripless, non-clogging sanitary faucet, and machine-painted decorations in two tones of gold. He looked down the relentless stretch of tiled floor at the water cooler, and assured himself that no tenant of the Reeves Building had a more expensive one. But he could not recapture the feeling of social superiority it had given him. He astoundingly grunted, "I'd like to beat it off to the woods right now, and loaf all day, go to Grunch's again tonight, play poker, and cuss as much as I feel like, and drink 109,000 bottles of beer." He sighed. He read through his mail. He shouted McGowan, which meant Miss McGowan, and began to dictate. This was his own version of his first letter. "Omar Gribble. Send it to his office, Miss McGowan. Yours of 20th to hand in and reply would say, look here, Gribble, I'm awfully afraid if we go on shilly-shallying like this, we'll just naturally lose the Allen sale. I had Allen up on the carpet day before yesterday, got right down to cases, and think I can assure you, no, change that. All my experience indicates he is all right, means to do business. Looked into financial record, which is fine." That sentence seems to be a little balled up. Miss Gowan, make a couple of sentences out of it, if you have to. Period, new paragraph. "He is perfectly willing to prorate the special assessment, and strikes me I'm dead sure there will be no difficulty in getting him to pay for title insurance. So now, for heaven's sake, let's get busy. No, make it that. So now let's go to it and get down. No, that's enough. You can tie those sentences up a little better when you type 'em. Miss McGowan, yours sincerely, etc." This is the version of his letter which he received typed from Miss McGowan that afternoon. Babbitt Thompson Realty Company. Homes for Folks. Reeves Building, Oberlin Avenue and 3rd Street, Northeast, Zenith. Omar Gribble, Esquire, 376 North American Building, Zenith. Dear Mr. Gribble, your letter of the 20th to hand, I must say I'm awfully afraid that if we go on shilly-shallying like this, we'll just naturally lose the Allen sale. I had Allen up on the carpet day before yesterday, and got right down to cases. All my experience indicates that he means to do business. I have also looked into his financial record, which is fine. He is perfectly willing to prorate the special assessment, and there will be no difficulty in getting him to pay for title insurance. So let's go. Yours sincerely. As he read and signed it in his correct flowing business college hand, Babbitt reflected, "Now that's a good strong letter, and clear as a bell. Now I never told McGowan to make a third paragraph here. Wish he'd quit trying to improve on my dictation. But what I can't understand is why can't Stan Graff or Chet Laybeck write a letter like that, with punch, with kick." The most important thing he dictated that morning was the fortnightly form letter, to be mimeographed and sent out to 1,000 prospects. It was diligently imitative of the best literary models of the day, of heart-to-heart talk advertisements, sales-pulling letters, disclosures on the development of will-power, and hand-shaking house organs, as richly poured forth by the new school of poets of business. He had painfully written out the first draft, and he intoned it now like a poet, delicate and distinct. "Say, old man, I just wanted to know, can I do you a whale of a favor? Honest, no kidding. I know you're interested in getting a house, not merely a place where you hang up the old bonnet, but a love nest for the wife and kiddies, and maybe for the flivver out beyond. Be sure to spell Beyyant, Miss McGowan. The Spud Garden. Say, did you ever stop to think that we're here to save you trouble? That's how I make a living. Folks don't pay us for our lovely beauty. Now take a look. Sit down at that handsome carved mahogany escritoire and shoot us a line telling us just what you want, and if we can find it, we'll come hopping down to your lane with the good tidings, and if we can't, we won't bother you. To save your time, just fill out the blank enclosed. On request, we'll also send blank recording store properties in Floral Heights, Silver Grove, Linton, Bellevue, and all East Side residential district. Yours for service. P.S. Just a hint of some plums we can pick for you.
Some genuine bargains that came in today. Silver Grove, cute, 4-room California bungalow, AMI garage, dandy shade tree, swell neighborhood, handy car line. 3,700, $780 down, and balance liberal. Babbitt Thompson, terms cheaper than rent. Dorchester, a corker. Artistic two-family house, all oak trim, parquet floors, lovely gas log, big porches, colonial, heated all-weather garage, a bargain, $11,250. Dictation over, with its need of sitting and thinking instead of bustling around and making a noise and really doing something. Babbitt sat creakily back in his revolving desk chair and beamed on Miss McGowan. He was conscious of her as a girl, of black bobbed hair against demure cheeks. A longing which was indistinguishable from loneliness enfeebled him. While he waited, tapping a long, precise pencil point on the desk tablet, he half identified her with the fairy girl of his dreams. He imagined their eyes meeting with terrifying recognition, imagined touching her lips with frightened reverence, and she was chirping, "Any more, Mr. Babbitt?" He grunted, "That winds it up, I guess," and turned heavily away. For all his wandering thoughts, they had never been more intimate than this. He often reflected, "Never forgot how old Jake Offutt said a wise bird never goes love-making in his own office or his own home. Start trouble, sure, but—" In 23 years of married life he had peered uneasily at every graceful ankle, every soft shoulder. In thought he had treasured them, but not once had he hazarded respectability by adventuring. Now, as he calculated the cost of repapering the Stikes house, he was restless again, discontented about nothing and everything, ashamed of his discontentment, and lonely for the fairy girl. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 4. It was a morning of artistic creation. 15 minutes after the purple prose of Babbitt's form letter, Chester Kirby Laylock, the resident salesman at Glen Oriole, came in to report a sale and submit an advertisement. Babbitt disapproved of Laylock, who sang in choirs and was merry at home over games of hearts and Old Maid. He had a tenor voice, wavy chestnut hair, and a mustache like a camel's hair brush. Babbitt considered it excusable in a family man to growl, "Seen this new picture of the kid? Husky little devil, huh?" But Laylock's domestic confidences were as bubbling as a girl's. "Say, I think I got a peach of an ad for the Glen, Mr. Babbitt. Why don't we try something in poetry? Honest, it'd have wonderful pulling power. Listen: 'Mid pleasures and palaces wherever you may roam, just provide the little bride, and we'll provide the home.' Do you get it? See? Like Home Sweet Home, don't you?" Yes, hell yes, of course I get it. But I think we better use something more dignified and forceful, like 'We lead, others follow,' or eventually 'Why not now?' Course, I believe in using poetry and humor and all that junk when it turns the trick, but with a high-class restricted development like the Glen, we better stick to the more dignified approach. See how I mean? Well, I guess that's all this morning, Chet." 2. By a tragedy familiar to the world of art, the April enthusiasm of Chet Laylock served only to stimulate the talent of the older craftsman, George F. Babbitt. He grumbled to Stanley Graff, "That tan-colored voice of Chet's gets on my nerves." Yet he was aroused, and in one swoop he wrote, "Do you respect your loved ones? When the last sad rites of bereavement are over, do you know for certain you've done your best for their departed? You haven't, unless they lie in the Cemetery Beautiful, Linden Lane, the only strictly up-to-date burial place in or near Zenith, where exquisitely gardened plots look from daisy-dotted hill slopes across the smiling fields of Dorchester. Sole agents, Babbitt Thompson Realty Company, Reeves Building." He rejoiced, "I guess that'll show Chan Mott and his weedy old Wildwood Cemetery something about modern merchandising." 3.
He sent Matt Penniman to the recorder's office to dig out the names of the owners of houses which were displaying for rent signs of other brokers. He talked to a man who desired to lease a store building for a pool room. He ran over the list of home leases which were about to expire. He sent Thomas Baywaters, a streetcar conductor who played at real estate in spare time, to call on side street prospects who were unworthy the strategies of Stanley Graff. But he had spent his credulous excitement of creation, and these routine details annoyed him. One moment of heroism he had in discovering a new way of stopping smoking. He stopped smoking at least once a month. He went through it like the solid citizen he was, admitted the evils of tobacco, courageously made resolves, laid out plans to check the vice, tapered off his allowance of cigars, and expounded the pleasures of virtuousness to every one he met. He did everything, in fact, except stop smoking. 2 months before, by ruling out a schedule, noting down the hour, the minute of each smoke, and ecstatically increasing the intervals between smokes, he had brought himself down to 3 cigars a day. Then he had lost the schedule. A week ago he had invented a system of leaving his cigar case and cigarette box in an unused drawer at the bottom of the correspondence file in the outer office.
"I'll just naturally be ashamed to go poking in there all day long, making a fool of myself before my own employees," he reasoned.
By the end of 3 days he was trained to leave his desk, walk to the file, take out and light a cigar, without knowing that he was doing it. This morning it was revealed to him that it had been too easy to open the file. Lock it. That was a thing. Inspired, he rushed out and locked up his cigars, his cigarettes, and even his box of safety matches, and the key to the file drawer he hid in his desk. But the crusading passion of it made him so tobacco-hungry that he immediately recovered the key, walked with forbidding dignity to the file, took out a cigar and a match. But only one match. If whole cigar goes out, it'll by golly have to stay out. Later, when the cigar did go out, he took one more match from the file, and when a buyer and a seller came in for a conference at 11:30, naturally he had to offer them cigars. His conscience protested, "Why, you're smoking with them." But he bullied it. Shut up. I'm busy now." Of course, by and by. There was no by and by, yet his belief that he had crushed the unclean habit made him feel noble and very happy. When he called up Paul Riesling, he was in his moral splendor, unusually eager. He was fonder of Paul Riesling than any one on earth, except himself and his daughter Tinka. They had been classmates, roommates in the State University, but always he thought of Paul Riesling, with his dark slimness, his precisely parted hair, his nose-glasses, his hesitant speech, his moodiness, his love of music, as a younger brother, to be petted and protected. Paul had gone into his father's business after graduation. He was now a wholesaler and small manufacturer of prepared paper roofing. But Babbitt strenuously believed, and lengthily announced to the world of good fellows, that Paul could have been a great violinist or painter or writer.
"Why, say, the letters that boy sent me on his trip to the Canadian Rockies, they just absolutely make you see the place as if you were standing there. Believe me, he could have given any of those bloomin' authors a whale of a run for their money."
Yet on the telephone he said only,
"South 343. No, I said South 343. Say, operator, what the dickens is the trouble? Can't you get me South 343? Why, certainly they'll answer. Oh, hello, 343? Want to speak to Mr. Riesling. Mr. Babbitt talking. 'Lo, Paul?"
"Yeah."
"It's George speaking."
"Yeah."
"How's old Socks?"
"Fair middlin'. How you?"
"Fine. Fabulous. Well, what do you know?"
"Oh, nothing much."
"Where you been keeping yourself?"
"Oh, just sticking around. What's up, Georgie?"
"How about a little lunch? Say noon?"
"Be all right with me, I guess. Club?"
"Yeah. Meet you there at 12:30.
"All right. 12:30. So long, Georgie." 4.
His morning was not sharply marked into divisions. Interwoven with correspondence and advertisement writing were 1,000 nervous details, calls from clerks who were incessantly and hopefully seeking 5 furnished rooms and a bath at $60 a month, advice to Matt Penniman on getting money out of tenants who had no money, Babbitt's virtues as a real estate broker, as the servant of society in the department of finding houses for families and shops for distributors of food, were steadiness and diligence. He was conventionally honest. He kept his records of buyers and sellers complete. He had experience with leases and titles, and an excellent memory for prices. His shoulders were broad enough, his voice deep enough, his relish of hearty humor strong enough to establish him as one of the ruling caste of good fellows. Yet his eventual importance to mankind was perhaps lessened by his large and complacent ignorance of all architecture save the types of houses turned out by speculative builders, all landscape gardening save the use of curving roads, grass, and 6 ordinary shrubs, and all the commonest axioms of economics. He serenely believed that the one purpose of the real estate business was to make money for George F. Babbitt. True, it was a good advertisement at Boosters' Club lunches and all the varieties of annual banquets to which good fellows were invited. To speak sonorously of unselfish public service, the broker's obligation to keep inviolate the trust of his clients, and a thing called ethics, whose nature was confusing, but if you had it, you were a high-class realtor, and if you didn't, you were a shyster, a piker, and a fly-by-night. These virtues awakened confidence and enabled you to handle bigger propositions, but they didn't imply that you were to be impractical and refuse to take twice the value of a house if a buyer was such an idiot that he didn't jew you down on the asking price. Babbitt spoke well, and often, at these orgies of commercial righteousness about the realtor's function as a seer of the future development of the community and as a prophetic engineer, clearing the pathway for inevitable changes, which meant that a real estate broker could make money by guessing which way the town would grow. This guessing he called vision. In an address to the Boosters' Club he had admitted, "It is at once the duty and privilege of the realtor to know everything about his own city and its environs, where a surgeon is a specialist on every vein and mysterious cell in the human body, and the engineer upon electricity in all its phases, or every bolt of some great bridge majestically arching over a mighty flood. The realtor must know his city inch by inch, and all its faults and virtues." Though he did not know the market price, inch by inch, of certain districts of Zenith, he did not know whether the police force was too large or too small, or whether it was in alliance with gambling and prostitution. He knew the means of fireproofing buildings, and the relation of insurance rates to fireproofing, but he did not know how many firemen there were in the city, how they were trained and paid, or how complete their apparatus. He sang eloquently the advantages of proximity of school buildings to rentable homes, but he did not know that it was worth while to know whether the city schoolrooms were properly heated, lighted, ventilated, furnished. He did not know how the teachers were chosen, and though he chanted one of the boasts of Zenith is that we pay our teachers adequately, that was because he had read the statement in the Advocate-Times. Himself, he could not have given the average salary of teachers in Zenith or anywhere else. He had heard it said that conditions in the county jail and the Zenith City prison were not very scientific. He had, with indignation at the criticism of Zenith, skimmed through a report in which the notorious pessimist Seneca Doane, the radical lawyer, asserted that to throw boys and young girls into a bullpen crammed with men suffering from syphilis, delirium torments, and insanity was not the perfect way of educating them. He had controverted the report by growling, Folks that think a jail ought to be a bloomin' hotel, make me sick. If people don't like a jail, let 'em behave themselves and keep out of it. Besides, these reform cranks always exaggerate it."
That was the beginning and quite completely the end of his investigation into Zenith Charities and Corrections. And as to the vice districts, he brightly expressed it,
"Those are things that no decent man monkeys with. Besides, matter of fact, I'll tell you confidentially, it's a protection to our daughters and to decent women to have a district where tough nuts can raise Cain. Keeps 'em away from our own homes."
As to industrial conditions, however, Babbitt had thought a great deal, and his opinions may be coordinated as follows.
A good labor union is of value because it keeps out radical unions, which would destroy property. No one ought to be forced to belong to a union, however. All labor agitators who try to force men to join a union should be hanged. In fact, just between ourselves, there oughtn't to be any unions allowed at all. And as it's the best way of fighting the unions, every businessman ought to belong to an employers' association and to the Chamber of Commerce. In union there is strength. So any selfish hog who doesn't join the Chamber of Commerce ought to be forced to.
In nothing, as the expert on whose advice families moved to new neighborhoods to live there for a generation, was Babbitt, more splendidly innocent than in the science of sanitation. He did not know a malaria-bearing mosquito from a bat. He knew nothing about tests of drinking water, and in the matters of plumbing and sewage he was as unlearned as he was voluble. He often referred to the excellence of the bathrooms in the houses he sold. He was fond of explaining why it was that no European ever bathed. Someone had told him, when he was 22, that all cesspools are unhealthy, and he still denounced them. If a client impertinently wanted him to sell a house which had a cesspool, Babbitt always spoke about it before accepting the house and selling it. When he laid out the Glen Oriole acreage development, when he ironed woodland and dipping meadow into a glenless, orioleless, sunburnt, flat, prickly, with small boards displaying the names of imaginary streets, he righteously put in a complete sewage system. It made him feel superior. It enabled him to sneer privily at the Martin Lambsman development, Avonlea, which had a cesspool, and it provided a chorus for the full-page advertisements in which he announced the beauty, convenience, cheapness, and supererogatory healthfulness of Glen Oriole. The only flaw was that Glen Oriole sewers had insufficient outlet, so the waste remained in them, not very agreeably, while the Avonlea cesspool was a warring septic tank. The whole of the Glen Oriole project was a suggestion that Babbitt, though he really did not hate men recognized as swindlers, was not too unreasonably honest. Operators and buyers prefer that brokers should not be in competition with them as operators and buyers themselves, but attend to their clients' interests only. It was supposed that the Babbitt-Thompson Company were merely agents for Glen Oriole, serving the real owner, Jake Offutt. But the fact was that Babbitt and Thompson owned 62% of the Glen. The president and purchasing agent of the Zenith Street Traction Company owned 28%, and Jake Offutt, a gang politician, a small manufacturer, a tobacco-chewing old factory store who enjoyed dirty politics, business diplomacy, and cheating at poker, had only 10%, which Babbitt and the traction officials had given him for fixing health inspectors and fire inspectors, and a member of the State Transportation Commission. But Babbitt was virtuous. He advocated, though he did not practice, the prohibition of alcohol. He praised, though he did not obey, the laws against motor speeding. He paid his debts. He contributed to the church, the Red Cross, and the Y.M.C.A. He followed the custom of his clan, and cheated only as it was sanctified by precedent, and he never descended into trickery, though, as he explained to Paul Riesling,
"Course, I don't mean to say that I ever had write it literally true, or that I always believe everything I say when I give some buyer a good strong selling spiel. You see, you can see it like this. In the first place, maybe the owner of the property exaggerated when he put it into my hands, and it certainly isn't my place to go proving my principal a liar. And then most folks are so darn crooked themselves that they expect a fellow to do a little lying. So if I was fool enough to never whoop at the ante, I'd get the credit for lying anyway, in self-defense. I got to toot my own horn, like a lawyer defending his client. His burden duty, ain't it, to bring out the poor dub's good points? Why, the judge himself would bawl out a lawyer if he didn't, even if they both knew the guy was guilty. But even so, I don't pad out the truth like Cecil Rountree, or Thayer, or the rest of those reelers. In fact, I think a fellow that's willing to deliberately up and profit by lying ought to be shot."
Babbitt's value to his clients was rarely better shown than this morning, in the conference at 11:30 between himself, Conrad Leidy, and Archibald Purdy. 5. Conrad Leidy was a real estate speculator. He was a nervous speculator. Before he gambled, he consulted bankers, lawyers, architects, contracting builders, and all of their clerks and stenographers who were willing to be cornered and give him advice. He was a bold entrepreneur, and he desired nothing more than complete safety in his investments, freedom from attention to details, and the 30 or 40% profit which, according to all authorities, a pioneer deserves for his risks and foresight. He was a stubby man with a cap-like mass of short gray curls and clothes which, no matter how well cut, seemed shaggy. Below his eyes were semicircular hollows, as though silver dollars had been pressed against them and left an imprint. Particularly and always, Leighty consulted Babbitt, and trusted in his slow cautiousness. 6 months ago Babbitt had learned that one Archibald Purdy, a grocer in the indecisive residential district known as Linden, was talking of opening a butcher shop besides his grocery. Looking up the ownership of adjoining parcels of land, Babbitt found that Purdy owned his present shop, but did not own the one available lot adjoining. He advised Conrad Leighty to purchase this lot for $11,000, though an appraisal on basis of rents did not indicate its value as above $9,000. The rents, declared Babbitt, were too low, and by waiting they could make Purdy come to their price. This was vision. He had to bully Leighty into buying. His first act as agent for Leighty was to increase the rent of the battered store building on the lot. The tenant said a number of rude things, but he paid. Now Purdy seemed ready to buy, and his delay was going to cost him $10,000 extra. The reward paid by the community to Mr. Conrad Leighty for the virtue of employing a broker who had vision, and who understood talking points, strategic values, key situation, under-appraisals, and the psychology of salesmanship. Leighty came to the conference exultantly. He was fond of Babbitt this morning, and called him Old Hoss. Purdy the grocer, a long-nosed man and solemn, seemed to care less for Babbitt and for vision, but Babbitt met him at the street door of the office and guided him toward the private room with the affectionate little cries of, "This way, Brother Purdy." He took from the correspondence file the entire box of cigars and forced them on his guests. He pushed their chairs 2 inches forward and 3 inches back, which gave a hospitable note, then leaned back on his desk chair and looked plump and jolly. But he spoke to the weakling grocer with firmness. "Well, Brother Purdy, we've been having some pretty tempting offers from butchers and a slew of other folks for that lot next to your store, but I persuaded Brother Leighty that we ought to give you a shot at the property first. I said to Leighty, it'd be a rotten shame. I said, if somebody went and opened a combination grocery and meat market right next door and ruined Purdy's nice little business, especially," Babbitt leaned forward and his voice was harsh, "it would be hard luck if one of those cash-and-carry chain stores got in there and started cutting prices below cost till they got rid of competition, force you to the wall." Purdy snatched his thin hands from his pockets, pulled up his trousers, thrust his hands back into his pockets, tilted in the heavy oak chair, and tried to look amused as he struggled. Yes, or bad competition, but I guess you don't realize the pulling power that personality has in a neighborhood business." The great Babbitt smiled. "That's so. Just as you feel, old man. We thought we'd give you first chance. All right, then." "Now look here," Purdy wailed. "I know for a fact that a piece of property about same size, right near, sold for less than $8,500 2 years ago, and here you fellows are asking me $24,000. Why, I'd have a mortgage. I wouldn't mind so much paying $12,000, but why, good God, Mr. Babbitt, you're asking more than twice its value, and threaten to ruin me if I don't take it."
Purdy, I don't like your way of talking. I don't like it one little bit. Supposing Lyte and I were stinking enough to want to ruin any fellow human, don't you suppose we know it's to our own selfish interest to have everybody in Zenith prosperous? But all this is beside the point. Tell you what we'll do. We'll come down to 23,500 down, and the rest on mortgage. And if you want to wreck the old shack and rebuild, I guess I can get Lyte here to loosen up for a building mortgage on good liberal terms. Heavens, man, we'd be glad to oblige you. We don't like those foreign grocery trusts any better than you do. But it isn't reasonable to expect us to sacrifice 11,000 or more just for neighbors, is it? How about it, Lyte? You willing to come down?"
By warmly taking Purdy's part, Babbitt persuaded the benevolent Mr. Lyte to reduce his price to $21,000. At the right moment, Babbitt snatched from a drawer the agreement he had Miss McGowan type out a week ago and thrust it into Purdy's hands. He genially shook his fountain pen to make certain that it was flowing, handed it to Purdy, and approvingly watched him sign. The work of the world was being done. Lyte had made something over $9,000. Babbitt had made a $450 commission. Purdy had, by the sensitive mechanism of modern finance, been provided with a business building, and soon the happy inhabitants of Linden would have meat lavished upon them at prices only a little higher than those downtown. It had been a manly battle, but after it Babbitt drooped. This was the only really amusing contest he had been planning. There was nothing ahead save details of leases, appraisals, and mortgages. He muttered,
Makes me sick to think of Lyte carrying off most of the profit when I did all the work. The old skinflint. And what else have I got to do today? Like to take a good long vacation, motor trip or something."
He sprang up, rekindled by the thought of lunching with Paul Riesling. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt, by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 5. Babbitt's preparations for leaving the office to its feeble self during the hour and a half of his lunch period were somewhat less elaborate than the plans for a general European war. He fretted to Miss McGowan,
"What time are you going to lunch?" "Well, make sure Miss Bannigan is in then. Explain to her that if Weinfeld calls up, she's to tell him I'm already having this title traced. And oh, by the way, remind me tomorrow to have Penniman trace it. Now, if anybody comes in looking for a cheap house, remember, we got to shove that Bangor Road place off onto somebody. If you need me, I'll be at the athletic club, and, I'll be back by 2.
He dusted the cigar ashes off his vest. He placed a difficult unanswered letter on the pile of unfinished work, that he might not fail to attend to it that afternoon. For 3 noons now he had placed that same letter on the unfinished pile. He scrawled on a sheet of yellow backing paper the memorandum,
"See about apartment HDRS,"
which gave him an agreeable feeling of having already seen about the apartment house doors. He discovered that he was smoking another cigar. He threw it away, protesting,
"Darn it, thought you'd quit the damn smoking."
He courageously returned the cigar box to the correspondence file, locked it up, hid the key in a more difficult place, and raged,
"Ought to take care of it myself. Need more exercise. Walk to the club every single noon. Just what I'll do. Cut out this motoring all the time." The resolution made him feel exemplary. Immediately after he decided that this noon it was too late to walk. It took but little more time to start his car and edge it into the traffic than it would have taken to walk the 3.5 blocks to the club. 2. As he drove, he glanced with fondness of familiarity at the buildings. A stranger suddenly dropped into the business center of Zenith. Could not have told whether he was in a city of Oregon or Georgia, Ohio or Maine, Oklahoma or Manitoba, but to Babbitt every inch was individual and stirring. As always, he noted that the California building across the way was 3 stories lower, therefore 3 stories less beautiful than his own Reeves building. As always, when he passed the Parthenon shoeshine parlor, a 1-story hut which, beside the granite and red-brick ponderness of the old California building, resembled a bath-house under a cliff, he commented, "Gosh, ought to get my shoes shined this afternoon. Keep forgetting it." At the Simplex office furniture shop, the National Cash Register Agency, he yearned for a dictaphone, for a typewriter, which would add and multiply as a poet yearns for quartos or a physician for radium. At the Newby menswear shop he took his left hand off the steering wheel to touch his scarf, and thought well of himself as one who bought expensive ties and could pay cash for 'em, too, by golly. And at the United Cigar Store, with its crimson and gold alertness, he reflected, "Wonder if I need some cigars. Idiot! Plumb forgot. Going to cut down my fool smoking." He looked at his bank, the Miners and Drovers National, and considered how clever and solid he was to bank with so marbled an establishment. His high moment came in the clash of traffic, when he was halted at the corner beneath the lofty Second National Tower. His car was banked with 4 others in a line of steel restless as cavalry, while the cross-town traffic, limousines and enormous moving vans and insistent motorcycles, poured by. On the further corner, pneumatic riveters rang on the sun-plated skeleton of a new building, and out of this tornado flashed the inspiration of a familiar face, and a fellow booster shouted, "Hey, how you, Georgie?" Babbitt waved in neighborly affection, and slid on with the traffic as the policeman lifted his hand. He noted how quickly his car picked up. He felt superior and powerful, like a shuttle of polished steel darting in a vast machine. As always, he ignored the next 2 blocks, decayed blocks not yet reclaimed from the grime and shabbiness of the Zenith of 1885. While he was passing the 5 and 10-cent store, the Dakota Lodging House, Concordia Hall with its lodge rooms, and the offices of fortune-tellers and chiropractors, he thought of how much money he made, and he boasted a little and worried a little, and did old familiar sums. 450 plunks this morning from the land deal, but taxes due. Let's see. I ought to pull out 8,000 net this year and save 1,500 of that. No, not if I put up the garage, and let's see, 640 clear last month, and 12 times 640 makes, let's see, 6 times 12 is 7,200, and, all rats, anyway, I'll make 8,000. Gee, now, that's not so bad. Mighty good fellows pulling down $8,000 a year. 8,000 good hard iron dollars. Bet there isn't more than 5% of the people in the whole United States that make more than Uncle George does, by golly. Right up at the top of the heap. But why, expenses are family waste and gasoline, always dressed like millionaires and sending that 80 a month to mother, and all these stenographers and salesmen gouging me for every cent they can get." The effect of his scientific budget planning was that he felt at once triumphantly wealthy and perilously poor, and in the midst of these dissertations he stopped his car, rushed into a small news and miscellany shop, and bought the electric cigar lighter which he had coveted for a week. He dodged his conscience by being jerky and noisy, and by shouting at the clerk, "Guess this'll pretty near pay for itself in matches, eh?" It was a pretty thing, a nickel cylinder with an almost silvery socket, to be attached to the dashboard of his car. It was not only, as the placard on the counter observed, a dainty little refinement lending the last touch of class to the gentleman's auto, but a priceless time-saver. By freeing him from halting the car to light a match,
It would, in a month or two, easily save 10 minutes. As he drove on, he glanced at it.
"Pretty nice. Always wanted one," he said wistfully. "The one thing a smoker needs, too."
Then he remembered that he had given up smoking.
"Darn it!" he mourned. "Oh, well, I guess I'll hit a cigar once in a while, and be a great convenience for other folks. Might make just a difference in getting chummy with some fellow that would put over sailing. Certainly looks nice there. Certainly a mighty clever little jigger. Gives the last touch of refinement and class, and by golly, I guess I can afford it if I want to. Not going to be the only member of this family never has a single doggone luxury."
Thus, laden with treasure, after 3.5 blocks of romantic adventure, he drove up to the club. 3. The Zenith Athletic Club is not athletic, and it isn't exactly a club, but it is Zenith in perfection. It has an active and smoke-misted billiard room. It is represented by baseball and football teams, and in the pool and gymnasium a tenth of the members sporadically try to reduce. But most of its 3,000 members use it as a cafe in which to lunch, play cards, tell stories, meet customers, and entertain out-of-town uncles at dinner. It is the largest club in the city, and its chief hatred is the conservative Union Club, which all sound members of the Athletic call a rotten, snobbish, dull, expensive old hole. Not one good mixer in the place. You couldn't hire me to join. Statistics show that no member of the Athletic has ever refused election to the Union, and of those who are elected, 67% resign from the Athletic and thereafter heard to say in a drowsy sanctity of the Union lounge,
"Oh, the Athletic would be a pretty good hotel if it were more exclusive."
The Athletic Club building is 9 stories high, yellow brick, with glossy roof garden above the portico of huge limestone columns below. The lobby, with its thick pillars of porous kinning stone, its pointed vaulting, and a brown glazed tile floor, like well-baked bread crust, is a combination of cathedral crypt and rathskeller. The members rush into the lobby as though they were shopping, and had much time for it. Thus did Babbitt enter, and to the group standing by the cigar counter he whooped,
"How's the boys? How's the boys? Well, well, fine day."
Jovially they whooped back. Virgil Gunch, the coal dealer; Sidney Finkelstein, the ladies' ready-to-wear buyer for Parcher and Stearns department store; and Professor Joseph K. Pumphrey, owner of the Right Way Business College and instructor in public speaking, business English, scenario writing, and commercial law. Though Babbitt admired the savant and appreciated Sidney Finkelstein as a mighty smart buyer and a good liberal spender, it was to Virgil Gunch that he turned with enthusiasm. Mr. Gunch was the president of the Boosters Club, a weekly lunch club, local chapter of a national organization which promoted sound business and friendliness among regular fellows. He was also no less an official than esteemed leading knight in the benevolent and protective order of the Elks, and it was rumored that at the next election he would be a candidate for exalted ruler. He was a jolly man, given to oratory and to chumminess with the arts. He called on the famous actors and vaudeville artists when they came to town, gave them cigars, addressed them by their first names, and sometimes succeeded in bringing them to the Booster Club lunches to give the boys a free entertainment. He was a large man with Herrenbrosse, and he knew the latest jokes, but he played poker close to the chest. It was at his party that Babbitt had sucked in the virus of today's restlessness.
Gunch shouted, "How was the old Bolshevsky? How do you feel the morning after the night before?" "Oh, boy, some head! That was a regular party you threw, Verge. Hope you haven't forgotten I took that last cute little jackpot," Babbitt bellowed.
He was 3 feet from Gunch.
"That's all right now. What I'll hand you next time, Georgie. Say, did you notice in the paper the way the New York Assembly stood up to the Reds?" "You bet I did. That was fine. Nice day today."
"Yes, it's one mighty fine spring day, but night's still cold."
"Yeah, you're right, they are. Had to have a couple blankets last night on the sleeping porch. Say, Sid," Babbitt turned to Finkelstein, the buyer, "got something I want to ask you about. I went out and bought me an electric cigar lighter for the car this noon, and—"
"Good hunch," said Finkelstein, while even the learned Professor Pumperoy, a bulbous man with a pepper and salt cutaway and a pipe organ voice, commented, "That's a dandy accessory. Cigarette lighter gives tone to the dashboard." "Yep. Finally decided I'd buy me one. Got the best on the market. Clerk said it was. Paid $5 for it. Just wondering if I got stuck. What they charge for 'em at your store, Sid?" Finkelstein asserted that $5 was not too great a sum, not for a really high-class lighter which was suitably nickeled and provided with connections of the very best quality. "I always say, and believe me, I based it on a pretty fairly extensive mercantile experience, the best is the cheapest in the long run. Of course, if a fellow wants to be a Jew about it, he could get cheap junk, but in the long run, the cheapest thing is the best you can get. Now you take this the other day I got a new top from Old Boat and some upholstery, and I paid out $126.50. And of course a lot of fellows would say that was too much. Lord, if the old folks, they live in one of these hick towns upstate, and they simply can't get on to the way a city fellow's mind works. And then, of course, they're Jews, and they'd lie down and die if they knew that Sid added up 126 bones. But I don't figure I was stuck, George, not a bit. Machine looks brand new. Not that it's so darned old, of course. It's had less than 3 years, but I give it a hard service. Never drive less than 100 miles on Sunday. I really don't think you got stuck, George. In the long run, the best is, you might say, it's unquestionably the cheapest." "That's right," said Vergil Gunch. "That's the way I look at it. If a fellow is keyed up to what you might call intensive living, the way you get it here in Zenith, all the hustle and mental activity that's going on with a bunch of live wires like the boosters and here at the ZAC, why, he's got to save his nerves by having the best." Babbitt nodded his head at every fifth word in the roaring rhythm, and the conclusion in Gunch's renowned humorous vein. He was enchanted. "Still, at that, George, don't know as you can afford it. I've heard your business is kind of under the eye of the government since you stole the tail of Eathorne Park and sold it." "Oh, you're a great little josher, Verge. But when it comes to kidding, how about this report that you stole the black marble steps off the post office and sold them for a high-grade coal?" In delight, Babbitt patted Gunch's back and stroked his arm. "That's all right. But what I want to know is who's the real estate shark that bought that coal for his apartment houses?" "I guess that'll hold you for a while, Georgie," said Finkelstein.
"I'll tell you, though, boys, what I did here. George's missus went into the gents' wear department at Parcher's to buy him some collars, and before she could give his neck size, the clerk slips her some 13s. 'How's you know the size?' says Miss Babbitt. And the clerk says, 'Men that let their wives buy collars for 'em always wear 13, madam.' How's that? That's pretty good, eh? How's that, eh? I guess that'll about fix you, George."
I Babbitt sought for amiable insults in answer. He stopped, stared at the door. Paul Riesling was coming in. Babbitt cried,
"See you later, boys,"
and hastened across the lobby. He was, just then, neither the sulky child of the sleeping porch, the domestic tyrant of the breakfast table, the crafty money-changer of the Lighty-Purdy Conference, nor the blaring good fellow, the josher and regular guy of the athletic club. He was an older brother to Paul Riesling, swift to defend him, admiring him with proud, incredulous love, passing the love of women. Paul and he shook hands solemnly. They smiled as shyly as though they had been parted 3 years, not 3 days, and they said, "How's the old horse thief?"
"All right, I guess. How you poor shrimp?"
"I'm first rate, you second-hand hunk of cheese." Reassured thus of their fondness, Babbitt grunted,
"You're a fine guy, you are. 10 minutes late."
Riesling laughed. "Well, you're lucky to have a chance to have lunch with a gentleman." They grinned and went into the Norwegian watch-room, where a line of men bent over the bowls insert along a prestigious slab of marble, as in religious prostration before their own images in the massy mirror. Voices, thick, satisfied, authoritative, hurled along the marble walls, bounded from the ceiling of lavender-colored milky tiles, while the lords of the city, the barons of insurance and law and fertilizers and motor tires, laid down the law for Zenith, announced that the day was warm indeed, indisputably of spring, that wages were too high and the interest on mortgages too low, that Babe Ruth, the eminent player of baseball, was a noble man, and that those two nuts at the Climax Vaudeville Theater this week certainly are a slick pair of actors. Babbitt, though ordinarily his voice was the surest and most episcopal of all, was silent in the presence of the slight, dark reticence of Paul Riesling. He was awkward. He desired to be quiet and firm and deft. The entrance lobby of the athletic club was Gothic, the washroom Roman Imperial, the lounge Spanish Mission, and the reading room in Chinese Chippendale, but the gem of the club was the dining room, the masterpiece of Ferdinand Reitman, Zenith's busiest architect. It was lofty and half-timbered, with Tudor-leaded casements, an oriel, a somewhat musicianless musician's gallery, and tapestries believed to illustrate the granting of Magna Carta. The open beams had been hand-azed by Jake Offutt's Car Body Works. The hinge were of hand-wrought iron, the waistcoat studded with hand-made wooden pegs, and at one end of the room was a heraldic and hooded stone fireplace, which the club's advertising pamphlet asserted not only to be larger than any of the fireplaces in European castles, but of a draught incomparably more scientific. It was also much cleaner, as no fire had ever been built in it. Half of the tables were mammoth slabs, which seated 20 or 30 men. Babbitt usually sat at the one near the door, with a group including Gunch, Finkelstein, Professor Pumphrey, Howard Littlefield, his neighbor T. Cholmondeley Fink, the poet and advertising agent, and Orville Jones, whose laundry was in many ways the best in Zenith. They composed a club within the club. They merrily called themselves the Roughnecks. Today, as he passed their table, the Roughnecks greeted him. "Come on, sit down. You and Paul too proud to feed with poor folks? Afraid somebody might stick you for a bottle of Bevo? George, strikes me as you swells are getting awful darn exclusive." He thundered, "You bet! We can't afford to have our reps ruined by being seen with you tightwads," and guided Paul to one of the small tables beneath the musicians' gallery. He felt guilty. At the Zenith Athletic Club privacy was very bad form, but he wanted Paul to himself. That morning he had advocated lighter lunches, and now he ordered nothing but English mutton chop, radishes, peas, deep-dish apple pie, a bit of cheese, and a pot of coffee with cream, adding, as he did invariably, "And, you might give me an order of French fried potatoes." When the chop came, he vigorously peppered it and salted it. He always peppered and salted his meat, and vigorously, before tasting it. Paul and he took up the spring-like quality of the spring, the virtues of the electric cigar lighter, and the action of the New York State Assembly. It was not until Babbitt was thick and disconsolate with mutton grease that he flung out, "I wound up a nice little deal with Conrad Lighty this morning, and put 500 good plunks in my pocket. Pretty nice, pretty nice. And yet I don't know what's the matter with me today. Maybe it's an attack of spring fever, or staying up too late at Verge Gunch's, or maybe it's just the winter's work piling up. But I felt kind of down in the mouth all day long. Of course I wouldn't beef about it to fellows at the Roughnecks table there, but you ever feel that way, Paul? Kind of comes over me here. I've pretty much done all the things I ought to do. Supported my family, and got a good house, and a six-cylinder car. Built up a nice little business. I haven't any vices, especially except smoking, and I'm practically cutting that one out, by the way. And I belong to the church and play enough golf to keep in trim, and I only associate with good, decent fellows. And yet, even so, I don't know that I'm entirely satisfied." It was drawled out, broken by shouts from the neighboring tables, by mechanical love-making to the waitresses, by strenuous grunts as the coffee filled him with dizziness and indigestion. He was apologetic and doubtful, and it was Paul, with his thin voice, who pierced the fault. "Good Lord, George, you don't suppose it's any novelty to me to find that we hustlers that think we're so all-fired successful aren't getting much out of it? You look as if you expected me to report you as sedacious. You know what my own life's been." "I know, old man." "I ought to have been a fiddler, and I'm a peddler of tar roofing. And Zilla, oh, I don't want to squeal, but
you know as well as I do about how inspiring a wife she is. Typical instance last evening. We went to the movies. There was a big crowd waiting in the lobby, us at the tail end. She began to push right through it with her "Sir, how dare you" manner. Honestly, sometimes when I look at her and see how she's always so made up and stinking of perfume and looking for trouble and kind of always yelping, "I'll tell you, I'm a lady, damn you," why, I want to kill her. Well, she keeps elbowing through the crowd, me after her, feeling good and ashamed, till she's almost up at the velvet rope and ready to be next let in. But there was a little squirt of a man there, probably been waiting half an hour. I kind of admired the little cuss. And he turns to Zillia and says, perfectly polite, "Madam, why are you trying to push past me?" And she simply, God, I was so ashamed, she rips out at him, "You're no gentleman." And she drags me into it and hollers, "Paul, this person insulted me." And the poor skate, he got ready to fight. I made out I hadn't heard him. Sure, same as you wouldn't hear a boiler factory, and tried to look away. I can tell you exactly how every tile looks in the ceiling of that lobby. There's one with brown spots on it like the face of the devil, and all the time the people there, they were packed in like sardines. They kept making remarks about us, and Zilly went right on talking about the little chap, and screeching that folks like him oughtn't to be admitted in a place that's supposed to be for ladies and gentlemen. And, Paul, will you kindly call the manager so I can report this dirty rat? And, well, maybe I wasn't glad when I could sneak inside and hide in the dark. After 24 years of that kind of thing, you don't expect me to fall down and foam at the mouth when you hint that this sweet, clean, respectable, moral life isn't all it's cracked up to be, do you? I can't even talk about it, except to you, because anybody else would think I was yellow. Maybe I am. Don't care any longer. Gosh, you've had to stand a lot of whining for me, first and last, Georgie. Rats! Now, Paul, you'll never really what you could call whined. Sometimes I'm always blowing on Myra and the kids about that whale of a realtor I am, and yet sometimes I get a sneaking idea I'm not such a Pierpont Morgan as I let on to be. But if I ever do help by jawing you along, old Paul Insky, I guess maybe St. Pete may let me in after all. Yeah, you're a blowhard, Georgie, you cheerful cutthroat, but you've certainly kept me going. Well, why don't you divorce Celia? Why don't I? If I only could. If she'd just give me the chance. You couldn't hire her to divorce me, no, nor desert me. She's too fond of her 3 squares and a few pounds of nut-centered chocolates in between. If she'd only be what they call unfaithful to me, George. I don't want to be too much of a stinker. Back in college, I'd have thought a man who could say that ought to be shot at sunrise. But honestly, I'd be tickled to death if she'd really go making love with somebody. Fat chance, of course. She'll flirt with anything, but you know how she holds her hands and laughs. That laugh, that horrible brassy laugh, the way she yaps, "You naughty man, you better be careful or my big husband will be after you." And the guy looking me over and thinking, "Why, you cute little thing, you run away now or I'll spank you." And she'll let him go just far enough so she gets some excitement out of it, and then she'll begin to do the injured innocent and have a beautiful time wailing. I don't think you were that kind of a person. They talk about the demi-virgins of stories. These what? But the wise, hard, consorted old married women like Zillia are worse than any bobbed-haired girl that ever went boldly out in this here storm of life and kept her umbrella slid up her sleeve. But rats, you know what Zilla is, how she nags, how she wants everything I can buy her and a lot that I can't, and how absolutely unreasonable she is, and what I get sore and try to have it out on her what she plays the perfect lady so well that even I get fooled and get all tangled up in a lot of why did you says and I didn't means. I'll tell you, Georgie, you know my tastes are pretty fairly simple in the matter of food, at least. Of course, as you're always complaining, I do like decent cigars, not those Flor de Cabagos you're smoking. That's all right now. That's a good two-for. By the way, Paul, did I tell you I decided to practically cut out smoke?
Yes, you. At the same time, if I can't get what I like, why, I can do without it. I don't mind sitting down to burnt steak with canned peaches and store cake for a thrilling little dessert afterwards, but I do draw the line at having to sympathize with Zilla because she's so rotten bad-tempered that the cook has quit, and she's been so busy sitting in a dirty lace negligee all afternoon reading about some brave, manly Western hero that she hasn't had time to do any cooking. You're always talking about morals, meaning monogamy, I suppose. You've been the rock of ages to me, all right, but you're essentially a simp. You
What do you get that simp, little man? Let me tell you.
love to look earnest and inform the world that it's the duty of responsible businessmen to be strictly moral, as an example to the community. In fact, you're so earnest about morality, old George, that I hate to think how essentially immoral you must be underneath. All right, you can
Wait now, what's...
talk about morals all you want to, old thing, but believe me, if it hadn't been for you and an occasional evening playing of the violin to Terrell O'Farrell's Ocello, and 3 or 4 darling girls that let me forget this beastly joke they call respectable life, I'd have killed myself years ago. And business, the roofing business, roofs for cowsheds. Oh, I don't mean I haven't had a lot of fun out in the game, out of putting it over on the labor unions and seeing the big check coming in and the business increasing. But what's the use of it? You know my business isn't distributing roofing. It's principally keeping my competitors from distributing roofing. Same as with you. All we do is cut each other's throats and make the public pay for it.
Look here now, Paul, you're pretty darn near talking socialism.
Oh, yes, of course. I don't really exactly mean that. Suppose, of course, competition brings out the best, survival of the fittest, but I mean, take all those fellows we know, the kind right here in the club, now, that seem to be perfectly content with their home life and their businesses, and that boosts Zenith and the Chamber of Commerce and holler for a million population. I bet if you could cut into their heads, you'd find that 1/3 of them are sure enough satisfied with their wives and kids and friends in their offices, and 1/3 feel kind of restless, but won't admit it, and 1/3 are miserable, and know it. They hate the whole peppy, boosting, go-ahead game, and they're bored with their wives, and think their families are fools. At least when they come to 40 or 45, they're bored, and they hate business, and they go. Why do you suppose there's so many mysterious suicides? Why do you suppose so many substantial citizens jumped right into the war? Think it was all patriotism?"
Babbitt snorted. What do you expect? Think we were sent into the world to have a soft time and, what is it, float on flowery beds of ease? Think man was made just to be happy?
Why not? Though I've never discovered anybody that knew what the deuce man really was made for.
Well, we know, not just in the Bible alone, but it stands to reason. A man who doesn't buckle down and do his duty, even if it does bore him sometimes, is nothing but well, he's simply a weakling. Mollycoddle, in fact. And what do you advocate? Come down to cases. If a man is bored by his wife, do you seriously mean he has a right to chuck her and take a sneak, or even kill himself?
Good Lord, I don't know what's right man has, and I don't know the solutions of boredom. If I did, I'd be the one philosopher that had the cure for living. But I do know that about 10 times as many people find their lives dull and unnecessarily dull as ever admit it. And I do believe that if we busted out and admitted it sometimes, instead of being nice and patient and loyal for 60 years, and then nice and patient and dead for the rest of eternity, why, maybe, possibly, we might make life more fun. They drifted into a maze of speculation. Babbitt was elephantishly uneasy. Paul was bold, but not quite sure about what he was being bold. Now and then Babbitt suddenly agreed with Paul in an admission which contradicted all his defense of duty and Christian patience, and at each admission he had a curious, reckless joy. He said at last,
Look here, old Paul, you do a lot of talking about kicking things in the face, but you never kick. Why don't you? Nobody does. Habit too strong. But Georgie, I've been thinking of 1 mile bat. Oh, don't worry, old pillar of monogamy. It's highly proper. It seems to be settled now, isn't it? Though, of course, Zilla keeps rooting for a nice, expensive vacation in New York and Atlantic City, with the bright lights and the bootlegged cocktails and a bunch of lounge lizards to dance with. But the Babbitts and the Rieslings are sure enough going to Lake Sunasquam, aren't we? Why couldn't you and I make some excuse, say business in New York, and get up to Maine 4 or 5 days before they do, and just loaf by ourselves and smoke and cuss and be natural?"
"Great! Great idea!"
Babbitt admired. Not for 14 years had he taken a holiday without his wife,
And neither of them quite believed they could commit this audacity.
many members of the athletic club did go camping without their wives,
But they were officially dedicated to fishing and hunting, whereas the sacred and unchangeable sports of Babbitt and Paul Riesling were golfing, motoring, and bridge. For either the fishermen or the golfers to have changed their habits would have been an infraction of their self-imposed discipline, which would have shocked all right-thinking and regularized citizens.
Babbitt blustered, "Why don't we just put our foot down and say, 'We're going ahead of you,' and that's all there is to it? Nothing criminal in it. Simply say to Zilla—"
Don't say anything to Zilla simply. Why, Georgie, she's almost as much of a moralist as you are, and if I told her the truth, she'd believe we were going to meet some dames in New York, and even Myra. She never nags you the way Zilla does, but she'd worry. She'd say, 'Don't you want me to go to Maine with you? I shouldn't dream of going unless you wanted me,' and you'd give in to save her feelings.
"Oh, the devil! Let's have a shot at duck-pins."
During the game of duck-pins, a juvenile form of bowling, Paul was silent. As they came down the steps of the club, not more than half an hour after the time at which Babbitt had sternly told Miss McGowan he would be back, Paul sighed, "Look here, old man, oughtn't to talk about Zilla the way I did."
"Rats, old man lifts off steam."
"Oh, I know. After spending all noon sneering at the conventional stuff, I'm conventional enough to be ashamed of saving my life by busting out with my fool troubles."
"Oh, Paul, your nerves are kind of on the bum. I'm going to take you away. I'm going to rig this thing. I'm going to have an important deal in New York, and sure, of course, I'll need you to advise me on the roof of the building, and the old deal will fall through, and there'll be nothing for us but to go on ahead to Maine. Paul, when it comes right down to it, I don't care whether you bust loose or not. I do like having a rep for being one of the bunch, but if you ever need me, I'd chuck it and come out for you every time. Not, of course, but what you're, of course, I don't mean you'd ever do anything that would put a decent position on the Fritz, but see what I mean? I'm kind of a clumsy old codger, and I need your fine Ioletian hand. Oh, hell, I can't stand here gassing all day. On the job. So long. Don't take any wooden nickels, Paulibus. See you soon. So long."
End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 6. He forgot Paul Riesling in an afternoon of not unagreeable details. After a return to his office, which seemed to have staggered on without him, he drove a prospect out to view a four-flat tenement in the Linton district. He was inspired by the customer's admiration of the new cigar lighter. Thrice its novelty made him use it, and thrice he hurled half-smoked cigarettes from the car, protesting,
"I gotta quit smoking so blame much."
Their ample discussion of every detail of the cigar lighter led them to speak of electric flat-irons and bed-warmers. Babbitt apologized for being so shabbily old-fashioned as still to use a hot-water bottle, and he announced that he would have the sleeping porch wired at once. He had enormous and poetic admiration, though very little understanding, of all mechanical devices. They were his symbols of truth and beauty. Regarding each new intricate mechanism, metal lathe, two-jet carburetor, machine gun, acetylene welder. He learned one good realistic-sounding phrase, and used it over and over with a delightful feeling of being technical and initiated. The customer joined him in the worship of machinery, and they came buoyantly up to the tenement and began that examination of plastic slate roof, calamine doors, and 7/8-inch blind-nailed flooring. Began those diplomacies of hurt surprise and readiness to be persuaded to do something they had already decided to do, which would some day result in a sale. On the way back, Babbitt picked up his partner and father-in-law, Henry T. Thompson, at his kitchen cabinet works, and they drove through South Zenith, a high-colored, banging, exciting region, new factories of Valhalla tile with gigantic wire-glass windows, surly old red brick factories stained with tar, high-perched water tanks, big red trucks like locomotives, and on a score of hectic side-tracks far-wandering freight cars from the New York Central and apple orchards, the Great Northern and wheat plateaus, the Southern Pacific and orange groves. They talked to the secretary of the Zenith Foundry Company about an interesting artistic project, a cast-iron fence for Linden Lane Cemetery. They drove on to the Zeeco Motor Company and interviewed the sales manager, Noel Ryland, about a discount on a Zeeco car for Thompson. Babbitt and Royland were fellow members of the Boosters Club, and no booster felt right if he bought anything from another booster without receiving a discount. But Henry Thompson growled, "Oh, to hell with them! I'm not going to crawl around mooching discounts, not from nobody." It was one of the differences between Thompson, the old-fashioned, lean Yankee, rugged, traditional stage type of American business man, and Babbitt, the plump, smooth, efficient, up-to-the-minute, and otherwise perfected modern. Whenever Thompson twanged, "Put your John Hancock on that line," Babbitt was as much amused by the antiquated provincialism as any proper Englishman by any American. He knew himself to be of a breeding altogether more aesthetic and sensitive than Thompson's. He was a college graduate. He played golf. He often smoked cigarettes instead of cigars, and when he went to Chicago he took a room with a private bath. "The whole thing is," he explained to Paul Riesling, "these old codgers lack the subtlety that you have today." This advance in civilization could be carried too far, Babbitt perceived. Noel Ryland, sales manager of the Zeeco, was a frivolous graduate of Princeton, while Babbitt was a sound and standard wearer from the great department store, the State University. Ryland wore spats. He wrote long letters about city planning and community singing, and though he was a booster, he was known to carry in his pocket small volumes of poetry in a foreign language. All this was going too far. Henry Thompson was the extreme of insularity, and Noel Ryland the extreme of frothiness, while between them, supporting the state, defending the evangelical churches, and domestic brightness and sound business, were Babbitt and his friends. With this just estimate of himself, and with the promise of a discount on Thompson's car, he returned to his office in triumph. But as he went through the corridor of the Reeves Building, he sighed, "Poor old Paul. I got to Oh, damn Noel Ryland, damn Charlie McKivity. Just because they make more money than I do, they think they're so superior. I wouldn't be found dead in their stuffy old Union Club. Somehow, today, I don't feel like going back to work. Oh, well." 2. He answered telephone calls. He read the 4 o'clock mail. He signed his morning's letters. He talked to a tenant about repairs. He fought with Stanley Graff. Young Graff, the outside salesman, was always hinting that he deserved an increase of commission, and today he complained, "I think I ought to get a bonus if I put through the Healer sale. I'm chasing around and working on it every single evening, almost." Babbitt frequently remarked to his wife that it was better to con your office help along and keep 'em happy, instead of jumping on 'em and poking 'em up. Get more work out of 'em that way. But this unexampled lack of appreciation hurt him, and he turned on Graff. "Look here, Stan, let's get this clear. You've got an idea somehow that it's you that do all the selling. Where'd you get that stuff? Where'd you think you'd be if it wasn't for our capital behind you, and our lists of properties, and all the prospects we find for you? All you got to do is follow up our tips and close the deal. The hall porter could sell Babbitt Thompson listings. You say you're engaged to a girl, but have to put in your evenings chasing for buyers. Well, why the devil shouldn't you? What do you want to do? Sit around holding her hand? Let me tell you, Stan, if your girl is worth her salt, she'll be glad to know you're out hustling, making some money to furnish the home nest instead of doing the lovey-dovey. The kind of fellow that kicks about working overtime, that wants to spend his evenings reading trashy novels or spooning and exchanging a lot of nonsense and foolishness with some girl, he ain't the kind of upstanding, energetic young man with a future and with vision that we want here. How about it? What's your ideal, anyway? Do you want to make money and be a responsible member of the community, or do you want to be a loafer with no inspiration or pep?" Graff was not so amiable to vision and ideals as usual. "You bet I want to make money. That's why I want that bonus. Honest, Mr. Babbitt, I don't want to get fresh, but this Heller house is a terror. Nobody'll fall for it. The flooring is rotten and the walls are full of cracks." "That's exactly what I mean. To a salesman with a love for his profession, it's hard problems like that that inspire him to do his best. Besides, Stan, matter of fact, Thompson and I are against bonuses, as a matter of principle. We like you, and we want to help you so you can get married, but we can't be unfair to the others on the staff. If we start giving you bonuses, don't you see we're going to hurt the feelings and be unjust to Penniman and Laylock? Right's right, and discrimination is unfair, and there ain't going to be any of it in this office. Don't get the idea, Stan, that because during the war salesmen were hard to hire, now when there's a lot of men out of work, there aren't a slew of bright young fellows that would be glad to step in and enjoy your opportunities and not act as if Thompson and I were his enemies and not do any work except for bonuses. How about it, eh? How about it?" "Oh, well, gee, of course," sighed Graff as he went out crabwise. Babbitt did not often squabble with his employees. He liked to like the people about him. He was dismayed when they did not like him. It was only when they attacked the sacred purse that he was frightened into a fury. But then, being a man given to oratory and high principles, he enjoyed the sound of his own vocabulary and the warmth of his own virtue. Today he had so passionately indulged in self-approval that he wondered whether he had been entirely just. "After all, Stan isn't a boy any more. Oughtn't to call him so hard. But rats, got to haul folks over the coals now and then for their own good. Unpleasant duty, but I wonder if Stan is sore. What's he saying to McGowan out there?" So chill a wind of hatred blew from the outer office that the normal comfort of his evening home-going was ruined. He was distressed by losing that approval of his employees to which an executive is always slave. Ordinarily he left the office with 1,000 enjoyable fussy directions to the effect that there would undoubtedly be important tasks tomorrow, and Miss McGowan and Miss Bannigan would do well to be there early, and for heaven's sake remind him to call up Cornell Lighty soon as he came in. Tonight he departed with feigned and apologetic liveliness. He was as afraid of his still-faced clerks, of the eyes focused on him. Miss McGowan staring with head lifted from her typing, Miss Bannigan looking over her ledger, Matt Penniman craning around at his desk in the dark alcove, Stanley Graff sullenly expressionless as a parvenu before the bleak promontory of his butler. He hated to expose his back to their laughter, and in his efforts to be casually merry he stammered and was raucously friendly and oozed wretchedly out the door. But he forgot his misery when he saw from Smith Street the charms of Floral Heights, the roofs of red tile and green slate, the shining new sun parlors, and the stainless walls. 3. He stopped to inform Howard Littlefield, his scholarly neighbor, that though the day had been springlike, the evening might be cold. He went in to shout, "Where are you?" at his wife, with no very definite desire to know where she was. He examined the lawn to see whether the furnace man had raked it properly. With some satisfaction and a good deal of discussion of the matter with Mrs. Babbitt, Ted, and Howard Littlefield, he concluded that the furnace man had not raked it properly. He cut 2 tufts of wild grass with his wife's largest dressmaking scissors. He informed Ted that it was all nonsense having a furnace man. "Big husky fellow like you ought to do all the work around the house." And privately he meditated that it was agreeable to have it known throughout the neighborhood that he was so prosperous that his son never worked around the house. He stood on the sleeping porch and did his day's exercises, arms out sideways for 2 minutes, up for 2 minutes, while he muttered, "Oughta take more exercise, keep in shape," then went in to see whether his collar needed changing before dinner. As usual, it apparently did not. The Lettish Croat maid, a powerful woman, beat the dinner gong. The roast beef, roasted potatoes, and string beans were excellent this evening, and after an adequate sketch of the day's progressive weather states, his $450 fee, his lunch with Paul Riesling, and the proven merits of the new cigar lighter, he was moved to a benign, "Sort of thinking about buying a new car. Don't believe we'll get one till next year, but still we might." Verona, the older daughter, cried, "Oh, Dad, if you do, why don't you get a sedan? That would be perfectly slick. A closed car is so much more comfy than an open one."
"Well, now, I don't know about that. I kind of like an open car. You get more fresh air that way."
"Oh, shoot. Just because you've never tried a sedan. Let's get one. It's got a lot more class," said Ted. "A closed car does keep the clothes nicer," from Mrs. Babbitt. "You don't get your hair all blown to pieces," from Verona. "It's a lot sportier," from Ted. And from Tinka the youngest, "Oh, let's have a sedan. Mary Ellen's father has got one." Ted wound up, "Oh, everybody's got a closed car now, except us." Babbitt faced them.
"I guess you got nothing very terrible to complain about, anyway. I don't keep a car just to enable you children to look like millionaires, and I like an open car, so you can put the top down on summer evenings and go out for a drive and get some good fresh air. Besides, closed car costs more money."
Gee whiz, if the Delapadors can afford a closed car, I guess we can," prodded Ted.
"Huh. I make 8,000 a year to his 7, but I don't blow it all in and waste it and throw it around the way he does. Don't believe in this business of going and spending a whole lot of money to show off and—"
They went with ardor and some thoroughness into the matters of streamlined bodies, hill-climbing power, wire wheels, chrome steel, ignition systems, and body colors. It was much more than a study of transportation. It was an aspiration for knightly rank. In the city of Zenith, in the barbarous 20th century, a family motor indicated its social rank as precisely as the grades of the prairies determined the rank of an English family. Indeed, more precisely. Considering the opinion of old country families upon newly created brewery barons and woolen mill viscounts, the details of precedence were never officially determined. There was no court to decide whether the second son of a Pierce Arrow limousine should go for dinner before the first son of a Buick Roadster. But of the respective social importance there was no doubt, and where Babbitt as a boy had aspired to the presidency, his son aspired to a Packard Twin Six and an established position in the motor gentry. The favor which Babbitt had won from his family by speaking of a new car evaporated as they realized he didn't intend to buy one this year. Ted lamented, "Oh, punk! The old boat looks as if it had fleas and been scratching its varnish off." Mrs. Babbitt said abstractedly, "It's no way to talk to your father." Babbitt raged, If you're too much of a high-class gentleman and you belong to the Bon Ton and so on, why, you needn't take the car out this evening." Ted explained, I didn't mean," and dinner dragged on with normal domestic delight to the inevitable point at which Babbitt protested, Come now, we can't sit here all evening. Give the girl a chance to clear away the table." He was fretting, "What a family! I don't know how we all get to scrapping this way. Like to go off some place and be able to hear myself think. Paul, Maine, wear old pants and loaf and cuss." He said cautiously to his wife, "I've been in correspondence with a man in New York. Wants me to see him about a real estate trade. May not come off till summer. Hope it doesn't break just when we and the Riesling get together to go to Maine. Be a shame if we couldn't make the trip there together. Well, no use worrying now." Verona escaped immediately after dinner, with no discussion save an automatic, "Why don't you ever stay home?" from Babbitt. In the living room, in a corner of the davenport, Ted settled down to his home study, plane geometry, Cicero, and the agonizing metaphors of Comus. "I don't see why they give us this old-fashioned junk by Milton and Shakespeare and Wordsworth and all these has-beens," he protested. "Oh, I guess I could stand to see a show by Shakespeare if they had swell scenery and put on a lot of dog, but to sit down in cold blood and read 'em, these teachers, how do they get that way?" Mrs. Babbitt, darning socks, speculated, "Yes, I wonder why. Of course I don't want to fly in the face of the professors and everybody, but I do think there's things in Shakespeare. Not that I read him much, but when I was young the girls used to show me passages that they weren't at all nice." Babbitt looked up irritably from the comic strips in the Evening Advocate. They composed his favorite literature and art, these illustrated chronicles in which Mr. Mutt hit Mr. Jeff with a rotten egg, and Mother corrected Father's vulgarisms by means of a rolling pin. With the solemn face of a devotee breathing heavily through his open mouth, he plodded nightly through every picture, and during the rite he detested interruptions. Furthermore, he felt that on the subject of Shakespeare he wasn't really an authority. Neither the Advocate-Times, the Evening Advocate, nor the Bulletin of the Zenith Chamber of Commerce had ever had an editorial on the matter, and until one of them had spoken he found it hard to form an original opinion. But even at risk of floundering in strange bogs, he could not keep out of an open controversy. "I'll tell you why you have to study Shakespeare and those. It's because they're required for college entrance, and that's all there is to it. Personally, I don't see myself why they stuck 'em into an up-to-date high school system like we have here in this state. Be a good deal better if you took business English and learned how to write an ad, or letters that would pull. But there it is, and there's no tall argument or discussion about it. Trouble with you, Ted, is you always want to do something different. If you're going to law school, and you are, I never had a chance to, but I'll see that you do. Why, you'll want to lay in all the English and Latin you can get." "Oh, Punk, I don't see what's the use of law school, nor even finishing high school. I don't want to go to college specially. Honest, there's a lot of fellows that have graduated from colleges that don't even begin to make as much money as the fellows that went to work early. Old Shimmy Peters, that teaches Latin in the high, he's a from Columbia, and he sits up all night reading a lot of greasy books, and he's always spieling about the value of languages. And the poor soak doesn't even make but 1,800 a year, and no traveling salesman would think of working for that. I know what I'd like to do. I'd like to be an aviator, or own a corking big garage, or else a fellow was telling me about it yesterday. I'd like to be one of those fellows that the Standard Oil Company sends out to China, and you live in a compound, and you don't have to do any work, and you get to see the world, and pagodas, and the ocean, and everything. And then I could take up correspondence courses. That's real stuff. You don't have to recite to some frosty-faced old dame that's trying to show off to the principal, and you can study any subject you want to. Just listen to this. I clipped these ads of some swell courses. He snatched from the back of his geometry 100 advertisements of those home study courses which the energy and foresight of American commerce have contributed to the science of education. The first displayed the portrait of a young man with a pure brow, an iron jaw, silk socks, and hair like patent leather, standing with one hand in his trousers pocket and the other extended with chiding forefinger. He was bewitching an audience of men with gray beard, paunches, bald heads, and every other sign of wisdom and prosperity. Above the picture was an inspiring educational symbol. No antiquated lamp or torch or owl or Minerva, but a row of dollar signs. The text ran, "Power and Prosperity and Public Speaking. A Yarn Told at the Club." Who do you think I ran into the other evening at the Deluxe restaurant? Why, old Freddie Durkee, that used to be a dead or alive shipping clerk in my old place, Mr. Mouseman, we used to laughingly call the dear fellow. One time he was so timid he was plumb scared of the super, and never got credit for the dandy work he did. Him at the Deluxe, and if he wasn't ordering a Tony feed, with all the fixin' from celery to nuts, and instead of being embarrassed by the waiters like he used to be at the little dump where we lunched in old Lang Syne, he was bossing them around like he was a millionaire. I cautiously asked him what he was doing. Freddie laughed and said, "Say, old chum, I guess you're wondering what's come over me. You'll be glad to know I am now an assistant super at the old shop, and right on high road to prosperity and domination. And I look forward with confidence to a 12-cylinder car, and the wife is making things hum in the best society, and the kiddies getting a first-class education. What we teach you: how to address your lodge, how to give toasts, how to tell dialect stories, how to propose to a lady, how to entertain banquets, how to make convincing selling talks, how to build a big vocabulary, how to create a strong personality, how to become a rational, powerful, and original thinker, how to be a master man." Prof. W. F. Peet, author of the Shortcut Course in Public Speaking, is easily the foremost figure in practical literature, psychology, and oratory, a graduate of some of our leading universities, lecturer, extensive traveler, author of books, poetry, etc., a man with the unique personality of the master minds. He is ready to give you all the secrets of his culture and hammering force in a few easy lessons that will not interfere with other occupations. Here's how it happened. I ran across an ad of a course that claimed to teach people how to talk easily on their feet and to answer complaints, how to lay a proposition before the boss, how to hit a bank for a loan, how to hold a big audience spellbound with wit, humor, aniseed, inspiration, etc. It was compiled by the master orator, Professor Waldo F. Peet. I was skeptical, too, but I wrote, just on a postcard, with name and address, to the publisher for the lessons. Sent on trial. Money back if you're not absolutely satisfied. There were 8 simple lessons in plain language anybody could understand, and I studied them just a few hours a night, then started practicing on the wife. Soon found I could talk right up to the super, and get due credit for all the good work I did. They began to appreciate me and advance me fast, and say, "Old doggo, what do you think they're paying me now? $6,500 per year. And say, I find I can keep a big audience fascinated, speaking on any topic. As a friend, old boy, I advise you to send for circular, no obligation, and valuable free art picture to Shortcut Educational Publishing Company, Desk W.A., Sand Pit, Iowa. Are you a 100%er or a 10%er? Babbitt was again without a canon which would enable him to speak with authority. Nothing in motoring or real estate had indicated what a solid citizen and regular fellow ought to think about culture by mail. He began with hesitation. "Well, sounds as if it covered the ground. Certainly is a fine thing to be able to orate. I sometimes thought I had a little talent that way myself. And I know darn well that one reason why a four-flushing old back number like Chan Mott can get away with it in real estate is just because he can make a good talk, even when he hasn't got a doggone thing to say. And it certainly is pretty cute the way they get out all those courses on various topics and subjects nowadays. I'll tell you, though, no need to blow a lot of good money on this stuff when you can get a first-rate course in eloquence and English and all that right now in your own school, and one of the biggest school buildings in the entire country."
"That's so,"
said Mrs. Babbitt comfortably, while Ted complained, "Yeah, but Dad, they just teach a lot of old junk that isn't any practical use except the manual training and typewriting and basketball and dancing. And in these correspondence courses, gee, you can get all kinds of stuff that would come in handy. Say, listen to this one.
"Can you play a man's part? If you are walking with your mother, sister, or best girl, and someone passes a slighting remark or uses improper language, won't you be ashamed if you can't take her part? Well, can you? We teach boxing and self-defense by mail. Many pupils have written saying that after a few lessons they've outboxed bigger and heavier opponents. The lessons start with simple movements practiced before your mirror, holding out your hand for a coin, the breaststroke in swimming, etc. Before you realize it, you are striking scientifically, ducking, guarding, and feigning, just as if you had a real opponent before you."
"Oh, baby, maybe I wouldn't like that," Ted chanted. "I'll tell the world. Gosh, I'd like to take one fellow I know in school that's always shooting off his mouth and catch him alone." "Nonsense! The idea! Most useless thing I ever heard of!"
Babbitt fulminated.
"Well, just suppose I was walking with Mama or Roan, and somebody passed a slighting remark or used improper language. What would I do?"
"Why, you'd probably bust the record for the 100-yard dash."
"I would not. I'd stand right up to any mucker that passed a slighting remark on my sister, and I'd show him."
"Look here, young Dempsey, if I ever catch you fighting, I'll whale the everlasting daylights out of you, and I'll do it without practicing holding out my hand for a coin before a mirror, too."
"Why, Ted, dear," Mrs. Babbitt said placidly, "it's not at all nice you're talking of fighting this way." "Well, gosh almighty, that's a fine way to appreciate. And then suppose I was walking with you, Ma, and somebody passed a slighting remark."
"Nobody's going to pass no slighting remarks on nobody," Babbitt observed. "Not if they stay home and study their geometry and mind their own affairs, instead of hanging out around a lot of pool rooms and soda fountains and places where nobody's got any business to be."
"But, gosh, Dad, if they did,"
Mrs. Babbitt chirped.
"well, if they did, I wouldn't do them the honor of paying any attention to them. Besides, they never do. You always hear about these women that get followed and insulted and all, but I don't believe a word of it. Or it's their own fault, the way some women look at a person. I certainly never have been insulted by—" "Oh, shoot, Mother, just suppose you were, sometime. Just suppose. Can't you suppose something? Can't you imagine things?" "Certainly I can imagine things. The idea!"
"Certainly Mother can imagine things and suppose things. Think you're the only member of this household that's got imagination?" Babbitt demanded. "But what's the use of a lot of supposing? Supposing never gets you anywhere. No sense supposing when there's a lot of real facts to take into consider."
"Look here, Dad. Just suppose you were in your office and some rival real estate man—"
"Realtor?"
"Some realtor you hated came in."
"I don't hate any realtor."
"But suppose you did."
"I don't intend to suppose anything of the kind. There's plenty of fellows in my profession that stoop and hate their competitors. But if you were a little older and understood business, instead of always going on to the movies and running around with a lot of fool girls with their dresses up to their knees and powdered and painted and rouged and God knows what all, as if they were chorus girls, then you'd know, and you'd suppose that if there's any one thing I stand for in the real estate circles of Zenith, it is that we ought to always speak of each other only in the friendliest terms, and institute a spirit of brotherhood and cooperation. And so I certainly can't suppose, and I can't imagine my hating any other realtor, not even that dirty four-flushing society sneak, Cecil Roundtree."
"But
and there's no if, and, or but about it. But if I were going to lambaste somebody, I wouldn't require any fancy ducks or swimming strokes before a mirror, or any of these doodads and flip-flops. Suppose you were out some place and a fellow called you vile names. Think you'd want to box and jump around like a dancing master? You'd just lay him out cold. Least I certainly hope any son of mine would. And then you'd dust off your hands and go on about your business. And that's all there is to it. And you aren't going to have any boxing lessons by mail either.
Well, but yes, I just wanted to show how many different kinds of correspondence courses there are instead of all the camembert they teach us in the high.
But I thought they taught you boxing in the school gymnasium.
That's different. They stick you up and some big stiff amuses himself pounding the stuffings out of you before you have a chance to learn. Not any, but anyway, listen to some of these others.
The advertisements were truly philanthropic.
One of them bore the rousing headline, Money, Money, Money. The second announced that Mr. P.R., formerly making only $18 a week in a barber shop, writes to us that since taking our course, he is now pulling down $5,000 as an osteovitalic physician. And the third that Miss J.L., recently a wrapper in a store, is now getting $10 real dollars a day, teaching our Hindu system of vibratory breathing and mental control. Ted had collected 50 or 60 announcements from annual reference books, from Sunday school periodicals, fiction magazines, and journals of discussion. One benefactor implored, "Don't be a wallflower. Be more popular and make more money. You can ukulele or sing yourself into society by the secret principles of a newly discovered system of music teaching. Any one, man, lady, or child, can, without tiresome exercises, special training, or long drawn-out study, and without waste of time, money, or energy, learn to play by note, piano, banjo, cornet, clarinet, saxophone, violin, or drum, and learn sight-singing." The next, under the wistful appeal, "Finger-print detectives wanted. Big incomes." Confided, "You, red-blooded men and women, this is the profession you have been looking for. There's money in it. Big money." And that rapid change of scene, that entrancing and compelling interest and fascination which your active mind and adventure spirit crave. Think of being the chief figure and directing factor in solving strange mysteries and baffling crimes. This wonderful profession brings you into contact with influential men on the basis of equality, and often calls upon you to travel everywhere, maybe to distant lands, all expenses paid, no special education required. Oh, boy, I guess that wins a fire-brick necklace. Wouldn't it be swell to travel everywhere and nab some famous crook? Whooped Ted. "Well, I don't think much of that. Doggone likely to get hurt. Still, that music study stunt might be pretty fair, though. There's no reason why, if efficiency experts put their minds to it the way they have to routing products in a factory, they couldn't figure out some scheme so a person wouldn't have to monkey with all this practicing and exercising that get in music." Babbitt was impressed, and he had a delightful parental feeling that they two, the men of the family, understood each other. He listened to the notices of mailbox universities which taught short story writing, improving the memory, motion picture acting, and developing the soul power, banking and Spanish, chiropody and photography, electrical engineering and window trimming, poultry raising and chemistry. "Well, well,"
Babbitt sought for adequate expression of his admiration.
"I'm a son of a gun. I know this correspondence school business had become a mighty profitable game. Makes suburban real estate look like 2 cents. But I didn't realize it had got to be such a key industry. Must rank right up there with groceries and movies. Always figured somebody'd come along with the brains not to leave education to a lot of bookworms and impractical theorists, but make a big thing out of it. Yes, I can see how a lot of those courses might interest you. I must ask the fellows at athletics if they ever realized. But same time, Ted, you know how some advertisers exaggerate. I don't know as they'd be able to jam you through those courses as fast as they claim they can."
"Oh, sure, Dad, of course."
Ted had the immense and joyful maturity of a boy who is respectfully listened to by his elders. Babbitt concentrated on him with grateful affection.
"I can see what an influence these courses might have on the whole educational works. Of course, I'd never admit it publicly. Fellow like myself, a State U graduate." It's only decent and patriotic for him to blow his horn and boost an alma mater. But smarter of fact, there's a whole lot of valuable time lost even at the U, studying poetry and French and subjects that never brought in anybody a cent. I don't know but what maybe these correspondence courses might prove to be one of the most important American inventions. Trouble with a lot of folks, they're so blame material, they don't see the spiritual and mental side of American supremacy. They think that inventions like the telephone and the airplane and wireless, no, that was a wop invention, but anyway, they think these mechanical improvements are all that we stand for, whereas to a real thinker, he sees that spiritual and dominating movements like efficiency and Rotarianism and prohibition and democracy are what compose our deepest and truest wealth. And maybe this new principle in education at home may be another way of be another factor. I'll tell you, Ted, we've got to have vision. I think those correspondence courses are terrible. The philosophers gasped. It was Mrs. Babbitt who had made this discord into spiritual harmony, and one of Miss Babbitt's virtues was that except during dinner parties, when she was transformed into a raging hostess, she took care of the house and didn't bother the males by thinking. She went on firmly, "It sounds awful to me, the way they coax these poor young folks to think they're learning something, and nobody round to help them, and you two learn so quick. But me, I always was slow, but just the same." Babbitt attended to her. "Nonsense! Get just as much studying at home. You don't think a fellow learns any more because he blows in his father's hard-earned money and sits around in Morris chairs in a swell Harvard dormitory with pictures and shields and table covers and no doodads, do you? I tell you, I'm a college man, I know. There's one objection you might make, though. I certainly do protest against any effort to get a lot of fellows out of barber shops and factories into the professions. They're too crowded already. And what'll we do for workmen if all those fellows go and get educated?"
Ted was leaning back, smoking a cigarette without reproof. He was, for the moment, sharing the high, thin air of Babbitt's speculation as though he were a Paul Riesling or even Dr. Howard Littlefield. He hinted, "Well, what do you think, then, Dad? Wouldn't it be a good idea if I could go off to China or some peppy place and study engineering or something by mail?"
"No, and I'll tell you why, son. I've found out it's a mighty nice thing to be able to say you're a B.A. Some client that doesn't know what you are and thinks you're just a plug businessman, he gets to shooting off his mouth about economics or literature or foreign trade conditions, and you just ease in something like, 'When I was in college, of course I got my B.A. in sociology and all that junk.' Oh, it puts an awful crimp in their style. But there wouldn't be any class to saying, 'I got the degree of sticker licker from Benzos Mail Order University.' You see? My dad was a pretty good old coot, but he never had much style to him, and I had to work darn hard to earn my way through college. Well, it's been worth it, to be able to associate with the finest gentlemen in Zenith at the clubs and so on, and I wouldn't want you to drop out of the gentleman class, the class that are just as red-blooded as common people, but still have power and personality. It would kind of hurt me if you did that, old man."
"I know, Dad. Sure. All right. I'll stick to it. Say, gosh, gee whiz, I forgot all about those kids I was going to take to the chorus rehearsal. I'll have to duck."
"But you haven't done your homework."
"Do it first thing in the morning."
"Well."
6 times in the past 60 days, Babbitt had stormed,
"You will not do it first thing in the morning. You'll do it right now."
But tonight he said,
"Well, better hustle."
His smile was the rare shy radiance he kept for Paul Riesling. 4.
"Ted's a good boy,"
he said to Miss Babbitt. "Oh, he is."
"Who's these girls he's going to pick up? Are they nice, decent girls?"
"I don't know. Oh, dear, Ted never tells me anything any more. I don't understand what's come over the children of this generation. I used to have to tell Papa and Mama everything, but it seems like the children today have just slipped away from all control."
"I hope they're decent girls. Of course, Ted's no longer a kid, and I wouldn't want him to get mixed up in everything."
"George, I wonder if you hadn't ought to take him aside and tell him about things." She blushed and lowered her eyes.
"Well, I don't know. Way I figured, Myra, no sense suggesting a lot of things to a boy's mind. Think up enough devilment by himself, but I wonder. It's kind of a hard question. Wonder what Littlefield thinks about it."
"Of course Papa agrees with you. He says all this instruction is he says 'tisn't decent."
"Oh, he does he? Well, let me tell you that whatever Henry T. Thompson thinks about morals, I mean, though of course you can't beat the old duffer."
"Why, what a way to talk of Papa!"
"Simply can't beat him at getting in on the ground floor of a deal. But let me tell you, whenever he springs any ideas about higher things and education, then I think just the opposite. You may not regard me as any great brain shark, but believe me, I'm a regular college president compared to Henry T. Yes, sir, by golly, I'm going to take Ted aside and tell him why I lead a strictly moral life."
"Oh, will you? When?"
When? What's the use of trying to pin me down to when and why and where and how and when? That's the trouble with women. That's why they don't make a high-class executives. They haven't any sense of diplomacy. When the proper opportunity and occasion arises, so it just comes in natural, why, then I'll have a friendly little talk with him and was that Tinka hollering upstairs? She ought to be asleep long ago."
He prowled through the living room and stood in the sun parlor, that glass-walled room of wicker chairs and swinging couch in which they loafed on Sunday afternoons. Outside, only the light of Doppelbrau's house and the dim presence of Babbitt's favorite elm broke the softness of April night.
"Good business with the void. Getting over feeling cranky the way I did this morning, and restless. Though, by golly, I will have a few days alone with Paul in Maine, and that devil Zilla. But Ted's all right, whole family's all right, and good business. Not many fellows make $450, practically half of $1,000 easy as I did today. Maybe when we all get to rowing, it's just as much my fault as it is theirs. Oughtn't to get grouchy like I do, but wish I'd been a pioneer, same as my granddad. But then wouldn't have a house like this. Oh, gosh, I don't know."
He thought moodily of Paul Riesling, of their youth together, of the girls they had known. When Babbitt had graduated from the State University 24 years ago, he had intended to be a lawyer. He had been a ponderous debater in college. He felt that he was an orator. He saw himself becoming governor of the state. While he read law, he worked as a real estate salesman. He saved money, lived in a boarding-house, supped on poached egg and hash. The lively Paul Riesling, who was going off to Europe to study violin next month or next year, was his refuge till Paul was bespelled by Zilla Colbeck, who laughed and danced and drew men after her plump and gaily wagging finger. Babbitt's evenings were barren then, and he found comfort only in Paul's second cousin, Myra Thompson, a sleek and gentle girl who showed her capacity by agreeing with the ardent young Babbitt that of course he was going to be governor some day. Where Zilla mocked him as a country boy, Myra said indignantly that he was ever so much soldier than the young dandies who had been born in the great city of Zenith, an ancient settlement in 1897, 105 years old, with 200,000 population, the queen and wonder of all the state, and to the Catawba boy, George Babbitt, so vast and thunderous and luxurious that he was flattered to know a girl ennobled by birth in Zenith. Of love there was no talk between them. He knew that if he was to study law he could not marry for years, and Myra was distinctly a nice girl. One didn't kiss her, one didn't think about her that way at all, unless one was going to marry her. But she was a dependable companion. She was always ready to go skating, walking, always content to hear his discourses on the great things he was going to do, the distressed poor whom he would defend against the unjust rich, the speeches he would make at banquets, the inexactitudes of popular thought which he would correct. One evening, when he was weary and soft-minded, he saw that she had been weeping. She had been left out of a party given by Zilla. Somehow her head was on his shoulder, and he was kissing away her tears, and she raised her head to say trustingly, Now that we're engaged, shall we be married soon, or shall we wait?"
Engaged! It was his first hint of it. His affection for his brown, tender woman went cold and fearful, but he could not hurt her, could not abuse her trust. He mumbled something about waiting, and escaped. He walked for an hour, trying to find a way of telling her that it was a mistake. Often in the month after, he got near to telling her, but it was pleasant to have a girl in his arms, and less could he insult her by blurting out that he didn't love her. He himself had no doubt. The evening before his marriage was an agony, and the morning wild with the desire to flee. She made him what is known as a good wife. She was loyal, industrious, and at rare times merry. She passed from a feeble disgust at their closer relations into what promised to be an ardent affection, but it drooped into bored routine. Yet she existed only for him and for the children, and she was as sorry, as worried as himself when he gave up the law and trudged on in a rut of listing real estate. "Poor kid, she hasn't had much better time than I have," Babbitt reflected, standing in the dark sun-parlor. "But I wish I could 'a' had a whirl at law and politics, seen what I could do. Well, maybe I've made more money as it is." He returned to the living room, but before he settled down he smoothed his wife's hair. She glanced up, happy and somewhat surprised. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 7. Part 1. He solemnly finished the last copy of the American magazine while his wife sighed, laid away her darning, and looked enviously at the lingerie designs in a woman's magazine. The room was very still. It was a room which observed the best Floral Heights standards. The gray walls were divided into artificial paneling by strips of white enameled pine. From the Babbitts' former house had come two much carved rocking chairs, but the other chairs were new, very deep and restful, upholstered in blue and gold striped velvet. A blue velvet davenport faced the fireplace, and behind it was a cherry-wood table and a tall piano lamp with a shade of golden silk. 2 out of every 3 houses in Floral Heights had before the fireplace a davenport, a mahogany table, real or imitation, and a piano lamp or reading lamp with a shade of yellow or rose silk. On the table was a runner of gold-threaded Chinese fabric, 4 magazines, a silver box containing cigarette crumbs, and 3 gift books, large, expensive editions of fairy tales illustrated by English artists, and as yet unread by any Babbitt save Tinka. In a corner by the front windows was a large cabinet Victrola. 8 out of every 9 Floral Heights houses had a cabinet phonograph. Among the pictures, hung in the exact center of each gray panel, were a red and black imitation English hunting print, an anemic imitation boudoir print, with a French caption of whose morality Babbitt had always been rather suspicious, and a hand-colored photograph of a colonial room. Rag rug, maiden spinning, cat demure before a white fireplace. 19 out of every 20 houses in Floral Heights had either a hunting print, a Madame fait la toilette print, a colored photograph of a New England house, a photograph of a Rocky Mountain, or all 4. It was a room as superior in comfort to the parlor of Babbitt's boyhood as his motor was superior to his father's buggy. Though there was nothing in the room that was interesting, there was nothing that was offensive. It was as neat and as negative as a block of artificial ice. The fireplace was unsoftened by downy ashes or sooty brick. The brass fire-irons were of immaculate polish, and the grenadier andirons were like samples in a shop, desolate, unwanted, lifeless things of commerce. Against the wall was a piano, with another piano lamp, but no one used it save Tinka. The hard briskness of the phonograph contented them. Their store of jazz records made them feel wealthy and cultured, and all they knew of creating music was the nice adjustment of a bamboo needle. The books on the table were unspotted and laid in rigid parallels. Not one corner of the carpet rug was curled, and nowhere was there a hockey stick, a torn picture book, an old cap, or a gregarious and disorganizing dog. 2. At home, Babbitt never read with absorption. He was concentrated enough at the office. But here he crossed his legs and fidgeted. When his story was interesting, he read the best. That was the funniest paragraphs to his wife. When it did not hold him, he coughed, scratched his ankles and his right ear, thrust his left thumb into his vest pocket, jingled his silver, whirled the cigar-cutter and keys on one end of his watch-chain, yawned, rubbed his nose, and found errands to do. He went upstairs to put on his slippers, his elegant slippers of seal brown, shaped like medieval shoes. He brought up an apple from the barrel which stood by the trunk-closet in the basement. "Apple day keeps the doctor away," he enlightened Mrs. Babbitt, for quite the first time in 14 hours. "That's so." "An apple is nature's best regulator." "Yes, it—"
"Trouble with women is they never have sense enough to form regular habits.
"Why?"
Always nibbling and eating between meals."
"George,"
She looked up from her reading.
"did you have a light lunch to-day, like you were going to? I did."
This malicious and unprovoked attack astounded him. "Well, maybe it wasn't light as went to lunch with Paul and didn't have much chance to diet. Oh, you needn't grin like a Chessy cat. If it wasn't for me watching out and keeping an eye on our diet, I'm the only member of this family that appreciates the value of oatmeal for breakfast. She stooped over his story while he piously sliced and gulped down the apple, discoursing. "One thing I've done, cut down my smoking. Had kind of a run-in with Graff in the office. He's getting too darn fresh. I'll stand for a good deal, but once in a while I got to assert my authority, and I jumped him, Stan. I said, well, I told him just exactly where to get off. Funny kind of day. Makes me feel restless."
"Well, the sleepiest sound in the world, the terminal yawn." Mrs. Babbitt yawned with it, and looked graceful as he droned,
"How about going to bed, eh? Don't suppose Rone and Ted will be in till all hours. Yep, funny kind of day. Not terribly warm, but yet, gosh, I'd like some day I'm going to take a long motor trip."
"Yes, we'd enjoy that," she yawned.
He looked away from her as he realized that he did not wish to have her go with him. As he locked the doors and tried the windows, and set the heat regulator so that the furnace drafts would open automatically in the morning, he sighed a little heavily with the lonely feeling which perplexed and frightened him. So absent-minded was he that he could not remember which window catches he had inspected, and through the darkness, fumbling at unseen perilous chairs, he crept back to try them all over again. His feet were loud on the steps as he clumped up-stairs at the end of his great and treacherous day of veiled rebellions. 3. Before breakfast he always reverted to upstate village boyhood, and shrank from the complex urban demands of shaving, bathing, deciding whether the current shirt was clean enough for another day. Whenever he stayed home in the evening, he went to bed early, and thriftily got ahead in those dismal duties. It was his luxurious custom to shave while sitting snugly in a tubful of hot water. He may be viewed to-night as a plump, smooth, pink, baldish, podgy, good man, robbed of the importance of spectacles, squatting in breast-high water, scraping his lather-smeared cheeks with a safety-razor like a tiny lawn-mower, and with melancholy dignity clawing through the water to recover a slippery and active piece of soap. He was lulled to dreaming by the caressing warmth. The light fell on the inner surface of the tub in a pattern of delicate wrinkled lines which slipped with a green sparkle over the curving porcelain as the clear water trembled. Babbitt lazily watched it, noted that along the silhouette of his legs against the radiance on the bottom of the tub, the shadows of air bubbles clinging to the hairs were reproduced as strange jungle mosses. He patted the water, and reflected light capsized and leaped and volleyed. He was content and childish. He played.
He shaved a swath down the calf of one plump leg. The drain pipe was dripping a dulcet and lively song. Drippity drip, dribble, drippity drip, drip. He was enchanted by it. He looked at the solid tub, the beautiful nickel tabs, the tiled walls of the room, and felt virtuous in the possession of this splendor. He roused himself and spoke gruffly to his bath things. "Come here. You've done enough fooling." He reproved the treacherous soap, and defied the scratchy nail-brush with, "Oh, you would you?" He soaped himself and rinsed himself and austerely rubbed himself. He noted a hole in the Turkish towel, and meditatively thrust a finger through it, and marched back to the bedroom, a grave and unbending citizen. There was a moment of gorgeous abandon, a flash of melodrama such as he found in traffic driving, when he laid out a clean collar, discovered that it was frayed in front, and tore it up with magnificent ying sound. Most important of all was the preparation of his bed and the sleeping porch. It is not known whether he enjoyed his sleeping porch because of the fresh air, or because it was the standard thing to have a sleeping porch. Just as he was an Elk, a Booster, and a member of the Chamber of Commerce, just as the priests of the Presbyterian Church determined his every religious belief, and the senators who controlled the Republican party decided in little smoky rooms in Washington what he should think about disarmament, tariff, and Germany, so did the large national advertisers fix the surface of his life, fixed what he believed to be individuality. These standard advertised wares, toothpaste, socks, tires, cameras, instantaneous hot water heaters, were his symbols and proofs of excellence. At first the signs, then the substitutes for joy and passion and wisdom. But none of these advertised tokens of financial and social success was more significant than a sleeping porch with a sun parlor below. The rites of preparing for bed were elaborate and unchanging. The blankets had to be tucked in at the foot of his cot. Also, the reason why the maid hadn't tucked in the blankets had to be discussed with Mrs. Babbitt. The rag rug was adjusted so that his bare feet would strike it when he arose in the morning. The alarm clock was wound, the hot water bottle was filled and placed precisely 2 feet from the bottom of the cot. These tremendous undertakings yielded to his determination. One by one they were announced to Mrs. Babbitt, and smashed through to accomplishment. At last his brow cleared, and in his "Good night" rang virile power. But there was yet need of courage. As he sank into sleep, just at the first exquisite relaxation, the Doppelbrau car came home. He bounced into wakefulness, lamenting, "Why the devil can't some people never get to bed at a reasonable hour?" So familiar was he with the process of putting up his own car that he awaited each step like an able executioner condemned to his own rack. The car insultingly cheerful in the driveway. The car door opened and banged shut. Then garage door slid open, grating on the sill, and the car door again. The motor raced for the climb up into the garage, and raced once more, explosively, before it was shut off. A final opening and slamming of the car door. Silence, then a horrible silence, filled with waiting, till the leisurely Mr. Doppelbrau had examined the state of his tires, and had at last shut the garage door. Instantly, for Babbitt, a blessed state of oblivion. For at that moment, in the city of Zenith, Horace Updike was making love to Lucille McKelvey in their mauve drawing-room on Royal Ridge, after the return from a lecture by the eminent English novelist. Updike was Zenith's professional bachelor, a slim-waisted man of 46, with an effeminate voice in taste in flowers, cretones, and flappers. Mrs. McKelvey was red-haired, creamy, discontented, exquisite, rude, and honest. Updike tried his invariable first maneuver, touching her nervous wrist. "Don't be an idiot," she said. "Do you mind awfully?" "No, that's what I mind." He changed to conversation. He was famous at conversation. He spoke reasonably of psychoanalysis, Long Island polo, and the Ming platter he had found in Vancouver. She promised to meet him and Deerville the coming summer, though she sighed, "It's becoming too dreadfully banal. Nothing but Americans and frowsy English baronesses." And at that moment in Zenith a cocaine runner and a prostitute were drinking cocktails in Healey Hanson's saloon on Front Street. Since national prohibition was now in force, and since Zenith was notoriously law-abiding, they were compelled to keep cocktails innocent by drinking them out of teacups. The lady threw her cup at the cocaine runner's head. He worked his revolver out of the pocket in his sleeve and casually murdered her. At that moment in Zenith, two men sat in a laboratory. For 37 hours now they had been working on a report of their investigations of synthetic rubber. At that moment in Zenith there was a conference of 4 union officials as to whether the 12,000 coal miners within 100 miles of the city should strike. Of these men, one resembled a testy and prosperous grocer, one a Yankee carpenter, one a soda jerk, and one a Russian Jewish actor. The Russian Jew quoted Kautsky, Gene Debs, and Abraham Lincoln. At that moment a GAR veteran was dying. He had come from the Civil War straight to a farm, which, though it was officially within the city limits of Zenith, was primitive as the backwoods. He had never ridden in a motor car, never seen a bathtub, never read any book save the Bible, McGuffey's Readers, and religious tracts, and he believed that the earth is flat, that the English are the lost 10 tribes of Israel, and that the United States is a democracy. At that moment the steel and cement town which composed the factory of the Pullmore Tractor Company of Zenith was running on night shift to fill an order of tractors for the Polish army. It hummed like a million bees, glared through its wide windows like a volcano. Along the high wire fences searchlights played on the cinder-lined yard, switch tracks and armed guards on patrol. At that moment Mike Monday was finishing a meeting. Mr. Monday, the distinguished evangelist, the best-known Protestant pontiff in America, had once been a prize-fighter. Satan had not dealt justly with him. As a prize-fighter he gained nothing but his crooked nose, his celebrated vocabulary, and his stage presence. The service of the Lord had been more profitable. He was about to retire with a fortune. It had been well earned, for, to quote his last report, Reverend Mr. Monday, the prophet with a punch, has shown that he is the world's greatest salesman of salvation, and that by efficient organization the overhead of spiritual regeneration may be kept down to an unprecedented rock-bottom basis. He has converted over 200,000 lost and priceless souls at an average cost of less than $10 a head. Of the larger cities of the land, only Zenith had hesitated to submit its vices to Mike Monday and his expert reclamation corps. The more enterprising organizations of the city had voted to invite him. Mr. George F. Babbitt had once praised him in a speech at the Boosters' Club, but there was opposition from certain Episcopalian and Congregationalist ministers, those renegades whom Mr. Monday so finely called a bunch of gospel pushers with dishwater instead of blood, a gang of squealers that need more dust on their knees of their pants and more hair on their skinny old chests. This opposition had been crushed when the Secretary of the Chamber of Commerce had reported to a committee of manufacturers that in every city he had appeared Mr. Monday had turned the minds of workmen from wages and hours to higher things, and thus averted strikes. He was immediately invited. An expense fund of $40,000 had been underwritten. Out on the county fairgrounds a Mike Monday tabernacle had been erected to seat 15,000 people. In it the prophet was at this moment concluding his message. There are a lot of smart college professors and tea-guzzling slobs in this burg that say I'm a roughneck and a never-wasser, and my knowledge of history is not yet. Oh, there's a gang of woolly-whiskered book-lice that think they know more than Almighty God and prefer a lot of Hun science and smutty German criticism to the straight and simple Word of God. Oh, there's a swell bunch of Lizzie boys and lemon-suckers and pie-faces and infidels and beer-bloated scribblers that love to fire off their filthy mouths and yip that Mike Monday is vulgar and full of mush. Those pups are saying now that I hog the gospel show, that I'm in it for the coin. Well, now listen, folks. I'm going to give those birds a chance. They can stand up here and tell me to my face that I'm a galoot and a liar and a hick. Only if they do, don't faint with surprise if some of them those rum-dum liars get one good swift poke from Mike, with all the kick of God's flaming righteousness behind the wallop. Well, come on, folks. Who says it? Who says Mike Monday is a four-flush and a yahoo? Huh? I didn't see anybody standing up. Well, there you are. Now I guess the folks in this town will quit listening to all the quillading from behind the fence. I guess you'll quit listening to the guys that pan and roast and kick and beef and vomit out filthy atheism, and all of you'll come in with every grain of pep and reverence you got, and boost all together for Jesus Christ and His everlasting mercy and tenderness."
At that moment Seneca Doane, the radical lawyer, and Dr. Kurt Yakovich, the histologist, whose report on the destruction of epithelial cells under radium had made the name of Zenith known in Munich, Prague, and Rome, were talking in Doane's library. "Zenith's a city with gigantic power, gigantic buildings, gigantic machines, gigantic transportation," meditated Doane. "I hate your city. It has standardized all the beauty out of life. It is one big railroad station with all the people taking tickets for the best cemeteries," Dr. Yavitch said placidly. Doane roused. "I'm hanged if it is! You make me sick, Kurt, with your perpetual whine about standardization. Don't you suppose any other nation is standardized? Is anything more standardized than England, with every house that can afford it having the same muffins at the same tea hour, and every retired general going to exactly the same evensong at the same gray stone church with a square tower, and every golfing prig in Harris tweed saying 'Right you are' to every other prosperous ass? Yet I love England. And for standardization, look at the sidewalk cafes in France and the love-making in Italy. Standardization is excellent per se. When I buy an Ingersoll watch or a Ford, I get a better tool for less money, and I know precisely what I'm getting, and that leaves me more time and energy to be individual in. And I remember once in London I saw a picture of an American suburb in a toothpaste ad on the back of the Saturday Evening Post, an elm-lined, snowy street of these new houses, Georgian some of them, or with low, raking roofs, the kind of street you'd find here in Zenith, say in Floral Heights, open trees, grass, and I was homesick. There's no other country in the world that has such pleasant homes, and I don't care if they are standardized. It's a corking standard. No, what I fight in Zenith is standardization of thought, and, of course, the traditions of competition. The real villains of the piece are the clean, kind, industrious family men who use every known brand of trickery and cruelty to ensure the prosperity of their cubs. The worst thing about these fellows is that they're so good, and their work, at least, so intelligent. You can't hate them properly, and yet their standardized minds are the enemy. Then this boasting sneakingly, I have a notion that Zenith is a better place to live in than Manchester or Glasgow or Lyons or Berlin or Turin. It is not, and I have lived in most of them," demurred Dr. Yavitch. "Well, matter of taste. Personally, I prefer a city with a future so unknown that it excites my imagination. But what I particularly want—" "You," said Dr. Yavitch, "are a middle-road liberal, and you haven't the slightest idea of what you want. I, being a revolutionist, know exactly what I want, and what I want now is a drink." 6. At that moment in Zenith, Jake Offutt, the politician, and Henry T. Thompson were in conference. Offutt suggested, "The thing to do is get your fool son-in-law Babbitt to put it over. He's one of those patriotic guys. When he grabs a piece of property for the gang, he makes it look like we were dying of love for the dear people. And I do love to buy respectability. Reasonable. Wonder how long we can keep it up, Hank? We're safe as long as the good little boys like Georgie Babbitt and all the nice respectable labor leaders think you and me are rugged patriots. There's swell picking for an honest politician here, Hank.
A whole city working to provide cigars and fried chickens and dried martinis for us, and rallying to our banner with indignation, oh, fierce indignation, whenever some squealer like this fellow Seneca Doane comes along. Honest, Hank, a smart codger like me ought to be ashamed of himself if he didn't milk cattle like them when they come around mooing for it. But the traction gang can't get away with grand larceny like it used to. I wonder when, Hank, I wish we could fix some way to run this fellow Seneca Doane out of town. It's him or us." At that moment in Zenith, 340 or 50,000 ordinary people were asleep, a vast unpenetrated shadow. In the slum beyond the railroad track, a young man who for 6 months had sought work turned on the gas and killed himself and his wife. At that moment Lloyd Mallam, the poet, owner of the Haffett's bookshop, was finishing a rondeau to show how diverting was life amid the feuds of medieval Florence, but how dull it was in so obvious a place as Zenith. And at that moment George F. Babbitt turned ponderously in bed, the last turn, signifying that he'd had enough of this worried business of falling asleep, and was about it in earnest. Instantly he was in the magic dream. He was somewhere among unknown people who laughed at him. He slipped away, ran down the paths of a midnight garden, and at the gate the fairy child was waiting. Her dear and tranquil hand caressed his cheek. He was gallant and wise and well beloved. Warm ivory were her arms, and beyond perilous moors the brave sea glittered. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt. By Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 8. The great events of Babbitt's spring were the secret buying of real estate options in Linton for certain street traction officials, before the public announcement that the Linton Avenue car line would be expanded, and a dinner, which was, as he rejoiced to his wife, not only a regular society spread, but a real sure-enough highbrow affair, with some of the keenest intellects and the brightest bunch of little women in town. It was so absorbing an occasion that he almost forgot his desire to run off to Maine with Paul Riesling, though he had been born in the village of Catawba. Babbitt had risen to that metropolitan social plane on which hosts have as many as 4 people at dinner without planning it for more than an evening or two. But a dinner for 12, with flowers from the florist and all the cut glass out, staggered even the Babbitts. For 2 weeks they studied, debated, and arbitrated the list of guests. Babbitt marveled. "Of course we're up to date ourselves, but still, think of us entertaining a famous poet like Chum Frink, a fellow that on nothing but a poem or so every day, and just writing a few advertisements, pulls down 15,000 berries a year."
Yes, and Howard Littlefield. Do you know, the other evening Eunice told me her papa speaks 3 languages,
said Mrs. Babbitt. That's nothing. So do I. American baseball and poker."
I don't think it's nice to be funny about a matter like that. Think how wonderful it must be to speak 3 languages, and so useful, and with people like that. I don't see why we invite the Orville Joneses.
"Well, now, Orville is a mighty up-and-comin' fellow."
"Yes, I know, but a laundry—"
"I'll admit a laundry hasn't got the class of poetry or real estate, but just the same, Orvie is mighty deep. Ever start him spieling about gardening? Say, that fellow can tell you the name of every kind of tree, and some of their Greek and Latin names, too. Besides, we owe the Joneses a dinner. Besides, gosh, we got to have some boob for audience when a bunch of hot-air artists like Frink and Littlefield get going."
"Well, dear, I meant to speak of this. I do think that as a host you ought to sit back and listen, and let your guests have a chance to talk once in a while."
"Oh, you do you? Sure, I talk all the time, and I'm just a business man. Oh, sure, I'm no Ph.D. like Littlefield, and no poet, and I haven't anything to spring. Well, let me tell you,
Just the other day your darn chum Frink comes up to me at the club begging to know what I thought about the Springfield school bond issue. And who told him? I did. You bet your life I told him. Little me, I certainly did. He came up and asked me, and I told him all about it. You bet. And he was darn glad to listen to me. Duty as a host. I guess I know my duty as a host, and let me tell you."
In fact, the Orville Joneses were invited. 2. On the morning of the dinner, Mrs. Babbitt was restive. "Now, George, I want you to be sure and be home early tonight. Remember, you have to dress."
I see by the Advocate that the Presbyterian General Assembly has voted to quit the interchurch world movement. That—"
"George, did you hear what I said? You must be home in time to dress tonight."
"Dress, hell! I'm dressed now. Think I'm going down to the office in my BVDs?"
"I will not have you talking indecently before the children. And you do have to put on your dinner jacket."
"I guess you mean my tux. I'll tell you, of all the doggone nonsensical nuisances that was ever invented."
3 minutes later, after Babbitt had wailed,
"Well, I don't know whether I'm going to dress or not,"
in a manner which showed that he was going to dress, the discussion moved on. "Now, George, you mustn't forget to call at Vecchia's on the way home and get ice cream. Their delivery wagon is broken down, and I don't want to trust them to send it by—"
"All right. You told me that before breakfast."
"Well, I don't want you to forget. I'll be working my head off all day long training the girl that's to help with the dinner."
"All nonsense anyway, hiring an extra girl for the feed. Matilda could perfectly well—"
"And I have to go out and buy flowers and fix them and set the table and order the salted almonds and look at the chickens and arrange the children to have their supper upstairs, and I simply must depend on you to go to Vecchia's for ice cream."
"All right. Gosh, I'm going to get it."
All you have to do is go in and say you want the ice cream that Mrs. Babbitt ordered yesterday by phone, and it will be all ready for you. At 10:30 she telephoned him not to forget the ice cream from Vecchia's. He was surprised and blasted then by a thought. He wondered whether Floral Heights dinners were worth the hideous toil involved. But he repented the sacrilege in the excitement of buying the materials for cocktails. Now this was the manner of obtaining alcohol under the reign of righteousness and prohibition. He drove from the severe rectangular streets of the modern business center into the tangled byways of Old Town, jagged blocks filled with sooty warehouses and lofts, on into the Arbor, once a pleasant orchard, but now a morass of lodging-houses, tenements, and brothels. Exquisite shivers chilled up his spine and stomach, and he looked at every policeman with intense innocence, as one who loved the law and admired the force, and longed to stop and play with them. He parked his car a block from the Healey Hansen saloon, worrying,
"Well, rats, if anybody did see me, they'd think I was out here on business."
He entered a place curiously like the saloons of anti-prohibition days, with a long, greasy bar with sawdust in front and streaky mirror behind, a pine table at which a dirty old man dreamed over a glass of something which resembled whiskey, and with 2 men at the bar drinking something which resembled beer, and giving that impression of forming a large crowd which 2 men always give in a saloon. The bartender, a tall, pale Swede with a diamond in his lilac scarf, stared at Babbitt as he stalked plumply up to the bar and whispered,
"I'd friend of Hanson sent me here. Like to get some gin?"
The bartender gazed down on him in the manner of an outraged bishop.
"I guess you've got the wrong place, my friend. We sell nothing but soft drinks here."
He cleaned the bar with a rag which would itself have done with a little cleaning, and glared across his mechanically moving elbow. The old dreamer at the table petitioned the bartender.
"Say, Oscar, listen."
Oscar did not listen.
Say, Oscar, listen, will you? Say, listen."
The decayed and drowsy voice of the loafer, the agreeable stink of beer dregs, threw a spell of initiation over Babbitt. The bartender moved grimly toward the crowd of 2 men. Babbitt followed him as delicately as a cat, and wheedled,
"Say, Oscar, I want to speak to Mr. Hanson." What you want to see him for?"
"I just want to talk to him. Here's my card."
It was a beautiful card, an engraved card, a card in the blackest black and the sharpest red, announcing that Mr. George F. Babbitt was estates, insurance, rents. The bartender held it as though it weighed 10 pounds, and read it as though it were 100 words long. He did not bend from his episcopal dignity, but he growled,
"I'll see if he's around."
From the back room he brought an immensely old young man, a quiet, sharp-eyed man in tan silk shirt, checkered vest hanging open, and burning brown trousers. Mr. Healey Hanson. Mr. Hanson said only, "Yeah?" But his implacable and contemptuous eyes queried Babbitt's soul, and he seemed not at all impressed by the new dark gray suit for which, as he had admitted to every acquaintance at the athletic club, Babbitt had paid $125.
"Glad to meet you, Mr. Hanson. Say, I'm George Babbitt of the Babbitt Thompson Realty Company. I'm a great friend of Jake Offutt's."
"What of it?"
"Say, I'm going to have a party, and Jake told me you'd be able to fix me up with a little gin."
In alarm, in obsequiousness, as Hanson's eyes grew more bored,
"You telephone to Jake about me if you want to."
Hanson answered by jerking his head to indicate the entrance to the back room, and strolled away. Babbitt melodramatically crept into an apartment containing 4 round tables, 11 chairs, a brewery calendar, and a smell. He waited. Thrice he saw Healey Hanson saunter through, humming, hands in pockets, ignoring him. By this time Babbitt had modified his valiant morning vow.
"I won't pay 1 cent over $7 a quart," to "I might pay 10."
On Hanson's next weary entrance he besought,
"Could you fix that up?"
Hanson scowled and grated, "Just a minute, Pete's sake, just a minute." In growing meekness Babbitt went on waiting till Hanson casually reappeared with a quart of gin, what is euphemistically known as a quart, in his disdainful long white hands. $12, he snapped.
Say, Captain Jake thought you'd be able to fix me up for 8 or 9 a bottle."
"Nope, 12. This is the real stuff, smuggled from Canada. This is none of your natural spirits with a drop of juniper extract." The honest merchant said virtuously, 12 bones if you want it. Of course, you understand. I'm just doing this anyway as a friend of Jake's."
Sure, I understand."
Babbitt gratefully held out $12. He felt honored by contact with greatness as Hanson yawned, stuffed the bills uncounted into his radiant vest, and swaggered away. He had a number of titillations out of concealing the gin bottle under his coat, and out of hiding it in his desk. All afternoon he snorted and chuckled and gurgled over his ability to
"give the boys a real shot in the arm tonight."
He was, in fact, so exhilarated that he was within a block of his house before he remembered that there was a certain matter, mentioned by his wife, of fetching ice cream from Vecchia's. He explained,
"Oh, darn it,"
and drove back. Vecchia was not a caterer. He was the caterer of Zenith. Most coming-out parties were held in the white and gold ballroom of the Maison Vecchia. At all nice teas the guest recognized the 5 kinds of Vecchia sandwiches, and the 7 kinds of Vecchia cakes, and all really smart dinners ended, as on a resolving chord, Vecchia Neapolitan ice cream in one of the 3 reliable molds: the melon mold, the round mold like a layer cake, and the long brick. Vecchia's shop had pale blue woodwork, tracery of plaster roses, attendants in frilled aprons, and glass shelves of kisses, with all the refinement that inheres in whites of eggs. Babbitt felt heavy, thick, amid this professional daintiness, and as he waited for the ice cream he decided, with hot prickles at the back of his neck, that a girl customer was giggling at him. He went home in a touchy temper. The first thing he heard was his wife's agitated, "George, did you remember to go to Vecchia's and get ice cream?"
"Say, look here, do I ever forget to do things?"
"Yes, often."
"Well, now, it's darn seldom I do, and it certainly makes me tired after going into a pink tea joint like Vecchia's, and having to stand around looking at a lot of half-naked young girls
all rouged up like they were 60 and eating a lot of stuff that simply ruins their stomachs."
"Oh, it's too bad about you. I have noticed how you hate to look at pretty girls." With a jar, Babbitt realized that his wife was too busy to be impressed by that moral indignation with which males rule the world, and he went humbly upstairs to dress. He had an impression of a glorified dining-room, of cut glass, candles, polished wood, lace, silver, roses, with the awed swelling of the heart suitable to so grave a business as giving a dinner. He slew the temptation to wear his plaited dress shirt for the fourth time, took out an entirely fresh one, tightened his black bow, and rubbed his patent leather pumps with a handkerchief. He glanced with pleasure at his garnet and silver studs. He smoothed and patted his ankles, transformed by silk socks from the sturdy shanks of George Babbitt to the elegant limbs of what is called a club man. He stood before the pier glass, viewing his trim dinner coat, his beautiful triple-braided trousers, and murmured in lyric beatitude, "By golly, I don't look bad. I certainly don't look like Catawba. If the Hicks back home could see me in this rig, they'd have a fit." He moved majestically down to mix the cocktails. As he chipped ice, as he squeezed oranges, as he collected vast stores of bottles, glasses, and spoons at the sink and in the pantry, he felt as authoritative as the bartender at Healey Hanson's saloon. True, Mrs. Babbitt said he was underfoot, and Matilda and the maid hired for the evening brushed by him, elbowed him, shrieked, "Please open the door," as they trotted through with trays. But in his high moment he ignored them. Besides the new bottle of gin, his cellar consisted of 1/2 bottle of bourbon whiskey, a quarter of a bottle of Italian vermouth, and approximately 100 drops of orange bitters. He did not possess a cocktail shaker. A shaker was proof of dissipation, the symbol of a drinker, and Babbitt disliked being known as a drinker, even more than he liked to drink. He mixed by pouring from an ancient gravy boat into a handleless pitcher. He poured with noble dignity, holding his alembics high beneath the powerful Mazda globe, his face hot, his shirt front a glaring white, the copper sink a scoured red gold. He tasted the sacred essence.
"Now, by golly, if that isn't pretty near one fine old cocktail! Kind of a Bronx, and yet like a Manhattan. Hey, Myra, want a little nip before the folks come?"
Bustling into the dining-room, moving each glass a quarter of an inch, rushing back with resolution implacable on her face, her gray and silver lace party frock protected by a denim towel, Mrs. Babbitt glared at him and rebuked him.
"Certainly not." "Well,"
in a loose, jocose manner,
"I think the old man will."
the cocktail filled him with a whirling exhilaration beyond which he was aware of devastating desires. To rush places in fast motors, to kiss girls, to sing, to be witty. He sought to regain his lost dignity by announcing to Matilda,
"I'm going to stick this pitcher of cocktails in the refrigerator. Be sure you don't upset any of 'em." "Yeah. Well, be sure now. Don't go putting anything on the top shelf." "Yeah. Well, be—"
He was dizzy. His voice was thin and distant.
"We—"
With enormous impressiveness he commanded,
"Well, be sure now,"
and minced into the safety of the living-room. He wondered whether he could persuade
"as slow as bunch as Myra and the Littlefields to go some place to have dinner and raise Cain and maybe dig up some more booze."
He perceived that he had gifts of profligacy which had been neglected. By the time the guests had come, including the inevitable late couple for whom the others waited with painful amiability, a great gray emptiness had replaced the purple swirling in Babbitt's head, and he had to force the tumultuous greetings suitable to a host on Floral Heights. The guests were Howard Littlefield, the doctor of philosophy who furnished publicity and comforting economics to the Street Traction Company; Vergil Gunch, the coal dealer, equally powerful in the Elk and in the Boosters' Club; Eddie Swanson, the agent for the Javelin motor car, who lived across the street; and Orville Jones, owner of the Lily White Laundry,
which justly announced itself the biggest, busiest, bulliest cleaneries shop in Zenith. But naturally the most distinguished of all was T. Charmley Fink, who was not only the author of Polydamas, which, syndicated daily in 67 leading newspapers, gave him one of the largest audiences of any poet in the world, but also an optimistic lecturer and the creator of Ads That Add. Despite the searching philosophy and high morality of his verses, they were humorous and easily understood by any child of 12, and it added a neat air of pleasantry to them that they were set not as verse but as prose. Mr. Frink was known from coast to coast as Chum. With them were 6 wives, more or less. It was hard to tell, so early in the evening, as at first glance they all looked alike, and as they all said, "Oh, isn't this nice?" in the same tone of determined liveliness. To the eye the men were less similar. Littlefield, a head scholar, tall and horse-faced. Chum Frink, a trifle of a man, with soft and mouse-like hair, advertising his profession as poet by a silk cord on his eyeglasses. Vergil Gunch, broad, with coarse black hair. Ambrose Eddie Swanson, a bald and bouncing young man, who showed his taste for elegance by an evening waistcoat of figured black silk with glass buttons. Orville Jones, a steady-looking, stubby, not very memorable person, with a hemp-colored toothbrush mustache. Yet they were all so well-fed and clean, they all shouted, "Evening, Georgie," with such robustness that they seemed to be cousins. And the strange thing is that the longer one knew the women, the less alike they seemed, while the longer one knew the men, the more alike their bold patterns appeared. The drinking of the cocktails was as canonical a rite as the mixing. The company waited uneasily, hopefully, agreeing in a strained manner that the weather had been rather warm and slightly cold, but still Babbitt said nothing about drinks. They became despondent. But when the late couple, the Swansons, had arrived, Babbitt hinted, "Well, folks, do you think we could stand breaking the law a little?" They looked at Chum Frink, the recognized lord of language. Frink pulled at his eyeglass cord as if a bell rope. He cleared his throat and said that which was the custom, "I'll tell you, George, I'm a law-abiding man, but they do say Verg Gunch is a regular yegg, and of course he's bigger'n I am, and I just can't figure out what I'd do if he tried to force me into anything criminal." Gunch was roaring, "Well, I'll take a chance," when Frink held up his hand and went on, "So if Verg and you insist, Georgie, I'll park my car on the wrong side of the street, because I take it for granted that's the crime you're hinting at." There was a great deal of laughter. Mrs. Jones asserted, "Mr. Fink is simply too killing. You'd think he was so innocent." Babbitt clamored, "How did you guess it, Chum? Well, you all just wait a moment while I go out and get the keys to your cars." Through a froth of merriment he brought the shining promise, the mighty tray of glasses with the cloudy yellow cocktails in the glass pitcher in the center. The men babbled, "Oh, gosh, have a look," and "This gets me right where I live," and "Let me at it." But Chum Frink, a traveled man and not unused to woes, was stricken by the thought that the potion might be merely fruit juice, with a little natural spirits. He looked timid as Babbitt, a moist and ecstatic almoner, held out a glass. But as he tasted it, he plied, "Oh, man, let me dream on. It ain't true, but don't waken me. Just let me slumber." 2 hours before, Frink had completed a newspaper lyric beginning, "I sat alone and groused and thunk, and scratched my head and sighed and wunk, and groaned. There are still black who like the old-time gin-mill back, that den that makes a sage a loon, the vile and smelly old saloon. I'll never miss her poison booze, whilst the bubbling spring I can use, that leaves my head at merry morn as clear as any babe new-born." Babbitt drank with the others. His moment's depression was gone. He perceived that these were the best fellows in the world. He wanted to give them 1,000 cocktails. "Think you could stand another?" he cried. The wives refused with giggles, but the men, speaking in a wide, elaborate, enjoyable manner, gloated, "Well, sooner than have you get sore at me, Georgie." "You got a little dividend coming," said Babbitt to each of them, and each in tone, "Squeeze it, Georgie, squeeze it." When beyond hope the pitcher was empty, they stood and talked about prohibition. The men leaned back on their heels, put their hands in their trousers pockets, and proclaimed their views with the booming profundity of a prosperous male repeating a thoroughly hackneyed statement about a matter of which he knows nothing whatever. "Now, I'll tell you," said Vergil Gunch. "Way I figure it is this, and I can speak by the book because I've talked to a lot of doctors and fellows that ought to know, and the way I see it is that it's a good thing to get rid of the saloon, but they ought to let a fellow have beer and light wines." Howard Littlefield observed, "What isn't generally recognized is that it's a dangerous proposition to invade the rights of personal liberty. Now, take this for instance. The King of Bavaria, I think it was Bavaria, yes, Bavaria it was, in 1862, March 1862, he issued a proclamation against public grazing of livestock. The peasantry had stood for overtaxation without the slightest complaint, but when this proclamation came out they rebelled. Or it may have been Saxony, but it just goes to show the dangers of invading the rights of personal liberty." "That's it. No one got a right to invade personal liberty," said Orville Jones.
Just the same, you don't want to forget prohibition is a mighty good thing for the working class. Keeps them from wasting their money and lowering their productiveness,"
said Vergil Gunch. "Yes, that's so, but the trouble is the manner of enforcement," insisted Howard Littlefield. "Congress didn't understand the right system. Now, if I'd been running the thing, I'd have arranged it so the drinker himself was licensed, and then we could have taken care of the shiftless workman, keep him from drinking, and yet not have interfered with the rights, with the personal liberty of fellows like ourselves." They bobbed their heads, looked admiringly at one another, and stated, "That's so. That wouldn't be a stunt." "Thing that worries me is a lot of these guys will take to cocaine," sighed Eddie Swanson. They bobbed more violently and groaned, "That's so. There is danger of that." Chum Frink chanted, "Oh, say, I got hold of a swell new recipe for homemade beer the other day. You take—" Gunch interrupted, "Wait, let me tell you mine." Littlefield snorted, "Beer rats! Things to do to ferment cider." Jones insisted, "I've got the recipe that does the business," Swanson begged. "Oh, say, let me tell you the story." But Frink went on resolutely, "You take and save the shells from peas, and pour 6 gallons of water on a bushel of shells, and boil the mixture till—" Mrs. Babbitt turned to them with yearning sweetness. Frank hastened to finish even his best beer recipe, and she said gaily, "Dinner is served." There was a good deal of friendly argument among the men as to which should go in last, and while they were crossing the hall from the living room to the dining room, Vergil Gunch made them laugh by thundering, "If I can't sit next to Myra Babbitt and hold her hand at the table, I won't play. I'm going home." In the dining room they stood embarrassed, while Mrs. Babbitt fluttered, "Now let me see. Oh, I was going to have some nice hand-painted place cards for you, but let me see. Mr. Frink, would you sit here?" The dinner was in the best style of women's magazine art, whereby the salad was served in hollowed apples, and everything but the invincible fried chicken resembled something else. Ordinarily the men found it hard to talk to the women. Flirtation was an art unknown on Floral Heights, and the realms of offices and of kitchens had no alliances. But under the inspiration of cocktails, conversation was violent. Each of the men still had a number of important things to say about prohibition, and now that each had a loyal listener in his dinner partner, he burst out, "I want a place where I can get all the hooch I want at 8 a quart. Did you read about this fellow that went and paid $1,000 for 10 cases of red-eye that proved to be nothing but water? Seems the fellow was standing on the corner, and the fellow comes up to him. They say there's a whole raft of stuff being smuggled across at Detroit. What I always say is, what a lot of folks don't realize about prohibition, and then when you get all this awful poison stuff, wood alcohol and everything. Of course I believe in it on principle, but I don't propose to have anybody tell me what I got to think and do. No American will ever stand for that."
But they all felt that it was rather in bad taste for Orville Jones, and he not recognized as one of the wits of the occasion anyway, to say,
"In fact, the whole thing about prohibition is this: it isn't the initial cost, it's the humidity."
not till the one required topic had been dealt with did the conversation become general.
It was often, and admittedly, said of Virgil Gunch, "Gee, that fellow can get away with murder. Why, he can pull a raw one in mixed company, and all the ladies'll laugh their heads off. But me, gosh, if I crack anything that's just the least bit off color, I get razzed for fair." Now Gunch delighted them by crying to Mrs. Eddie Swanson, youngest of the women, "Louetta, I managed to pinch Eddie Dorky out of his pocket. And what say you we sneak across the street when the folks aren't looking? Got something," with a gorgeous leer, "awful important to tell you." The women wriggled, and Babbitt was stirred to like naughtiness. "Say, folks, I wish I'd dared to show you a book I borrowed from Doc Pattern."
"Now, George, the idea!" Mrs. Babbitt warned him.
"This book, racy isn't the word. It's some kind of anthropological report about customs in the South Seas. And what it doesn't say, it's a book you can't buy. Verge, I'll lend it to you."
"Me first," insisted Eddie Swanson. "Sounds spicy." Orville Jones announced,
"Say, I heard a good one the other day about a couple of Swedes and their wives."
And in the best Jewish accent he resolutely carried the good one to a slightly disinfected ending. Gunch capped it, but the cocktails waned, the seekers dropped back into cautious reality. Chum Frink had recently been on a lecture tour among the small towns, and he chuckled, "Awful good to get back to civilization. I certainly been seeing some hick towns. I mean, of course the folks there are the best on earth, but gee whiz, those Main Street burgs are slow. And you fellows can't hardly appreciate what it means to be here with a bunch of live ones." "You bet," exulted Orville Jones. "They're the best folks on earth, those small town folks. But oh, mama, what conversation! Why, say, they can't talk about anything but the weather and the Neo Ford. By Hackleman!" "That's right. They all talk just about the same things," said Eddie Swanson.
"Don't they, though? They just say the same things over and over," said Vergil Gunch.
"Yes, it's really remarkable. They seem to lack all power of looking at things impersonally. They simply go over and over the same talk about Fords and the weather and so on," said Howard Littlefield. "Still, at that, you can't blame 'em. They haven't got any intellectual stimulus such as you get up here in the city," said Chum Frink.
"Gosh, that's right," said Babbitt. "I don't want you highbrows to get stuck on yourself, but I must say it keeps a fellow right up on his toes to sit with a poet and with Howard, the guy that put the con in economics. But these small-town boobs, with nobody but each other to talk to, no wonder they get so sloppy and uncultured in their speech and so balled up in their thinking."
Orville Jones commented, "And then take our other advantages, the movies, for instance. Those Yapville sports think they're all get out if they have one change of bill a week, where here in the city you got your choice of a dozen different movies any evening you want to name."
"Sure, the inspiration we get from rubbing up against high-class hustlers every day and getting jam full of ginger," said Eddie Swanson. "Same time," said Babbitt, "no sense excusing those Rube Bergs too easy. Fellow's own fault if he don't show the initiative to up and beat it to the city, like we did. And just speaking in confidence among friends, they're jealous as the devil of a city man. Every time I go up to Catawba I have to go around apologizing to the fellows I was brought up with because I've more or less succeeded and they haven't. And if you talk natural to 'em, the way we do here, and show finesse and what you might call a broad point of view, why, they think you're putting on the side. There's my own half-brother Martin. Runs the little old general store my dad used to keep. Say, I'll bet he don't know there is such a thing as a tux, as a dinner jacket. If he was to come up here now, he'd think we were a bunch of why, gosh, I swear he wouldn't know what to think. Yes, sir, they're jealous."
Chum Frink agreed. "That's so.
but what I mind is their lack of culture and appreciation of the beautiful. If you'll excuse me for being highbrow, now I like to give a high-class lecture and read some of my best poetry. Not the newspaper stuff, but the magazine things. But say, when I get in the tall grass, there's nothing will take but a lot of cheesy old stories and slang and junk that if any of us were to indulge in it here, he'd get the gate so fast it would make his head swim." Versa Gunch summed up,
Fact is, we're mighty lucky to be living among a bunch of city folks that recognize artistic things and business punch equally. We'd feel pretty glum if we got stuck in some Main Street burg and tried to wise up the old codgers to a kind of life we're used to here. But by golly, there's this you got to say for 'em. Every small American town is trying to get population and modern ideals, and darn if a lot of 'em don't put it across. Somebody starts planning a Rube Crossroads, telling how he was here in 1900 and it consisted of one muddy street, count 'em, one, and 900 human clams. Well, you go back there in 1920 and you find pavement and a swell little hotel and a first-class ladies' ready-to-wear shop. Real perfection, in fact. You don't want to just look at what these small towns are. You want to look at what they're aiming to become. And they all got an ambition that in the long run is going to make 'em the finest spots on earth. They all want to be just like Zenith. 3. However intimate they might be with T. Cholmondeley Chink as a neighbor, as a borrower of lawn-mowers and monkey-wrenches, they knew that he was also a famous poet and a distinguished advertising agent, that behind his easiness were sultry literary mysteries which they could not penetrate. But tonight, in the gin-evolved confidence, he admitted them to an arcanum. "I've got a literary problem that's worrying me to death. I'm doing a series of ads for the Zeeco car, and I want to make each of 'em a real little gem. Regular stylistic stuff. I'm all for this theory that perfection is the stunt, or nothing at all. And these are as tough things as I've tackled. You might think it'd be harder to do my poems. All these heart topics, home and fireside and happiness, but they're cinches. You can't go wrong on 'em. And you know what sentiments any decent go-ahead fellow must have if he plays the game, and you stick right to 'em. But the poetry of industrialism, now there's a literary line where you got to open up new territory. Do you know the fellow who's really the American genius? The fellow who you don't know his name, and I don't either, but his work ought to be preserved so future generations can judge our American thought and originality today. Why, the fellow that writes the Prince Albert tobacco ads. Just listen to this. It's P.A. that jams such joy in chimney pipes. Say, bet you've often bent an ear to that spill of speech about hopping from 5 to 50 per by stepping on her a bit. Guess that's going some, all right, but just among ourselves, you'd better start a rapid whiz system to keep tabs as to how fast you'll buzz from low-smoke spirits to tip-top high. Once you line up behind a chimney pipe, it's all aglow with such a peach of a pal, Prince Albert. Prince Albert is John on the job, always joyously more-ish in flavor, always delightfully cool and fragrant. For a fact, you never hooked such a double-decked, copper-riveted, two-fisted smoke enjoyment. Go to a pipe. Speedo quick like you light on a good thing. Why, packed with Prince Albert, you can play a joyously Jimmy straight across the boards, and you know what that means. Now that, caroled motor agent Eddie Swenson, that's what I call he literature, that Prince Albert fellow. Though, gosh, there can't be just one fellow that writes 'em. Must be a big board of classy ink slingers in conference. But anyway, now him, he doesn't write for long-haired pikers. He writes for regular guys. He writes for me, and I tip my beanie to him. The only thing is, I wonder if it sells the goods. Course, like these poets, this Prince Albert fellow lets his idea run away with him. It makes elegant reading, but it don't say nothing. I never go out and buy Prince Albert tobacco after reading it, because it doesn't tell me anything about the stuff. It's just a bunch of fluff." Frink faced him. Oh, you're crazy. Have I got to sell you the idea of style? Anyway, that's the kind of stuff I'd like to do for the Zico, but I simply can't, so I decided to stick to the straight poetic, and I took a shot at a highbrow ad for the Zico. How do you like this? The long white trail is calling, calling, and it's over the hills and far away for every man or woman that has red blood in his veins, and on his lips the ancient song of the buccaneers. It's away with dull drudging, and a fig for care. Speed, glorious speed. It's more than just a moment's exhilaration. It's life for you and me. This great new truth the makers of Zico car have considered as much as price and style. It's fleet as the antelope, smooth as the glide of a swallow, yet powerful as the charge of a bull elephant. Class breathes in every line. Listen, brother, you'll never know what the high art of hiking is till you try life's zipping a zest, the Zico. Yes, Frink mused, that's got an elegant color to it, if I do say so, but it ain't got the originality of Spill of Speech. The whole company sighed with sympathy and admiration. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt, by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 9. 1. Babbitt was fond of his friends. He loved the importance of being host and shouting, "Certainly you're going to have some more chicken. The idea!" And he appreciated the genius of T. Cholmondeley Frink. But the vigor of the cocktails was gone, and the more he ate the less joyful he felt. Then the amity of the dinner was destroyed by the nagging of the Swansons. In Floral Heights and the other prosperous sections of Zenith, especially in the young married set, there were many women who had nothing to do. Though they had few servants, yet with gas stoves, electric ranges, and dishwashers, and vacuum cleaners, and tiled kitchen walls, their houses were so convenient that they had little housework, and much of their food came from bakeries and delicatessens. They had but 2, 1, or no children, and despite the myth that the Great War had made work respectable, their husbands objected to their wasting time and getting a lot of crank ideas in unpaid social work, and still more to their causing a rumor by earning money that they were not adequately supported. They worked perhaps 2 hours a day, and the rest of the time they ate chocolates, went to the motion pictures, went window shopping, went in gossiping 2s and 3s to card parties, read magazines, thought timorously of the lovers who never appeared, and accumulated a splendid restlessness, which they got rid of by nagging their husbands. The husbands nagged back. Of these naggers the Swansons were perfect specimens. Throughout the dinner Eddie Swanson had been complaining publicly about his wife's new frock. It was, he submitted, too short, too low, too immodestly thin, and much too expensive. He appealed to Babbitt. "Honest, George, what do you think of that rag Louetta went and bought? Don't you think it's the limit?" "What's eating you, Eddie? I call it a swell little dress." "Oh, it is, Mr. Swanson. It's a sweet frock," Mrs. Babbitt protested. "There now, do you see, Smarty? You're such an authority on clothes," Loretta raged, while the guest ruminated and peeped at her shoulders. "It's all right now," said Swanson. "I'm authority enough so I know it was a waste of money, and it makes me tired to see you not wearing out a whole closet full of clothes you got already. I've expressed my idea about this before, and you know good and well you don't pay the least bit of attention. I have to camp on your trail to get you to do anything." There was much more of it, and they all assisted, but Babbitt, everything about him was dim except his stomach, and that was a bright scarlet disturbance. "Had too much grub, oughtn't to eat all stuff," he groaned, while he went on eating, while he gulped down a chill and glutinous slice of ice cream brick and cocoanut cake as oozy as shaving cream. He felt as though he had been stuffed with clay. His body was bursting, his throat was bursting, his brain was hot mud.
and only with agony did he continue to smile and shout as became a host of Floral Heights. He would, except for his guests, have fled outdoors and walked off the intoxication of food, but in the haze which filled the room they sat forever, talking, while he agonized.
Darn fool to be eating all this. Not another mouthful.
And discovered that he was again tasting the sickly welter of melted ice cream on his plate. There was no magic in his friends. He was not uplifted when Howard Littlefield produced from his treasure house of scholarship the information that the chemical symbol for raw rubber is C10H16, which turns into isoprene, which is 2C5H8. Suddenly, without precedent, Babbitt was not merely bored, but admitting that he was bored. It was ecstasy to escape from the table, from the torture of a straight chair, and loll on the davenport in the living-room. The others, from their fitful, unconvincing talk, their expressions of being slowly and painfully smothered, seemed to be suffering from the toil of social life and the horror of good food as much as himself. All of them accepted with relief the suggestion of bridge. Babbitt recovered from the feeling of being boiled. He won at bridge. He was again able to endure Virgil Gunch's inexorable hardiness, but he pictured loafing with Paul Riesling beside a lake in Maine. It was as overpowering and imaginative as homesickness. He had never been to Maine, yet he beheld the shrouded mountains of the tranquil lake of evening.
That boy Paul's worth all these ballyhoo and highbrows put together, he muttered, and I'd like to get away from everything.
Even Louetta Swanson did not rouse him. Mrs. Swanson was pretty and plain. Babbitt was not an analyst of women, except as to their taste in furnished houses to rent. He divided them into real ladies, working women, old cranks, and fly chickens. He mooned over their charms, but he was of opinion that all of them, save the women of his own family, were different and mysterious. Yet he had known by instinct that Louetta Swanson could be approached. Her eyes and lips were moist, her face tapered from a broad forehead to a pointed chin. Her mouth was thin but strong and avid, and between her brows were two out-curving and passionate wrinkles. She was 30, perhaps, or younger. Gossip had never touched her, but every man naturally and instantly rose to flirtatiousness when he spoke to her, and every woman watched her with stilled blankness. Between games, sitting on the davenport, Babbitt spoke to her with the requisite gallantry, that sonorous Floral Heights gallantry, which is not flirtation, but a terrified flight from it.
You're looking like a soda fountain tonight, Louetta.
Am I?
Old Eddie kind of on the rampage?
Yes, I get so sick of it.
Well, when you get tired of hubby, you can run off with Uncle George.
If I ran away, oh, well.
Anybody ever tell you your hands are awful pretty?
She looked down at them. She pulled the lace of her sleeves over them, but otherwise she did not heed him. She was lost in unexpressed imaginings. Babbitt was too languid this evening to pursue his duty of being a captivating, though strictly moral male. He ambled back to the bridge tables. He was not much thrilled when Mrs. Frink, a small, twittering woman, proposed that they try to do some spiritualism and table-tipping. You know, Chum can make the spirits come. Honest, he just scares me.
The ladies of the party had not emerged all evening, but now, as the sex given to things of the spirit while the men warred against base things material,
they took command and cried, "Oh, let's—"
In the dimness the men were rather solemn and foolish, but the good wives quivered and adored as they sat about the table. They laughed,
"Now you be good, or I'll tell,"
when the men took their hands in the circle. Babbitt tingled with a slight return of interest in life as Louetta Swanson's hand closed on his with quiet firmness. All of them hunched over, intent. They startled as some one drew a strained breath. In the dusty light from the hall they looked unreal. They felt disembodied. Mrs. Gunch squeaked, and they jumped with unnatural jocularity, but at Frank's hiss they sank into subdued awe. Suddenly, incredibly, they heard a knocking. They stared at Frink's half-revealed hands and found them lying still. They wiggled, and pretended not to be impressed. Frink spoke with gravity. "Is someone there?" A thud. "Is one knock to be the sign for yes?" A thud. "And two for no?" A thud. "Now, ladies and gentlemen, shall we ask the guide to put us into communication with the spirit of some great one passed over?" Frink mumbled. Mrs. Orville Jones begged, "Oh, let's talk to Dante. We studied him at the reading circle. You know who he was, Orby?" "Certainly I know who he was. The wop poet. Where do you think I was raised?" From her insulted husband. "Sure, the fellow that took the Cook's tour to hell. I've never waded through his poetry, but we learned about him at the U," said Babbitt. "Page, Mr. Dundee," intoned Eddie Swanson. "You ought to get him easy, Mr. Frink, you and he being fellow poets," said Louetta Swanson. "Fellow poets, rats! Where'd you get that stuff?" protested Vergil Gunch. "I suppose Dante showed a lot of speed for an old-timer. Not that I've actually read him, of course, but to come right down to hard facts, he wouldn't stand a 1, 2, 3 if he had to buckle down to practical literature and turn out a poem for the newspaper syndicate every day like Chum does." "That's so," from Eddie Swanson. "Those old birds could take their time. Judas Priest, I could write poetry myself if I had a whole year to do it, and just wrote about that old-fashioned junk like Dante wrote about." Frink demanded, "Hush now, I'll call him." "Oh, laughing eyes, emerge forth from the ultimate, and bring hither the spirit of Dante, that we mortals may list to his words of wisdom." "You forgot to give him the address, 1558 Brimstone Avenue, Fiery Heights, hell." Grinch chuckled, but the others felt that this was irreligious. And besides, probably it was just Chum making the knocks. But still, if there did happen to be something to all this, be exciting to talk to an old fellow belonging to way back in early years. A thud. The spirit of Dante had come to the parlor of George F. Babbitt. He was, it seemed, quite ready to answer their questions. He was glad to be with them this evening. Frink spelled out the messages by running through the alphabet till the spirit interpreter knocked at the right letter. Littlefield asked in a learned tone, "Do you like it in paradise, Monsieur?" "We are very happy on the higher plane, Signor. We are glad that you are studying this great truth of spiritualism," Dante replied. The circle moved with an odd creaking of stays and shirt-fronts. Suppose there were something to this. Babbitt had a different worry. "Suppose Chum Frink was really one of those spiritualists. Chum had, for a literary fellow, always seemed to be a regular guy. He belonged to the Chatham Road Presbyterian Church, and went to the boosters' lunches, and liked cigars and motors and racy stories. But suppose that secretly, after all, you never could tell about these darn highbrows, and to be an out-and-out spiritualist would be almost like being a socialist." No one could long be serious in the presence of Vergil Gunch. "Ask Dante how Jack Shakespeare and old Verge, the guy they named after me, are getting along, and don't they wish they could get into the movie game?" He blared, and instantly all was mirth. Mrs. Jones shrieked, and Eddie Swanson desired to know whether Dante didn't catch cold with nothing on but his wreath. The pleased Dante made humble answer. But Babbitt, the cursed discontent, was torturing him again, and heavily in the impersonal darkness he pondered, "I don't. We're all so flip and think we're so smart. There'd be a fellow like Dante. I wish I'd read some of his pieces. I don't suppose I ever will now." He had, without explanation, the impression of a slaggy cliff, and on it, in silhouette against menacing clouds, a lone and austere figure. He was dismayed by a sudden contempt for his surest friends. He grasped Louetta Swanson's hand, and found the comfort of human warmth. Habit came, a veteran warrior, and he shook himself. "What the deuce is the matter with me this evening?" He patted Louetta's hand, to indicate that he hadn't meant anything improper by squeezing it, and demanded of Frink, See if you can get old Dante to spiel us some of his poetry. Talk up to him. Tell him, buena gona, senor. Come ça va? We get our little poem, senor.
2. The lights were switched on. The women sat on the front of their chairs in the determined suspense whereby a wife indicates that as soon as the present speaker was finished she is going to remark brightly to her husband, "Well, dear, I think perhaps it's about time for us to be saying good night." For once Babbitt did not break out in blustering efforts to keep the party going. There was something he wished to think out, but the physical research that started him off again.
Why don't they go home? Why didn't they go home?
Though he was impressed by the profundity of the statement, he was only half enthusiastic when Howard Littlefield lectured, "The United States is the only nation in which the government is a moral ideal and not just a social arrangement."
True, they weren't ever going home.
He was usually delighted to have an inside view of the momentous world of motors, but tonight he scarcely listened to Eddie Swanson's revelation, "If you want to go above the javelin class, the Zico is a mighty good buy. Couple of weeks ago, and mind you, this was a fair, square test, they took a Zico stock touring car, and they slid up the Town Sonata Hill on high, and fellow told me,
Zico's a good boat, but were they planning to stay all night?"
They really were going, with a flutter of, we did have the best time." Most aggressively friendly of all was Babbitt. Yet as he burbled he was reflecting,
"I got through it, but for a time there I didn't hardly think I'd last out."
He prepared to taste the most delicate pleasure of the host, making fun of his guests in the relaxation of midnight. As the door closed he yawned voluptuously, chest out, shoulders wiggling, and turned cynically to his wife. She was beaming. "Oh, it was nice, wasn't it? I know they enjoyed every minute of it. Don't you think so?" He couldn't do it. He couldn't mock. It would have been like sneering at a happy child. He lied ponderously,
"You bet. Best party this year, by a long shot."
"Wasn't the dinner good? And honestly, I thought the fried chicken was delicious."
"You bet. Fried to the Queen's taste. Best chicken I've tasted for a coon's age."
"Didn't Matilda fry it beautifully? And don't you think the soup was simply delicious?"
"It certainly was. It was corking. Best soup I've tasted since Heck was a pup."
But his voice was seeping away. They stood in the hall under the electric light in its square box-like shade of red glass bound with nickel. She stared at him. "Why, George, you sound as if you hadn't really enjoyed it."
"Sure I did. Course I did."
"George, what is it?"
"Oh, I'm kind of tired, I guess. Been pounding pretty hard at the office. Need to get away and rest up a little."
"Well, we're going to Maine in just a few weeks now, dear."
"Yeah."
Then he was pouring it out nakedly, robbed of reticence.
"Myra, I think it'd be a good thing for me to get up there early."
"But you have this man you have to meet in New York about business."
"What man? Oh, sure, him. Oh, that's all off. But I want to hit Maine early. Get in a little fishing, catch me a big trout, by golly."
A nervous artificial laugh. "Well, why don't we do it? Verona and Matilda can run the house between them, and you and I can go any time if you think we can afford it."
"But that's I've been feeling so jumpy lately, I thought maybe it might be a good thing if I got kind of off by myself and sweated out me."
"George, don't you want me to go along?" She was too wretchedly in earnest to be tragic, or gloriously insulted, or anything save dumpy and defenseless and flushed to the red steaminess of a boiled beet.
"Course I do. It just meant—"
Remembering that Paul Riesling had predicted this, he was as desperate as she.
"I mean, sometimes it's a good thing for an old grouch like me to go off and get it out of his system."
He tried to sound parental.
"Then when you and the kids arrive, I figured maybe I might skip up to Maine just a few days ahead of you. I'd be ready for a real bat. See how I mean?"
He coaxed her with large, booming sounds, with affable smiles, like a popular preacher blessing an Easter congregation, like a humorous lecturer compelling his stint of eloquence, like all perpetrators of masculine wiles. She stared at him, the joy of festival drained from her face. "Do I bother you when we go on vacations? Do I add anything to your fun?" He broke. Suddenly, dreadfully, he was hysterical. He was a yelping baby.
"Yes, yes, hell yes! But can't you understand? I'm shot to pieces. I'm all in. I got to take care of myself. I got to. I'm sick of everything and everybody. I got to."
It was she who was mature and protective now. "Why, of course, you shall run off by yourself. Why don't you get Paul to go along, and you boys just fish and have a good time?" She patted his shoulder, reaching up to it, while he shook with palsied helplessness, and in that moment was not merely by habit fond of her, but clung to her strength. She cried cheerily, "Now upstairs you go, and pop into bed. We'll fix it all up. I'll see to the doors. Now skip." For many minutes, for many hours, for a bleak eternity, he lay awake, shivering, reduced to primitive terror, comprehending that he had won freedom, and wondering what he could do with anything so unknown and so embarrassing as freedom. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 10. No apartment house in Zenith had more resolutely experimented in condensation than the Revelstoke Arms, in which Paul and Zilla Riesling had a flat. By sliding the beds into low closets, the bedrooms were converted into living rooms. The kitchens were cupboards, each containing an electric range, a copper sink, a glass refrigerator, and, very intermittently, a Balkan maid. Everything about the Arms was excessively modern, and everything was compressed, except the garages. The Babbitts were calling on the Rieslings at the Arms. It was a speculative venture to call on the Rieslings, interesting and sometimes disconcerting. Zilla was an active, strident, full-blown, high-blossom blonde. When she condescended to be good-humored, she was nervously amusing. Her comments on people were saltily satiric and penetratively of accepted hypocrisies. "That's so," you said, and looked sheepish. She danced wildly and called on the world to be merry, but in the midst of it she would turn indignant. She was always becoming indignant. Life was a plot against her, and she exposed it furiously. She was affable tonight. She merrily hinted that Orville Jones wore a toupee, that Mrs. T. Cholmondeley Frink's singing resembled a Ford going into high, and that the Honorable Otis Deeble, mayor of Zenith and candidate for Congress, was a flatulent fool, which was quite true. The Babbitts and Rieslings sat doubtfully on stone-hard brocade chairs in the small living-room of the flat, with its mantel unprovided with a fireplace, and its strip of heavy gilt fabric upon a glaring new player piano, till Mrs. Riesling shrieked, "Come on, let's put up some pep in it. Get out your fiddle, Paul, and I'll try to make Georgie dance decently." The Babbitts were in earnest. They were plotting for the escape to Maine, but when Mrs. Babbitt hinted with plump smilingness, "Does Paul get as tired after the winter's work as Georgie does?" then Zilla remembered an injury, and when Zilla Riesling remembered an injury, the world stopped till something had been done about it. "Does he get tired?" "No, he doesn't get tired. He just goes crazy, that's all. You'd think Paul so reasonable. Oh, yes, and he loves to make out he's a little lamb, but he's stubborn as a mule. Oh, if you had to live with him, you'd find out how sweet he is. He just pretends to be meek so he can have his own way. And me, I get the credit for being a terrible old crank, but if I didn't blow up once in a while and get something started, we'd die of dry rot. He never wants to go any place, and why, last evening, just because the car was out of order, and that was his fault, too, because he oughtn't to have taken it to the service station and had the battery looked at, and he didn't want to go down to the movies on the trolley. But we went,
And then there was one of those impudent conductors, and Paul wouldn't do a thing. I was standing on a platform waiting for the people to let me into the car, and this beast of a conductor hollered at me, "Come on, you move up!" Why, I've never had anybody speak to me that way in all my life. I was so astonished, I just turned to him and said, "I thought there must be some mistake." And so I said to him, perfectly pleasant, "Well, are you speaking to me?" And he went on and bellowed at me. "Yes, I was. You're keeping the whole car from starting," he said, and then I saw he was one of those dirty, ill-bred hogs that kindness is wasted on, and so I stopped and looked right at him, and I said, "I beg your pardon. I am not doing anything of the kind." I said, "It's the people ahead of me who won't move up," I said, "and furthermore, let me tell you, young man, that you're a low-down, foul-mouthed, impertinent skunk," I said, "and you're no gentleman. I certainly intend to report you, and we'll see," I said, "whether a lady is to be insulted by any drunken bum that chooses to put on a ragged uniform, and I'd thank you," I said, "to keep your filthy abuse to yourself." And then I waited for Paul to show that he was half a man and come to my defense, and he just stood there and pretended he hadn't heard a word. And so I said to him, "Well," I said. "Oh, cut it, Sil," Paul groaned. "We all know I'm mollycoddle and you're a tender bud, and let's let it go at that." Let it go? Zelia's face was wrinkled like the Medusa. Her voice was a dagger of corroded brass. She was full of the joy of righteousness and bad temper. She was a crusader, and, like every crusader, she exulted in the opportunity to be vicious in the name of virtue. Let it go? If people knew how many things I've let go! Oh, quit being such a bully. Yes, a fine figure you'd cut if I didn't bully you. You'd lie abed till noon and play your idiotic fiddle till midnight. You're born lazy, and you're born shiftless, and you were born cowardly, Paul Riesling. Oh, now don't say that, Zilla. You don't mean a word of it, protested Mrs. Babbitt. I will say that, and I mean every last word of it. Oh, now, Zilla, the idea! Mrs. Babbitt was maternal and fussy. She was no older than Zilla, but she seemed so at first. She was placid and puffy and mature, whereas Zilla, at 45, was so bleached and tight-corseted that you knew only that she was older than she looked. The idea of talking to poor Paul like that! Poor Paul is right. We're both poor. We'd be in the poorhouse if I didn't jazz him up. Why, now, Zilla, Georgie and I were just saying how hard Paul's been working all year, and we were thinking it would be lovely if the boys could run off by themselves. I've been coaxing George to go up to Maine ahead of the rest of us and get the tired out of his system before we come, and I think it would be lovely if Paul could manage to get away and join him. At this exposure of his plot to escape, Paul was startled out of impassivity. He rubbed his fingers. His hands twitched. Celia brayed, "Yes, you're lucky. You can let George go and not have to watch him. Fat old George never peeps at another woman. Hasn't got the spunk." "The hell I haven't!" Babbitt was fervently defending his priceless immorality, when Paul interrupted him, and Paul looked dangerous. He rose quickly. He said to Zilla, "I suppose you imply I have a lot of sweethearts." "Yes, I do." "Well, then, my dear, since you asked for it, there hasn't been a time in the last 10 years why I haven't found some nice little girl to comfort me, and as long as you continue your amiability, I shall probably continue to deceive you. It isn't hard. You're so stupid." Zilla glabbered. She howled. Words could not be distinguished in her slaver of abuse. Then the bland George F. Babbitt was transformed. If Paul was dangerous, if Zilla was a snake-locked fury, if the neat emotions suitable to the Revelstoke arms had been slashed into raw hatreds, it was Babbitt who was the most formidable. He leaped up. He seemed very large. He seized Zilla's shoulder. The cautions of the broker were wiped from his face, and his voice was cruel. "I've had enough of this damn nonsense. I've known you for 25 years, Zill, And I never knew you to miss a chance to take your disappointments out on Paul. You're not wicked. You're worse. You're a fool. And let me tell you that Paul is the finest boy God ever made. Every decent person is sick and tired of your taking advantage of being a woman and springing every mean innuendo you can think of. Who the hell are you that a person like Paul should have to ask your permission to go with me? You act like you were a combination of Queen Victoria and Cleopatra. You fool. Can't you see how people snicker at you and sneer at you? Zilla was sobbing. I've never been talked like this in all my life. No, but that's the way they talk behind your back always. They say you're a scolding woman. Oh, by God! That cowardly attack broke her. Her eyes were blank. She wept. But Babbitt glared stolidly. He felt that he was the all-powerful official in charge, that Paul and Mrs. Babbitt looked on him with awe, that he alone could handle this case. Zilla writhed. She begged. "Oh, they don't." "They certainly do." "I've been a bad woman. I'm terribly sorry. I'll kill myself. I'll do anything. What do you want?" She abased herself completely. Also, she enjoyed it. To the connoisseur of scenes, nothing is more enjoyable than a thorough melodramatic, egotistic humility. "I want you to let Paul beat it off to Maine with me," Babbitt demanded. "How can I help his going? You've just said I was an idiot, and nobody paid any attention to me." "Oh, you can help it, all right, all right. What you got to do is cut out hinting that the minute he gets out of your sight he'll go chasing after some petticoat. Matter of fact, that's the way you start the boy off wrong. You ought to have more sense." "Oh, I will. Honestly, I will, George. I know I was bad. Oh, forgive me. All of you, forgive me." She enjoyed it. So did Babbitt. He condemned magnificently, and forgave piously, and he went parading out with his wife. He was grandly explanatory to her. "Kind of ashamed to bully Zilla, but of course it was the only way to handle her. Gosh, I certainly did have her crawling." She said calmly, "Yes, you were horrid. You were showing off. You were having a lovely time, thinking what a great fine person you were." "Well, by golly, can you beat it? Of course I might have expected you to not stand by me. I might have expected you'd stick up for your own sex." "Yes, poor Zelia, she's so unhappy. She takes it out on Paul. She hasn't a single thing to do in that little flat, and she broods too much. And she used to be so pretty and gay, and she resents losing it. And you were just as nasty and as mean as could be. I'm not a bit proud of you, or of Paul, boasting about his horrid love affairs." He was sulkily silent. He maintained his bad temper at a high level of outraged nobility all the 4 blocks home. At the door he left her, in self-approving haughtiness, and tramped the lawn. With a shock it was revealed to him. Gosh, I wonder if she was right, if she was partially right. Overwork must have flayed him to abnormal sensitiveness. It was one of the few times in his life when he had queried his eternal excellence, and he perceived the summer night, smelled the wet grass. Then, "I don't care. I've pulled it off. We're going to have our spree, and for Paul I'd do anything." 2. They were buying their main tackle at Ijams Brothers, the sporting goods mart, with the help of Willis Ijams, fellow member of the Booster Club. Babbitt was completely mad. He trumpeted and danced. He muttered to Paul, "Say, this is pretty good, eh? To be buying the stuff, eh? And good old Willis Ijams himself coming down on the floor to wait on us. Say, if those fellows that are getting their kit for the North Lakes knew we were clear up in Maine, they'd have a fit, eh? Well, come on, Brother Ijams, Willis, I mean. Here's your chance. We're a couple of easy marks. Whew, let me at it. I'm going to buy out the store." He gloated on fly rods and gorgeous rubber hip boots, on tents with celluloid windows and folding chairs and ice boxes. He simple-heartedly wanted to buy all of them. It was the Paul whom he was vaguely protecting who kept him from his drunken desires. But even Paul lightened when Willis Ijams, a salesman with poetry and diplomacy, discussed flies. "Now, of course, you boys know," he said, "the great scrap is between dry flies and wet flies. Personally, I'm for dry flies. More sporting." "That's so. Lot more sporting," fulminated Babbitt, who knew very little about flies, either wet or dry. "Now, if you'll take my advice, George, you'll stock up well on these pale evening dims and silver sedges. And red ants. Oh, boy, there's a fly, that red ant." "You bet. That's what it is, a fly," rejoiced Babbitt. "Yes, sir, that red ant," said Ijams, "is a real honest-to-God fly." "Oh, I guess old Mr. Trout won't come a-hustling then I drop one of these red ants on the water," asserted Babbitt, and his thick wrist made a rapturous motion of casting. "Yes, and the landlocked salmon will take it, too," said Ijams, who had never seen a landlocked salmon. "Salmon? Trout? Say, Paul, can you see Uncle George with his khaki pants on hauling 'em in some morning about 7? Whee!" 3. They were on the New York Express, incredibly bound for Maine, incredibly without their families. They were free, in a man's world, in the smoking compartment of the Pullman. Outside of the car window was a glaze of darkness, tipped with the gold of infrequent mysterious lights. Babbitt was immensely conscious, in a sway and authoritative clatter of the train, of going on. Leaning toward Paul, he grunted, "Gosh, pretty nice to be hiking, eh?" The small room, with its walls of ochre-colored steel, was filled mostly with the sort of men he classified as the best fellows you'll ever meet, real good mixers. There were 4 of them on the long seat: a fat man with a shrewd fat face, a knife-edged man in a green velour hat, a very young man with an imitation amber cigarette holder, and Babbitt. Facing them, on 2 movable leather chairs, were Paul and a lanky, old-fashioned man, very cunning, with wrinkles bracketing his mouth. They all read newspapers or trade journals, boot and shoe journals, crockery journals, and waited for the joys of conversation. It was the very young man, now making his first journey by Pullman, who began it. "Say, gee, I had a wild time in Zenith," he gloried. "Say, if a fellow knows the ropes there he can have as wild a time as he can in New York." "Yeah, I bet you simply raised the old Ned. I figured you were a bad man when I saw you get on the train," chuckled the fat one. The others delightedly laid down their papers. "Well, that's all right. Guess I seen some things in the arbor you never seen," complained the boy. "Oh, I'll bet you did. I bet you lapped up the malted milk like a regular little devil." Then, the boy having served as introduction, they ignored him and charged into real talk. Only Paul, sitting by himself, reading at a serial story in a newspaper, failed to join them, and all but Babbitt regarded him as a snob, an eccentric, a person of no spirit. Which of them said which has never been determined. It does not matter, since they all had the same ideas and expressed them always with the same ponderous and brassy assurance. If it was not Babbitt who was delivering any given verdict, at least he was beaming on the chancellor who did deliver it. "And that, though," announced the first, "they're selling quite some booze in Zenith. Guess they are everywhere. I don't know how you fellows feel about prohibition, but the way it strikes me is that it's a mighty beneficial thing for the poor sob that hasn't got any willpower, but for fellows like us it's an infringement of personal liberty." "That's a fact. Congress has got no right to interfere with a fellow's personal liberty," contended the second. A man came in from the car, but as all the seats were filled he stood up while he smoked his cigarette. He was an outsider. He was not one of the old families of the smoking compartment. They looked upon him bleakly, and after trying to appear at ease by examining his chin in the mirror, he gave up and went out in silence. "Just been making a trip through the South. Business conditions not very good down there," said one of the council. "Is that a fact? Not very good, eh?" "No, it didn't strike me they were up to normal." "Not up to normal, eh?" "No, I wouldn't hardly say they were."
The whole council nodded sagely and decided,
"Yep, not hardly up to snuff."
well, business conditions ain't what they ought to be out West, neither. Not by a long shot.
That's a fact, and I guess the hotel business feels it. That's one good thing, though. These hotels, they've been charging $5 a day, yes, and maybe 6, 7, for a rotten room, or going darn good to get 4, and maybe give you a little service. That's a fact. Well, it's been about hotels. I hit that St. Francis in San Francisco for the first time the other day, and say, it certainly is a first-class place. You're right, brother. The St. Francis is a swell place. Absolutely A1. That's a fact. I'm right with you. It's a first-class place. Yeah, but say, any of you fellows ever stay at the Rippleton in Chicago? I don't want to knock. I believe in boosting whenever you can, but say, of all the rotten dumps that pass themselves off as first-class hotel, that's the worst. I'm going to get those guys one of these days, and I told them so. You know how I am? Well, maybe you don't know, but I'm accustomed to first-class accommodations, and I'm perfectly willing to pay a reasonable price. I get into Chicago late the other night, and Rippleton's near the station. I'd never been there before, but I says to the taxi drivers, I always believe in taking a taxi when you get in late. May cost a little more money, but gosh, it's worth it when you got to be up early next morning and out selling a lot of crabs. And I said to him, oh, just drive me over to the Rippleton. Well, we got there, and I breezed up to the desk and says to the clerk, well, brother, got a nice room with bath for Cousin Bill? Say, you'd have thought I'd sold him a second or asked him to work on Yom Kippur. He hands me the cold boiled stare and yaps, I don't know, friend, I'll see. And he ducks behind the rim of a jig they keep track of the rooms on. Well, I guess he called up the Credit Association and American Security League to see if I was all right. He certainly took long enough, or maybe he just went to sleep. But finally he comes out and looks at me like it hurts him and croaks, I think I can let you have a room and bath. Well, that's awful nice of you. Sorry to trouble you. How much you'll send me back? I says, real sweet. It'll cost you $7 a day, friend, he says. Well, it was late, and anyway, it went down on my expense account. Gosh, if I'd been paying it instead of the firm, I'd be trampling the streets all night before I'd be able to let a hick tavern slick me 7, 8 big round dollars, believe me. So I let it go at that. Well, the clerk wakes a nice young bellhop, fine lad, not a day over 79 years old. Fought at the Battle of Gettysburg, and doesn't know it's over yet. Thought I was one of the Confederates, I guess, from the way he looked at me. And Rip Van Winkle took me up to something. I found out afterwards they called it a room. But first I thought there'd been some mistake. I thought they were putting me in the Salvation Army collection box at 7 per each and every diem. Gosh. Yeah, I heard of the Rippleton was pretty cheesy. Now, when I went to Chicago, I always stayed at the Blackstone or LaSalle, first-class places. Say, any of you fellows ever stay at Birchdale at Terre Haute? How is it? Oh, at Birchdale, first-class hotel. 12 minutes of conference on the state of hotels in South Bend, Flint, Dayton, Tulsa, Wichita, Fort Worth, Winona, Erie, Fargo, and Moose Jaw. Speaking about prices, the man in the laveur hat observed, fingering the elk tooth on his heavy watch chain, I'd like to know where they get this stuff about clothes coming down. Now, you take this suit I got on. He pinched the trouser leg. 4 years ago, paid $42.50 for it, and it was real sure enough value. Well, here the other day I went into a store back home and asked to see a suit, and the fellow yanks out some hand-me-downs that, honest, I wouldn't put on a hired man. Just out of curiosity, I asked him, what you charging for that junk? Junk? He says. What do you mean, junk? That's a swell piece of goods, all wool. Like hell. It was nice vegetable wool right off the old plantation. It's all wool, says, and we get $67.90 for it. Oh, you do you? I says. Not for me, you don't. I says. I walks right out on him. You bet. I says to the wife, well, I said, as long as your strength holds out and you can go on putting a few more patches on Papa's pants, we'll just pass up buying clothes. That's right, brother. And just look at collars, for instance. Hey, wait, fat man protested. What's the matter with collars? I'm selling collars. Do you realize the cost of labor on a collar is 207% above?"
They voted that if their old friend the fat man sold collars, then the price of collars was exactly what it should be. But all other clothing was tragically too expensive. They admired and loved one another now. They went profoundly into the science of business and indicated that the purpose of manufacturing a plow or a brick was so that it might be sold. To them the romantic hero was no longer the knight, the wandering poet, the cowpuncher, the aviator, nor the brave young district attorney, but the great sales manager, who had an analysis of merchandising problems on his glass-topped desk, whose title of nobility was Go-Getter, and who devoted himself and all his young samurai to the cosmic purpose of selling, not of selling anything in particular, for to be anybody in particular, but pure selling. The shop talk roused Paul Riesling. Though he was a player of violins and an interestingly unhappy husband, he was also a very able salesman of tar roofing. He listened to the fat man's remarks on the value of house organs and bulletins as a method of jabbing up the boys on the road, and he himself offered one or two excellent thoughts on the use of 2-cent stamps on circulars. Then he committed an offense against the holy law of the clan of good fellows. He became highbrow. They were entering a city. On the outskirts they passed a steel mill, which flared in scarlet and orange flame that licked at the cadaverous stacks, at the iron-sheathed walls and sullen converters.
"Why, Lord, look at that! Beautiful," said Paul.
"You bet it's beautiful, friend. That's the Shelling-Horton steel plant, and they tell me old John Shelling made a good 3 million bones out of munitions during the war." The man with the velour hat said reverently,
"I didn't mean it. I mean it's lovely the way the light pulls that picturesque yard,
all littered with junk, right out of the darkness," said Paul.
They stared at him, while Babbitt crowed, "Paul, there has certainly got to one of the great little eye for picturesque places and quaint sights and all that stuff. Been an author or something if he hadn't gone into the roofing line."
Paul looked annoyed. Babbitt sometimes wondered if Paul appreciated his loyal boosting. The man in the velour hat grunted,
"Well, personally, I think Shelling-Horton kept their works awfully dirty, bum routing, but I don't suppose there's any law against calling 'em picturesque, if it gets you that way."
Paul sulkily returned to his newspaper, and the conversation logically moved on to trains.
"What time we get into Pittsburgh?" asked Babbitt. "Pittsburgh? I think we get in no, that was last year's schedule. Wait a minute. Let's see. Got a timetable right here. Wonder if we're on time. Yeah, sure, we must be about on time. No, we aren't. We're 7 minutes late. Last station. We were? Straight? My gosh, I thought we were right on time. No, we're about 7 minutes late. Yep, that's right. 7 minutes late."
The porter entered, a negro in white jacket with brass buttons.
"How late are we, George?" growled the fat man.
"'Deed, I don't know, sir. I think about on time," said the porter, folding towels and deftly tossing them up on the rack above the washbowls. The council stared at him gloomily, and when he was gone they wailed,
"I don't know what's come over these niggers nowadays. They never give you a civil answer."
"That's a fact. They're getting so they don't have a single bit of respect for you. The old-fashioned coon was a fine old cuss. He knew his place. But these young dingies don't want to be porters or cotton pickers. Oh, no. They got to be lawyers, professors, and Lord knows what all. I tell you, it's becoming a pretty serious problem. We ought to get together and show the black man, yes, and the yellow man his place. Now, I haven't got one particle of race prejudice. I'm the first one to be glad when a nigger succeeds, so long as he stays where he belongs and doesn't try to usurp the rightful authority and business ability of the white man.
That's right. And another thing we got to do," said the man with the velour hat, whose name was Koplinski, "is to keep those damn foreigners out of the country. Thank the Lord they're putting a limit on immigration. Those Dagoes and Hunkies have got a lot to learn. This is a white man's country, and they ain't wanted here. When we've assimilated the foreigners we got here now and learned 'em the principles of Americanism and turned 'em into regular folks, well, maybe we'll let in a few more." "You bet. That's a fact," they observed.
and passed on to lighter topics. They rapidly reviewed motor car prices, tire mileage, oil stocks, fishing, and the prospects for the wheat crop in Dakota. But the fat man was impatient at this waste of time. He was a veteran traveler and free of illusions. Already he had asserted that he was an old he-one. He leaned forward, gathered in all their attention by his expression of sly humor, and grumbled, "Oh, hell, boys, let's cut out the formality and get down to the stories." They became very lively and intimate. Paul and the boy vanished. The others slid forward on the long seat, unbuttoned their vests, thrust their feet up on the chairs, pulled the stately brass cuspidors nearer, and ran the green window-shade down on its little trolley to shut them from the uncomfortable strangeness of night. After each bark of laughter they cried, "Hey, did you ever hear the one about—" Babbitt was expansive and virile. When the train stopped at an important station, the four men walked up and down the cement platform, under the vast smoky train-shed roof, like a stormy sky under the elevated footways, beside crates of ducks and sides of beef, in the mystery of an unknown city. They strolled abreast, old friends and well content. At the long-drawn "All aboard!" like a mountain call at dusk, they hastened back into the smoking compartment, and, till 2 in the morning, continued to droll tales, their eyes damp with cigar smoke and laughter. When they parted, they shook hands and chuckled, "Well, sir, it's been a great session. Sorry to bust it up. Mighty glad to meet you." Babbitt lay awake in the close, hot tomb of his Pullman berth, shaking with remembrance of the fat man's limerick about the lady who wished to be wild. He raised the shade. He lay with a puffy arm tucked between his head and the skimpy pillow, looking out on the sliding silhouettes of trees and village lamps like exclamation points. He was very happy. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt, by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 11. 1. They had 4 hours in New York between trains. The one thing Babbitt wished to see was the Pennsylvania Hotel, which had been built since his last visit. He stared up at it, muttering, 2,200 rooms and 2,200 baths. That's got everything in the world beat. Lord, their turnover must be, well, suppose price of rooms is $4 to $8 a day, and I suppose maybe some 10, and 4 times 2,200, say 6 times 2,200. Well, anyway, with restaurants and everything, say summers between 8 and 15,000 a day, every day. I never thought I'd see a thing like that. Some town. Of course, the average fellow in Zenith has got more individual initiative than the four-flushers here, but I got to hand it to New York. Yes, sir, town, you're all right. Some ways. Well, old Paulinski, I guess we've seen everything that's worthwhile. How'll we kill the rest of the time? Movie? But Paul desired to see a liner. Always wanted to go to Europe, and by thunder I will, too, some day before I passed out. He sighed. From a rough wharf on the North River they started to the stern of the Antiqua, and her stacks and wireless antenna lifted above the dock-house which shut her in. "By golly," Babbitt droned, "wouldn't it be so bad to go over to the old country and take a squint at all those ruins, and the place where Shakespeare was born, and think of being able to order a drink whenever you wanted one. Just range up to a bar and holler out loud, 'Give me a cocktail!' Darn the police. Not bad at all. What'd you like to see over there, Paulibus?" Paul did not answer. Babbitt turned. Paul was standing with clenched fists, head drooping, staring at the liner as in terror. His thin body, seen against the summer-glaring planks of the wharf, was childishly meager. Again, "What would you hit for on the other side, Paul?" Scowling at the steamer, his breast heaving, Paul whispered, "Oh, my God!" While Babbitt watched him anxiously, he snapped, "Come on, let's get out of this," and hastened down the wharf, not looking back. "Oh, that's funny," considered Babbitt. "Boy didn't care for seeing the ocean boats after all. I thought he'd be interested in 'em." 2.
though he exulted and made sage speculations about locomotive horsepower as their train climbed the main mountain ridge, and from the summit he looked down the shining way among the pines, though he remarked, "Well, by golly," when he discovered that the station at Catacumchuck, the end of the line, was an aged freight car. Babbitt's moment of impassioned release came when they sat on a tiny wharf on Lake Sunasquam, awaiting the launch from the hotel. A raft had floated down the lake between the logs and the shore. The water was transparent, thin-looking, flashing with minnows. A guide in black felt hat, with trout flies in the band, and flannel shirt of a peculiarly daring blue, sat on a log and whittled and was silent. A dog, a good country dog, black and woolly gray, a dog rich in leisure and in meditation, scratched and grunted and slept. The thick sunlight was lavish on the bright water, on the rim of gold-green blossom boughs, the silver birches and tropic ferns, and across the lake it burned on the sturdy shoulders of the mountains. Over everything was a holy peace. Silent, they loafed on the edge of the wharf, swinging their legs above the water. The immense tenderness of the place sank into Babbitt, and he murmured, "I'd just like to sit here the rest of my life and whittle, and sit, and never hear a typewriter, or Stan Graff fussing on the phone, or Roan and Ted scrapping. Just sit. Gosh!" He patted Paul's shoulder. "How does it strike you, old snoozer?" "Oh, it's darn good, Georgie. There's something sort of eternal about it." For once Babbitt understood him. 3. The launch rounded the bend at the head of the lake. Under a mountain slope they saw the little central dining shack, their hotel, and the crescent of squat log cottages which served as bedrooms. They landed and endured the critical examination of the habitués, who had been at the hotel for a whole week. In their cottage, with its high stone fireplace, they hastened, as Babbitt expressed it, "to get some regular he-togs." They came out, Paul in an old gray suit and soft white shirt, Babbitt in khaki shirt and vest and flapping khaki trousers. It was excessively new khaki. His rimless spectacles belonged to a city office, and his face was not tanned but a city pink. He made a discordant noise in the place, but with infinite satisfaction he slapped his legs and crowed, "Say, this is getting back home, eh?" They stood on the wharf before the hotel. He winked at Paul and drew from his back pocket a plug of chewing tobacco, a vulgarism forbidden in the Babbitt home. He took a chew, beaming and wagging his head as he tugged at it. Maybe I haven't been hungry for a wad of eating tobacco. Have some." They looked at each other in a grin of understanding. Paul took the plug, gnawed at it. They stood quiet, their jaws working. They solemnly spat, one after the other, into the placid water. They stretched voluptuously, with lifted arms and arched backs. From beyond the mountains came the shuffling sound of a far-off train. A trout leaped, and fell back in a silver circle. They sighed together. 4. They had a week before their families came. Each evening they planned to get up early and fish before breakfast. Each morning they lay abed till the breakfast bell, pleasantly conscious that there was no efficient wives to rouse them. The mornings were cold, the fire was kindly as they dressed. Paul was distressingly clean, but Babbitt reveled in a good sound dirtiness, in not having to shave till his spirit was moved to it. He treasured every grease spot and fish scale on his new khaki trousers. All morning they fished unenergetically, or tramped the dim and aqueous-lighted trails along the rank ferns and moss sprinkled with crimson bells. They slept all afternoon, and till midnight played stud poker with the guides. Poker was a serious business to the guides. They did not gossip. They shuffled the thick, greasy cards with a deft ferocity menacing to the sports, and Joe Paradise, king of the guides, was sarcastic to loiterers who halted the game even to scratch. At midnight, as Paul and he blundered to their cottage over the pungent wet grass and pine roots confusing in the darkness,
Babbitt rejoiced that he did not have to explain to his wife where he had been all evening. They did not talk much. The nervous loquacity and opinionation of the Zenith Athletic Club dropped from them. But when they did talk, they slipped into the naive intimacy of college days. Once they drew their canoe up to the bank of the Susquehanna water, a stream walled by the dense green of hardhack. The sun roared on the green jungle, but the shade was sleepy peace, and the water was golden and rippling. Babbitt drew his hand through the cool flood, and mused, "We never thought we'd come to Maine together. No, we never done anything the way we thought we would. I expected to live in Germany with my granddad's people and study the fiddle." "That's so. Remember how I wanted to be a lawyer, go into politics? I still think I might have made a go at it. I'm kind of got the gift of gab. Anyway, I can think on my feet and make some kind of a spiel on most anything, and of course that's the thing you need in politics, by golly. Ted's going to law school, even if I didn't. Well, I guess it's worked out all right. Myra's been a fine wife, and Zilla means well, Paulibus." "Yes, up here. I figure out all sorts of plans to keep her amused. I kind of feel like life is going to be different, now that we're getting good rest and can go back and start over again."
"I hope so, old boy."
Shyly,
"Say, gosh, it's been awful nice to sit around and loaf and gamble and act regular with you along, you old horse thief."
"Well, you know what it means to me, Georgie. Saved my life." The shame of emotion overpowered them. They cursed a little to prove they were good, rough fellows, and in a mellow silence, Babbitt whistling while Paul hummed, they paddled back to the hotel. 5. Though it was Paul who seemed overwrought, Babbitt who had been the protecting big brother, Paul became clear-eyed and merry, while Babbitt sank into irritability. He uncovered layer on layer of hidden weariness. At first he had played nimble jester to Paul, and for him sought amusements. By the end of the week Paul was nurse, and Babbitt accepted favors with the condescension one always shows a patient nurse. The day before the families arrived, the women guests at the hotel bubbled, "Oh, isn't it nice? You must be so excited." The proprietress compelled Babbitt and Paul to look excited, but they went to bed early and grumpy. When Myra appeared, she said at once, "Now we want you boys to go on playing around just as if we weren't here." The first evening he stayed out for poker with the guides, and she said in placid merriment, "My, you're a regular bad one." The second evening she groaned sleepily, "Good heavens, are you going to be out every single night?" The third evening he didn't play poker. He was tired now in every cell.
"Funny, vacation doesn't seem to have done me a bit of good," he lamented. "Paul's frisky as a colt, but I swear I'm crankier and nervouser than when I came up here."
He had 3 weeks in Maine. At the end of the second week he began to feel calm and interested in life. He planned an expedition to climb Sham Mountain, and wanted to camp overnight at Boxcar Pond. He was curiously weak, yet cheerful, as though he had cleansed his veins of poisonous energy and was filling them with wholesome blood. He ceased to be irritated by Ted's infatuation with a waitress, his 7th tragic affair this year. He played catch with Ted, and with pride taught him to cast a fly in the pine-shadowed silence of Scumwhat Pond. At the end he sighed,
"Hang it, I'm just beginning to enjoy my vacation, but, well, I feel a lot better, and it's going to be one great year. Maybe the real estate board will elect me president instead of some fuzzy old-fashioned faker like Chan Mott."
On the way home, whenever he went into the smoking compartment, he felt guilty at deserting his wife, and angry at being expected to feel guilty. But each time he triumphed.
"Oh, this is going to be a great year, a great old year."
End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Venditti. MikeVenditti.com. Babbitt,
by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 12. 1. All the way home from Maine, Babbitt was certain that he was a changed man. He was converted to serenity. He was going to cease worrying about business. He was going to have more interests, theaters, public affairs, reading, and suddenly, as he finished an especially heavy cigar, he was going to stop smoking. He invented a new and perfect method. He would buy no tobacco. He would depend on borrowing it. And, of course, he would be ashamed to borrow often. In a spasm of righteousness, he flung his cigar case out of the smoking compartment window. He went back and was kind to his wife about nothing in particular. He admired his own purity, and decided, "Absolutely simple. Just a matter of willpower." He started a magazine serial about a scientific detective. 10 miles on, he was conscious that he desired to smoke. He ducked his head like a turtle going into its shell. He appeared uneasy. He skipped 2 pages in his story and didn't know it. 5 miles later, he leaped up and sought the porter. "Say, George, have you got a—" The porter looked patient. "You got a timetable?" Babbitt finished. At the next stop he went out and bought a cigar. Since it was to be his last before he reached Zenith, he finished it down to an inch stub. 4 days later he again remembered that he had stopped smoking, but he was too busy catching up with his office work to keep it remembered. 2. Baseball, he determined, would be an excellent hobby. "No sense a man's working his fool head off. I'm going out to the game 3 times a week. Besides, fellow ought to support the home team." He did go and support the team, and enhance the glory of Zenith by yelling, "Attaboy!" and "Rotten!" He performed the rites scrupulously. He wore a cotton handkerchief about his collar. He became sweaty. He opened his mouth in a wide, loose grin, and drank lemon soda out of a bottle. He went to the game 3 times a week for 1 week. Then he compromised by watching the Advocate's Times bulletin board. He stood in the thickest and steamiest of the crowd, and as the boy up on the lofty platform recorded the achievements of Big Bill Bostwick, the pitcher, Babbitt remarked to complete strangers, "Pretty nice. Good work," and hastened back to the office. He honestly believed that he loved baseball. It is true that he hadn't, in 25 years, himself played any baseball except backlot catch with Ted, very gentle and strictly limited to 10 minutes. But the game was a custom of his clan, and it gave outlet for the homicidal and side-taking instincts which Babbitt called patriotism and love of sport. As he approached the office, he walked faster and faster, muttering, "Just better hustle." All about him the city was hustling, for hustling's sake. Men in motors were hustling to pass one another in the hustling traffic. Men were hustling to catch trolleys, with another trolley a minute behind, and to leap from trolleys, to gallop across the sidewalk, to hurl themselves into buildings, into hustling express elevators. Men in dairy lunches were hustling to gulp down the food which cooks had hustled to fry. Men in barber shops were snapping, "Just shave me once over. Gotta hustle." Men were feverishly getting rid of visitors in offices adorned with signs, "This is my busy day," and "The Lord created the world in 6 days." You can spiel all you got to say in 6 minutes. Men who had made 5,000 year before last and 10,000 last year were urging on nerve-yelping bodies and parched brains so they might make 20,000 this year, and the men who had broken down immediately after making their $20,000 were hustling to catch trains, to hustle through the vacations which the hustling doctors had ordered. Among them, Babbitt hustled back to his office to sit down with nothing much to do except see that the staff looked as though they were hustling. 3. Every Saturday afternoon he hustled out to his country club and hustled through 9 holes of golf as a rest after the week's hustle. In Zenith it was as necessary for a successful man to belong to a country club as it was to wear a linen collar. Babbitt's was the Outing Golf and Country Club, a pleasant, gray shingled building with a broad porch on a daisy-starred cliff above Lake Kennepoose.
There was another, the Tonawanda Country Club, to which belonged Charles McKelvey, Horace Updike, and the other rich men who lunched not at the Athletic Club, but at the Union Club. Babbitt explained with frequency, "You couldn't hire me to join the Tonawanda, even if I did have $180 to throw away on the initiation fee. At the outing, you've got a bunch of real human fellows and the finest lot of little women in town, just as good at joshing as the men. But at the Tonawanda, there's nothing but these would-be's in New York get-ups drinking tea. Too much dog altogether. Why, I wouldn't join the Tonawanda even if I wouldn't join it on a bet." When he played 4 or 5 holes he relaxed a bit. His tobacco-fluttering heart beat more normally, and his voice slowed to the drawling of his 100 generations of peasant ancestors. 4. At least once a week Mr. and Mrs. Babbitt and Tinka went to the movies. Their favorite motion picture was The Chateau, which had 3,000 spectators and had an orchestra of 50 pieces, which played arrangements from the operas and suites portraying a day on the farm or a 4-alarm fire in the stone rotunda, decorated with crown-embroidered velvet chairs and almost medieval tapestries. Parakeets sat on gilded lotos columns. With exclamations of "Well, by golly!" and "You got to go some to beat this dump," Babbitt admired the chateau. As he stared across the thousands of heads, a gray plain in the dimness, as he smelled good clothes and mild perfume and chewing gum, he felt as when he had first seen a mountain and realized how very, very much earth and rock there was in it. He liked 3 kinds of films: pretty bathing girls with bare legs, policemen or cowboys, and an industrious shooting of revolvers, and funny fat men who ate spaghetti. He chuckled with immense moist-eyed sentimentality at interludes portraying puppies, kittens, and chubby babies, and he wept at deathbeds and old mothers being patient in mortgaged cottages. Mrs. Babbitt preferred the pictures in which handsome young women in elaborate frocks moved through sets ticketed as the drawing-rooms of New York millionaires. As for Tinka, she preferred, or was believed to prefer, whatever her parents told her to. All his relaxations, baseball, golf, movies, bridge, motoring, long talks with Paul at the Athletic Club, or at the good red beef and Old English chop house, were necessary to Babbitt, for he was entering a year of such activity as he had never known. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 13. 1. It was by accident that Babbitt had his opportunity to address the S.A.R.E.B., as its members called it, with the universal passion for mysterious and important-sounding initials, was the State Association of Real Estate Boards, the organization of brokers and operators. It was to hold its annual convention at Monarch, Zenith, chief rival among the cities of the state. Babbitt was an official delegate. Another was Cecil Rountree, whom Babbitt admired for his picturesque speculative building, and hated for his social position. For being present at the smartest dances on Royal Ridge, Rountree was chairman of the convention program committee. Babbitt had growled to him, "Makes me tired the way these doctors and profs and preachers put on lugs about being professional men. A good realtor has to have more knowledge and finesse than any of 'em." "Right you are, I say. Why don't you put that into a paper and give it at the S.A.R.E.B.?" suggested Rountree. "Well, if it would help you making up the program. Tell you, the way I look at it is this. First place, we ought to insist that folks call us realtors, not real estate men. Sounds more like a regular profession. Second place, what is it distinguishes a profession from a mere trade, business, or occupation? What is it? Why, it's the public service and the skill, the trained skill, and the knowledge and, all that. Whereas the fellow that merely goes out for the jack never considers the public service and trained skill and so on. Now, as a professional, rather, that's perfectly bully, perfectly cooking. Now, you write it in a paper," said Rountree as he rapidly and firmly moved away. 2. However accustomed to the literary labors of advertisements and correspondence, Babbitt was dismayed on the evening when he sat down to prepare a paper which would take a whole 10 minutes to read. He laid out a new 15-cent school exercise book on his wife's collapsible sewing table, set up for the event in the living room. The household had been bullied into silence. Verona and Ted requested to disappear, and Tinka threatened with, "If I hear one sound out of you, if you holler for a glass of water one single solitary time, you better not. That's all." Mrs. Babbitt sat over by the piano, making a nightgown and gazing with respect while Babbitt wrote in the exercise book, to the rhythmical wriggling and squeaking of the sewing table. When he rose, damp and jumpy, and his throat dusty from cigarettes, she marveled, "I don't see how you can just sit down and make up things right out of your own head." "Oh, it's a training in constructive imagination that a fellow gets in modern business life." He had written 7 pages, whereof the first page set forth illustration admitted consists of several doodles and 1. A profession, 2. Not just a trade crossed out, 3. Skill and vision, 3. Should be called realtor and not just real estate man. The 6 other pages rather like the first. For a week he went about looking important. Every morning as he dressed he thought aloud, "Did you ever stop to consider, Myra, that before a town can have buildings or prosperity or any of these things, some realtor has got to sell 'em the land? All civilization starts with him. Did you ever realize that?" At the athletic club he led unwilling men aside to inquire, "Say, if you had to read a paper before a big convention, would you start in with the funny stories or just kind of scatter 'em all through?" He asked Howard Littlefield for a set of statistics about real estate sales, something good and impressive, and Littlefield provided something exceedingly good and impressive. But it was to T. Cholmondeley Frink that Babbitt most often turned. He caught Frink at the club every noon and demanded, while Frink looked hunted and evasive, "Say, chum, you're a shark on this writing thing. How would you put this sentence? See here in my manuscript. Now, where the deuce is that? Ah, yes, here. Would you say, 'We ought not also to alone think,' or 'We ought also not to think alone,' or—" One evening when his wife was away and he had no one to impress, Babbitt forgot about style, order, and other mysteries, and scrawled off what he really thought about the real estate business and about himself, and he found the paper written. When he read it to his wife, she yearned, "Why, dear, it's splendid, beautifully written, and so clear and interesting, and such splendid ideas. Why, it's just splendid." Next day he cornered Chum Frink and crowed, "Well, old son, I finished it last evening. Just lammed it out. I used to think you writing guys must have had a hard job making up pieces, but Lord, it's a cinch. Pretty soft for you fellows. You certainly earn your money easy. Some day when I get ready to retire, guess I'll take to writing and show you boys how to do it. Always used to think I could write better stuff, and more punch and originality, than all this stuff you see printed, and now I'm doggone sure of it." He had 4 copies of the paper typed in black with gorgeous red title, had them bound in a pale blue manila, and affably presented one to old Ira Runyon, the managing editor of the Advocate-Times, who said, yes, indeed, yes, he was very glad to have it, and he certainly would read it all through, as soon as they could find time. Mrs. Babbitt could not go to Monarch. She had a women's club meeting. Babbitt said he was very sorry. 3. Besides the 5 official delegates to the convention, Babbitt, Rountree, W. A. Rogers, Alvin Thayer, and Elbert Wing, there were 50 unofficial delegates, most of them with their wives. They met at the Union Station for the midnight train to Monarch. All of them, save Cecil Rountree, who was such a snob that he never wore badges, displayed celluloid buttons the size of dollars and lettered, "We zoom for Zenith." The official delegates were magnificent with silver and magenta ribbons. Martin Lumsden's little boy Willie carried a tasseled banner inscribed, "Zenith, the Zip City, Zeal, Zest, and Zowie, 1,000,000 in 1935." As the delegates arrived, not in taxicabs, but in the family automobile driven by the oldest son or by Cousin Fred, they formed impromptu processions through the station waiting-room. It was a new and enormous waiting-room, with marble pilasters and fire frescoes depicting the exploration of the Chaloosa River Valley by Pierre Emile Fortot in 1740. The benches were shelves of ponderous mahogany, the newsstand a marble kiosk with brass grill. Down the echoing spaces of the hall the delegates paraded after Willie Lumsden's banner, the men waving their cigars, the women conscious of their new frocks and strings of beads, all singing to the tune of Auld Lang Syne, the official city song written by Chum Frink. Good old Zenith, our kin with kith, wherever we may be, hats in the ring, we blithely sing of thy prosperity. Warren Wilby, the broker, who had a gift of verse for banquets and birthdays, had added to Frink's city song a special verse for the Realtors' Convention. "Oh, here we come, the fellows from Zenith, the Zip City. We wish the state in real estate, there's none so live as we." Babbitt was stirred to hysteric patriotism. He leaped on a bench, shouting it to the crowd. "What's the matter with Zenith? She's all right. What's best old town in the USA? Zenith!" Patient poor people waiting for the midnight train stared in unenvious wonder. Italian women in shawls, old weary men with broken shoes, roving roadways boys in suits which had been flashy when they were new, but which were faded now and wrinkled. Babbitt perceived that as an official delegate he must be more dignified. With Wing and Rogers he tramped up and down the cement platform beside the waiting Pullmans. Motor-driven baggage truck and red-capped porters carrying bags sped down the platform with an agreeable effect of activity. Arc lights glared and stammered overhead. The glossy yellow sleeping cars shone impressively. Babbitt made his voice to be measured and lordly. He thrust out his abdomen and rumbled, "We got to see to it that the convention lets the legislature understand just where they get off in this matter of taxing realty transfers." Wing uttered approving grunts, and Babbitt swelled and gloated. The blind of a Pullman compartment was raised, and Babbitt looked into an unfamiliar world. The occupant of the compartment was Lucille McKelvey, the pretty wife of the millionaire contractor. Possibly, Babbitt thrilled, she was going to Europe. On the seat beside her was a bunch of orchids and violets, and a yellow paper-bound book which seemed foreign. While he stared, she picked up the book, then glanced out the window as though she was bored. She must have looked straight at him, and he had met her, but she gave no sign. She languidly pulled down the blind, and he stood still, a cold feeling of insignificance in his heart. But on the train his pride was restored by meeting delegates from Sparta, Pioneer, and other smaller cities of the state who listened respectfully when, as a magnifico from the metropolis of Zenith, he explained politics and the value of a good, sound business administration. They fell joyfully into shop talk, the purest and most rapturous form of conversation. "How'd this fellow Rountree make out with his big apartment hotel he was going to put up? What'd he do? Get out bonds to finance it?" asked a Spartan broker. "Well, I'll tell you," said Babbitt. "Now, if I'd been handling it—" "So," Elbert Wing was droning, "I hired this shop window for a week and put up a big sign, 'Toy Town for Tiny Tots,' and stuck in a lot of doll houses and some dinky little trees. And then down at the bottom, 'Baby likes this Dollydale, but Papa and Mama will prefer our beautiful bungalows, and you know that certainly got folks talking, and first week we sold." The trucks sang lickety-lick, lickety-lick as the train ran through the factory district. Furnaces spurted flame and power hammers were clanging. Red lights, green lights, furious white lights rushed past, and Babbitt was important again and eager. 4. He did a voluptuous thing. He had his clothes pressed on the train. In the morning, half an hour before they reached Monarch, the porter came to his berth and whispered, "There's a drawing-room vacant, sir. I'll put your suit in there." In tan autumn overcoat over his pajamas, Babbitt slipped down the green curtain-lined aisle to the glory of his first private compartment. The porter indicated that he knew Babbitt was used to a manservant. He held the ends of Babbitt's trousers, that the beautifully sponged garment might not be soiled, filled a bowl in the private washroom, and waited with a towel. To have a private washroom was luxurious, however enlivening a Pullman smoking compartment was by night. Even to Babbitt it was depressing in the morning, when it was jammed with fat men in woolen undershirts, every hook filled with wrinkled, cottony shirts, the leather seat piled with dingy toilet kits, and the air nauseating with the smell of soap and toothpaste. Babbitt did not ordinarily think much of privacy, but now he reveled in it, reveled in his valet, and purred with pleasure as he gave the man a tip of $1.50. He rather hoped that he was being noticed, as in his newly pressed clothes, with the adoring porter carrying his suitcase, he disembarked at Monarch. He was to share a room at the Hotel Sedgwick with W. A. Rogers, that shrewd, rustic-looking Zenith dealer in farmlands. Together they had a noble breakfast with waffles and coffee, not in exiguous cups, but in large pots. Babbitt grew expansive, and told Rogers about the art of writing. He gave a bellboy a quarter to fetch a morning newspaper from the lobby, and sent Tinka a postcard. "Papa wishes you were here to bat around with him." 5. The meetings of the convention were held in the ballroom of the Allen House. In an anteroom was the office of the chairman of the executive committee. He was the busiest man in the convention. He was so busy he got nothing done whatever. He sat at a marquee table in a room littered with crumpled paper, and all day long town boosters and lobbyists and orators who wished to lead debates came and whispered to him, whereupon he looked vague and said rapidly, "Yes, yes, that's fine idea. We'll do that," and instantly forgot all about it, lighted a cigar and forgot that too, while the telephone rang mercilessly, and about him men kept beseeching, "Say, Mr. Chairman! Say, Mr. Chairman!" without penetrating his exhausted hearing. In the exhibit room were plans of the new suburb of Sparta, pictures of the new state capital at Galop de Vache, and large ears of corn with the label, "Nature's Gold from Shelby County, the garden spot of God's own country." The real convention consisted of men muttering in hotel bedrooms or in groups amid the badge-spotted crowd in the hotel lobby. But there was a show of public meetings. The first of them opened with a welcome by the mayor of Monarch. The pastor of the First Christian Church of Monarch, a large man with a long, damp frontal lock, informed God that the real estate men were here now. The venerable Minnie-Magnetic realtor, Major Carleton Took, read a paper in which he denounced cooperative stores. William A. Larkin of Eureka gave a comforting prognosis of the prospects for increased construction, and reminded them that plate-glass prices were 2 points lower. The convention was on. The delegates were entertained incessantly and firmly. The Monarch Chamber of Commerce gave them a banquet, and the Manufacturers' Association an afternoon reception, at which a chrysanthemum was presented to each of the ladies, and to each of the men a leather billfold inscribed, "From Monarch's the Mighty Motor Mart." Mrs. Crosby Knowlton, wife of the manufacturer of Fleetwing automobiles, opened her celebrated Italian garden and served tea. 600 real estate men and wives ambled down the autumnal paths. Perhaps 300 of them were quietly inconspicuous. Perhaps 300 vigorously exclaimed, "This is pretty slick, eh?" Surreptitiously picked the late asters and concealed them in their pockets, and tried to get near enough to Mrs. Knowlton to shake her lovely hand. Without request, the Zenith delegates, except Rountree, gathered round a marble dancing nymph and sang, "Here we come, the fellows from Zenith, the Zip City." It chanced that all the delegates from Pioneer belonged to the Brotherly and Protective Order of Elks, and they produced an enormous banner lettered BPOE, Best People on Earth. Boost Pioneer. Oh, Eddie! Nor was Gallup de Vache, the state capital, to be slighted. The leader of the Gallup de Vache delegation was a large, reddish, roundish man, but active. He took off his coat, hurled his broad black felt hat on the ground, rolled up his sleeves, climbed upon the sundial, spat, and bellowed, "We'll tell the world and the good lady who's giving the show this afternoon that the bonniest burg in this man's state is Gallup de Vache. You boys can talk about your zip, but just let me murmur that old Gallup has the largest proportion of home-owning citizens in the state, and when folks own their own homes, they ain't starting labor troubles, and they're raising kids instead of raising hell. Gallup de Vache, the town for homey folks, the town that eats 'em alive. Oh, Bosco, we'll tell the world." The guests drove off. The garden shivered into quiet, but Mrs. Crosby Knowlton sighed as she looked at the marble seat, warm from 500 summers of amphilie, on the face of a winged sphinx, which supported it. Someone had drawn a mustache in lead pencil. Crumpled paper napkins were dumped among the Michaelmas daisies. On the walk, like shredded lovely flesh, were the petals of the last gallant rose. Cigarette stubs floated in the goldfish pool, trailing an evil stain as they swelled and disintegrated, and beneath the marble seat, the fragments, carefully put together, was a smashed teacup.
6.
As they rode back to the hotel, Babbitt reflected, "Myra would have enjoyed all this social agony." For himself, he cared less for the garden party than for the motor tours which the Monarch Chamber of Commerce had arranged. Indefatigably he viewed water reservoirs, suburban trolley stations, and tanneries. He devoured the statistics which were given to him, and marveled to his roommate, W. A. Rogers, "Of course this town isn't a patch on Zenith. It hasn't got our outlook and natural resources. But did you know, I never did till today, that they manufactured 763 million feet of lumber last year. What do you think of that?" He was nervous as the time for reading his paper approached. When he stood on the low platform before the convention, he trembled and saw only a purple haze. But he was in earnest, and when he finished the formal paper he talked to them, his hands in his pockets, his spectacled face a flashing disk like a plate set up on edge in the lamplight. They shouted, "That's the stuff!" And in the discussion afterwards they reflected with impressiveness to "our friend and brother, Mr. George F. Babbitt." He had in 15 minutes changed from a minor delegate to a personage almost as well known as that diplomat of business, Cecil Rountree. After the meeting, delegates from all over the state said, "How are you, Brother Babbitt?" 16 complete strangers called him George, and 3 men took him into corners to confide, "Mighty glad you had the courage to stand up and give the profession a real boost. Now I've always maintained—" Next morning, with tremendous casualness, Babbitt asked the girl at the hotel news-stand for the newspaper from Zenith. There was nothing in the press, but in the Advocate-Times, on the 3rd page, he gasped, they had printed his picture and a half-column account. The heading was, "Sensation at Annual Landmen's Convention. G. F. Babbitt, prominent Ziptown realtor, keynoter in fine address." He murmured reverently, "I guess some of the folks on Floral Heights will sit up and take notice now. Pay a little attention to old Georgie." 7. It was the last meeting. The delegations were presenting the claims of their several cities to next year's conventions. Orators were announcing that Gallup de Vache The capital city, the site of Fremer College and the Upholtz Knitting Works, is the recognized center of culture and high-class enterprise, and that Hamburg, the big little city with a logical location, where every man is open-handed and every woman a heaven-born hostess, throws wide to you her hospitable gates. In the midst of these more diffident invitations, the golden doors of the ballroom opened with a battling of trumpets, and a circus parade rolled in. It was composed of the Zenith brokers, dressed as cowpunchers, bareback riders, Japanese jugglers. At the head was big Warren Whitby, in the bearskin and gold and crimson coat of a drum major. Behind him, as a clown, beating a brass drum, extraordinarily happy and noisy, was Babbitt. Warren Whitby leaped to the platform, made merry play of his baton, and observed, "Boysies and girlsies, the time has come to get down to cases. A dyed-in-the-wool Zenithite sure loves his neighbors, but we've made up our minds to grab this convention off our neighbor burgs like we've grabbed the condensed milk business and the paper box business and—" Harry J. Barnhill, the convention chairman, hinted, "We're grateful to you, Mr. but you must give the other boys a chance to hand in their bids now." A foghorn voice blared, "In Eureka we'll promise free motor rides through the prettiest country." Running down the aisle, clapping his hands, a lean, bald young man cried, "I'm from Sparta. Our Chamber of Commerce has wired me they've set aside $8,000 of real money for entertainment at the convention." A clerical-looking man rose to clamor, "Money talks. Move we accept the bid from Sparta." It was accepted. 8. The Committee on Resolutions was reporting. They said that whereas Almighty God in His beneficent mercy had seen fit to remove to a sphere of higher usefulness some 36 realtors of the state the past year, therefore it was the sentiment of this convention assembled that they were sorry God had done it, that the secretary should be, and hereby was, instructed to spread these resolutions on the minutes, and to console the bereaved families by sending them each a copy. A second resolution authorized the president of the SAREB to spend $15,000 in lobbying for sane tax measures in the state legislature. This resolution had a good deal to say about menaces to sound businesses and clearing the wheels of progress from ill-advised and short-sighted obstacles. The Committee on Committees reported, and with startled awe Babbitt learned that he had been appointed a member of the Committee on Torrens Titles. He rejoiced. "I said it was going to be a good year. Georgie, old son, you got big things ahead of you. You're a natural-born orator and a good mixer, and zowie." 9. There was no formal entertainment provided for the last evening. Babbitt had planned to go home, but that afternoon the Jared Sassingers of Pioneer suggested that Babbitt and W. A. Rogers have tea with them at the Catalpa Inn. Teas were not known to Babbitt. His wife and he earnestly attended them at least twice a year, but they were sufficiently exotic to make him feel important. He sat at a glass-covered table in the art-room of the inn, with its painted rabbits, mottos lettered in birch bark, and waitresses being artistic in Dutch caps. He ate insufficient lettuce sandwiches, and was lively and naughty with Mrs. Sassenberger, who was as smooth and large-eyed as a cloak model. Sassenberger and he had met 2 days before, so they were calling each other Georgie and Sassy. Sassenberger said prayerfully, "Say, boys, before you go, seeing this is the last chance, I've got it up in my room. And Miriam here is the best little mixologist in the Statos Unidos, like us Italians say." With wide flowering gestures Babbitt and Rogers followed the Sassenbergers to the room. Mrs. Sassenberger shrieked, "Oh, how terrible!" when she saw that she had left a chemise of sheer lavender crepe on the bed. She tucked it into a bag while Babbitt giggled, "Don't mind us, we're a couple of little devils." Sassburger telephoned for ice, and the bellboy who brought it said prosaically and unprompted, highball glasses or cocktail. Miriam Sassburger mixed the cocktails in one of those dismal, nakedly white water pitchers which exist only in hotels. When they had finished the first round, she proved by intoning, "Think you boys could stand another? You got a dividend coming," that though she was but a woman, she knew the complete and perfect rite of cocktail drinking. Outside, Babbitt hinted to Rogers, "Say, W.A., old rooster, it comes over me that I could stand it if we didn't go back to the lovin' wives, this handsome a Bend, but just kind of stayed in Monarch and threw a party, eh?"
"George, you speak with the tongue of wisdom and savoir-faire. El Wing's wife has gone to Pittsburgh. Let's see if we can't gather him in."
At 7:30 they sat in a room with Elbert Wing and two upstate delegates. Their coats were off, vests open, their faces red, their voices emphatic. They were finishing a bottle of corrosive bootlegged whiskey and imploring the bellboy,
"Say, son, can you get us more of this embalming fluid?"
They were smoking large cigars and dropping ashes and stubs on the carpet. With windy guffaws they were telling stories. They were, in fact, males in a happy state of nature. Babbitt sighed,
"I don't know how it strikes you hellions, but personally I like this busting loose for a change, and kicking over a couple of mountains, and climbing up the North Pole, and waving the aurora borealis around."
The man from Spartus, a grave, intense youngster, babbled, "Hey, I guess I'm good a husband as to run the mill, but God, I do get so tired of going home every evening and nothing to see but the movies. That's why I go out and drill with the National Guard. I guess I got the nicest little wife in my burg, but say, know what I wanted to do as a kid? Know what I wanted to do? Wanted to be a big chemist. That's what I wanted to do, but Dad chased me out on the road selling kitchenware, and here I'm settled down, settled for life. Not a chance. Oh, who in the devil started this funeral talk? How about another little drink? And another drink or run."
"Yeah, cut the snob stuff," said W.A. Rogers genially. "The boys know I'm the village songster. Come on, now sing up. Said the old Abadiah to the young Abadiah, I'm a dry Abadiah, I am dry. Say the young Abadiah to the old Abadiah, so am I, Abadiah, so am I."
After dinner at the Moorish grill room of the Hotel Sedgwick, somewhere, somehow, they seemed to have gathered in two other comrades, a manufacturer of fly paper and a dentist. They all drank whiskey from teacups, and they were humorous, and never listened to one another except when W.A. Rogers kidded the Italian waiter.
"Say, Giuseppe," he said innocently, "I want a couple of fried elephant's ears."
"Sorry, sir, we haven't any."
"Huh? No elephant's ears? What do you know about that?"
Rogers turned to Babbitt.
"Pedro says the elephant's ears are all out."
"Well, I'll be switched," said the man from Sparta, with difficulty hiding his laughter.
"Well, in that case, Carlo, just bring me a hunk of steak and a couple of bushels of French fried potatoes and some peas," Rogers went on. "I suppose back in dear sunny old Italians get their fresh garden peas out of the can." "No, sir. We have mighty nice peas in Italy." "Is that a fact?"
"Georgie, did you hear that? They get their fresh garden peas out of the garden in Italy. By golly, you live and learn, don't you? Antonio, you certainly do live and learn, if you live long enough to keep your strength. All right, Giabaldi, just shoot me that steak, with about 2 printer reams of French fry spuds, or the promenade deck comprehensive ooze Michevich Angeloni." After Elbert Wing admired,
"Gee, you certainly did have that poor Dago going, W.A.
he couldn't make you out at all. In the Monarch Herald, Babbitt found an advertisement which he read aloud, to applause and laughter.
"Old Colony Theater. Shake the old dogs to the rollicking wrens, the bonniest bevy of beauteous bathing beauties in burlesque, Pete Muenti and his O.G. kids. This is the straight steer, Benny. The painless chicklets of the rollicking wrens are the cuddlingest bunch that ever hit town. Steer the feet. Get the cardboard
and twist the pupils to the PDQest show ever. You'll get a 111% on your kale in the Fun Fest. The Carloza sisters are sure some lookers and will give you a run for your gelt. Jock Silverstein is one of the pepper lads and slips you a dose of real laughter. Shoot the ups and downs to Jackson and West graceful trappers. They run 1-2 under the wire. Proven and Adams will blow the blues in their high skit Hoochman. Something doing, boys? Listen to what the Hepbird twitters. Sounds like a juicy show to me. Let's take it in, said Babbitt.
But they put off departure as long as they could. They were safe while they sat here, legs firmly crossed under the table, but they felt unsteady. They were afraid of navigating the long and slippery floor of the grill-room under the eyes of the other guests and too attentive waiters. When they did venture, tables got in their way, and they sought to cover embarrassment by heavy jocularity at the coat-room. As the girl handed out their hats, they smiled at her and hoped that she, a cool and expert judge, would feel that they were gentlemen. They croaked at one another, "Who owns the bum lid?" and "You take the good one, George. I'll take what's left." And the check girl, they stammered, "Better come along, sister. High, wide, and fancy evening ahead." All of them tried to tip her, urging one another, No, wait here. I got it. Among them, they gave her $3. 11. Flamboyantly smoking cigars, they sat in a box at the burlesque show, their feet up on the rail, while a chorus of 20 daubed worries and inextinguishably respectable grandarmes swung their legs in the more elementary chorus-line evolutions, and a Jewish comedian made vicious fun of Jews. In the interests they met other lone delegates. A dozen of them went in taxicabs out to Bright Blossom Inn, where the blossoms were made of dusty paper festooned along a room low and stinking like a cow stable no longer widely used. Here whiskey was served openly in glasses. 2 or 3 clerks, who on pay-day longed to be taken for millionaires, sheepishly danced with telephone girls and manicure girls in the narrow space between the tables. Fantastically whirled the professionals, a young man in sleek evening clothes and a slim mad girl in emerald silk, with amber hair flung up as jaggedly as flames. Babbitt tried to dance with her. He shuffled along the floor, too bulky to be guided, his steps unrelated to the rhythm of the jungle music, and in his staggering would have fallen had she not held him up with supple, kindly strength. He was blind and deaf from Prohibition-era alcohol. He could not see the tables, the faces, but he was overwhelmed by the girl and her young, pliant warmth. When she had firmly returned him to his group, he remembered, by a connection quite untraceable, that his mother's mother had been Scotch, and with head thrown back, eyes closed, wide mouth indicating ecstasy, he sang, very slowly and richly, Loch Lomond. But that was the last of his mellowness and jolly companionship. The man from Sparta said he was a bum singer, and for 10 minutes Babbitt quarreled with him in a loud, unsteady, heroic indignation. They called for drinks till the manager insisted that the place was closed. All the while Babbitt felt a hot, raw desire for more brutal amusements. When W. A. Rogers drawled, "What say we go down the line and look over the girls?" he agreed savagely. Before they went, 3 of them secretly made appointments with the professional dancing girl, who agreed, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure, darling," to everything they said, and amiably forgot them. As they drove back through the outskirts of Monarch, down streets of small brown wooden cottages of workmen, characterless as cells, as they rattled across warehouse districts which by drunken night seemed vast and perilous, as they were borne toward the red lights and violent automatic pianos and the stocky women who simpered, Babbitt was frightened. He wanted to leap from the taxicab, but all his body was a murky fire, and he groaned, "Too late to quit now," and knew that he did not want to quit. There was, they felt, one very humorous incident on the way. A broker from Minnemagantic said, "Monarch is a lot sportier than Zenith.
You Zenith tightwads haven't got any joints like these here," Babbitt raged. "That's a dirty lie. Nothing you can't find in Zenith. Believe me, we got more houses and hooch parlors and all kinds of dives than any burg in the state." He realized they were laughing at him. He desired to fight, and forgot it in such musty, unsatisfying experiments as he had not known since college. In the morning, when he returned to Zenith, his desire for rebellion was partially satisfied. He had retrograded to a shamefaced contentment. He was irritable. He did not smile when W. A. Rogers complained, "Oh, what a head! I certainly do feel like the wrath of God this morning. Say, I know what was the trouble. Somebody went and put alcohol in my booze last night." Babbitt's excursion was never known to his family, nor to anyone in Zenith save Rogers and Wing. It was not officially recognized even by himself. If it had any consequences, they have not been discovered. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 14 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 14. This autumn, a Mr. W. G. Harding of Marion, Ohio, was appointed President of the United States, but Zenith was less interested in the national campaign than in the local election. Seneca Doane, though he was a lawyer and a graduate of the State University, was a candidate for mayor of Zenith on an alarming labor ticket. To oppose him, the Democrats and Republicans united on Lucas Prout, a mattress manufacturer with a perfect record for sanity. Mr. Prout was supported by the banks, the Chamber of Commerce, all the decent newspapers, and George F. Babbitt. Babbitt was precinct leader on Floral Heights, but his district was safe, and he longed for stouter battling. His convention paper had given him the beginning of a reputation for oratory, so the Republican Democratic Central Committee sent him to the Seventh Ward in South Zenith to address small audiences of workmen and clerks and wives uneasy with their new votes. He acquired a fame enduring for weeks. Now and then a reporter was present at one of his meetings, and the headlines, though they were not very large, indicated that George F. Babbitt had addressed a cheering throng, and distinguished men of affairs had pointed out the fallacies of Doane. Once, in the Review section of the Sunday Advocate-Times, there was a photograph of Babbitt and a dozen other businessmen, with the caption, "Leaders of Zenith Finance and Commerce, who back Prout." He deserved his glory. He was an excellent campaigner. He had faith. He was certain that if Lincoln were alive, he would be electioneering for Mr. W. G. Harding, unless he came to Zenith and electioneered for Lucas Prout. He did not confuse audiences by silly subtleties. Prout represented honest industry. Seneca Doane represented whining laziness, and you could take your choice. With his broad shoulders and vigorous voice, he was obviously a good fellow, and rarest of all, he really liked people. He almost liked common workmen. He wanted them to be well paid and able to afford high rents, though naturally they must not interfere with the reasonable profits of stockholders. Thus nobly endowed and keyed high by the discovery that he was a natural orator, he was popular with audiences, and he raged through the campaign, renowned not only in the 7th and 8th wards, but even in parts of the 16th. 2. Crowded in his car, they came driving up to Turavan Hall, South Zenith. Babbitt, his wife, Verona, Ted, and Paul and Zilla Riesling. The hall was over a delicatessen shop in a street banging with trolley cars and smelling of onions and gasoline and fried fish. A new appreciation of Babbitt filled all of them, including Babbitt. "Don't know how you keep it up. Talking to 3 bunches in one evening. Wish I had your strength," said Paul, and Ted exclaimed to Verona, "The old man certainly does know how to kid these roughnecks along." Men in black sateen shirts, their faces new-washed, but with a hint of grime under their eyes, were loitering on the broad stairs up to the hall. Babbitt's party politely edged through them and into the whitewashed room, at the front of which was a dais with a red plush throne and pine altar painted watery blue, as used nightly to the grand masters and supreme potentates of unimaginable lodges. The hall was full. As Babbitt pushed through the fringe, standing at the back, he heard the precious tribute, "That's him!" The chairman bustled down the center aisle with an impressive, "The speaker? All ready, sir? Let's see. What's the name, sir?" Then Babbitt slid into a sea of eloquence. "Ladies and gentlemen of the 16th Ward, there is one who cannot be with us here tonight, a man than whom there is no more stalwart Trojan in all the political arenas. I refer to our leader, the Honorable Lucas Prout, standard-bearer of the city and county of Zenith. Since he is not here, I trust that you will bear with me, as a friend and neighbor, as one who is proud to share with you the common blessing of being a resident of the great city of Zenith. I tell you in all candor, honestly, and sincerity, how the issues of this critical campaign appear to one plain man of business, to one who, brought up to the blessings of poverty and of manual labor, has, even when fate condemned him to sit at a desk, yet never forgotten how it feels, by heck, to be up at 5:30 and at the factory with the old dinner pail in his hardened mitt when the whistle blew at 7, unless the owner sneaked in 10 minutes on us and blew it early. Laughter. To come down to the basics and fundamental issues of this campaign, the great error insincerely promulgated by Seneca Doane." There were workmen who jeered, young cynical workmen, for the most part foreigners, Jews, Swedes, Irishmen, Italians, but the older men, the patient, bleached-stooped carpenters and mechanics, cheered him, and when he worked up to his antecedent of Lincoln, their eyes were wet. Modestly, busily, he hurried out of the hall on delicious applause, and sped off to his third audience of the evening. "Ted, you better drive," he said. "Kind of all in after that spiel. Well, Paul, how'd it go? Did I get 'em?" "Bully! Corking! You had a lot of pep." Mrs. Babbitt worshipped. "Oh, it was fine, so clear and interesting, and such nice ideas. When I hear you orating, I realize I don't appreciate how profoundly you think, and what a splendid brain and vocabulary you have. Just splendid." But Verona was irritating. "Dad," she worried, "how do you know that public ownership of utilities and so on and so forth will always be a failure?" Mrs. Babbitt reproved. "Rone, I think you should see and realize that your father's all worn out with orating. It's no time to expect him to explain these complicated subjects. I'm sure when he's rested he'll be glad to explain it all to you. Now let's all be quiet and give Papa a chance to get ready for his next speech. Just think, right now they're gathering in Maccabee Temple and waiting for us." 3. Mr. Lucas Prout, in sound business, defeated Mr. Seneca Doane in class rule, and Zenith was again saved. Babbitt was offered several minor appointments to distribute amongst poor relations, but he preferred advance information about the extension of paved highways, and this a grateful administration gave to him. Also, he was one of only 19 speakers at the dinner with which the Chamber of Commerce celebrated the victory of righteousness. His reputation for oratory established, at the dinner of the Zenith Real Estate Board he made the annual address. The Advocate-Times reported this speech with unusual fullness. "One of the liveliest banquets that has recently been pulled off occurred last night in the annual get-together fest of the Zenith Real Estate Board, held in the Venetian ballroom of the O'Hearn House. Mine host, Gil O'Hearn, had as usual done himself proud, and those assembled feasted on such an assemblage of plates as could be rivaled nowhere west of New York, if there, and washed down the plenteous feed with a cup which inspired but did not inebriate, in the shape of cider from the farm of Chandler Mott. president of the board and who acted as witty and efficient chairman. As Mr. Mott was suffering from slight infection and sore throat, G. F. Babbitt made the principal talk. Besides outlining the progress of touristing real estate titles, Mr. Babbitt spoke in part as follows: "In rising to address you with my impromptu speech carefully tucked into my vest pocket, I am reminded of the story of two Irishmen, Mike and Pat, who were riding on the Pullman. Both of them, I forgot to say, were sailors in the Navy. It seems Mike had the lower berth, and by he heard a terrible racket from the upper, and when he yelled up to find out what the trouble was, Pat answered, 'I shouldn't be heading now. Can I ever get a night's sleep at all? I've been trying to get into this darn little hammock ever since 8 bells.' Now, gentlemen, standing up here before you, I feel a good deal like Pat, and maybe after I've spieled along for a while, I may feel so darn small that I am able to crawl into a Pullman hammock with no trouble at all. Gentlemen, it strikes me that each year at this annual occasion, when friend and foe get together and lay down the battle-axe and let the waves of good fellowship waft them up the flowery slopes of amity, it behooves us, standing together eye to eye and shoulder to shoulder as fellow citizens of the best city in the world, to consider where we are both as regards ourselves and the commonweal. It is true that even with our 361,000 or practically 362,000 population, there are, by the last census, almost a score of larger cities in the United States. But, gentlemen, if by the next census we do not stand at least 10th, then I'll be the first to request any knocker to remove my shirt and eat the same, with the compliments of G. F. Babbitt, Esquire. It may be true that New York, Chicago, and Philadelphia will continue to keep ahead of us in size, but aside from these three cities, which are notoriously so overgrown that no decent white man, nobody who loves his wife and kiddies and God's good out of doors and likes to shake the hand of his neighbors in greeting, would want to live in them. And let me tell you right here and now, I wouldn't trade a high-class Zenith acreage development for the whole length and breadth of Broadway or State Street. Aside from these three, it's evident to anyone with a head for facts that Zenith is the finest example of American life and prosperity to be found anywhere. I don't mean to say we're perfect. We've got a lot to do in the way of extending and paving the motor boulevards, for believe me, it's the fellow with 4,000 to 10,000 a year, say, in an automobile, and a nice little family in a bungalow on the edge of town, that makes the wheels of progress go round. That's the type of fellow that's ruling America today. In fact, it's the ideal type to which the entire world must tend, if there's to be a decent, well-balanced, Christian go-ahead future for this little old planet. Once in a while I just naturally sit back and size up this solid American citizen with a whale of a lot of satisfaction. Our ideal citizen, I picture him first and foremost as being busier than a bird dog, not wasting a lot of time in daydreaming or going to society teas or kicking about things that are none of his business, but putting the zip into some store or profession or art. At night he lights up a good cigar and climbs into a little old bus and maybe cusses the carburetor and shoots out home. He mows the lawn or sneaks in some practice putting, and then he's ready for dinner. After dinner he tells the kiddies a story, or takes the family to the movies, or plays a few fists of bridge, or reads the evening paper, and a chapter or two of some good lively Western novel, if he has a taste for literature. And maybe the folks next door drop in, and they sit and visit about their friends and the topics of the day. Then he goes happily to bed, his conscience clear, having contributed his mite to the prosperity of the city and to his own bank account. In politics and religion, this sane citizen is the canniest man on earth, and in the arts he invariably has the natural taste which makes him pick out the best every time. In no country in the world will you find so many reproductions of the old masters and the well-known paintings on parlor walls as in these United States. No country has anything like our number of phonographs, with not only dance records and comic, but also the best operas, such as Verdi, rendered by the world's highest-paid singers. In other countries, art and literature are left to a lot of shabby bums, living in attics and feeding on booze and spaghetti. But in America, the successful writer or picture painter is indistinguishable from any other decent businessman. And I, for one, am only too glad that the man who has the rare skill to season his message with interesting reader matter, and who shows both purpose and pep in handling his literary wares, has a chance to drag down his $50,000 a year, to mingle with the biggest executive on terms of perfect equality, and to show as big a house, as swell a car as any captain of industry. But mind you, it's the appreciation of the regular guy who I have been depicting which has made this possible, and you got to hand as much credit to him as to the authors themselves. Finally, but most important, our standardized citizen, even if he is a bachelor, is a lover of the little ones, a supporter of the hearthstone, which is the basic foundation of our civilization, first, last, and all the time, and the thing that most distinguishes us from the decayed nations of Europe. I have never yet toured Europe, and as a matter of fact, I don't know that I care to such an awful lot, as long as there's our own mighty cities and mountains to be seen. But the way I figure it out, there must be a good many of our own sort of folks abroad. Indeed, one of the most enthusiastic Rotarians I ever met boasted the tenets of 100% pep in a burr that smacked o' bonny Scotland, and all ye bonny braes, bonny burns. But same time, one thing that distinguishes us from our good brothers, the hustlers over there, is they're willing to take a lot off the snobs and journalists and politicians, while the modern American businessman knows how to talk right up for himself, knows how to make it good and plenty clear that he intends to run the works. He doesn't have to call in some highbrow hired man when it's necessary for him to answer the crooked critics of the sane and efficient life. He's not dumb. Like the old-fashioned merchant, he's got a vocabulary and a punch. With all modesty, I want to stand up here as a representative businessman and gently whisper, here's our kind of folks. Here's the specifications of the standardized American citizen. Here's the new generation of Americans, fellows with hair on their chests and smiles in their eyes and adding machines in their offices. We're not doing any boasting, but we like ourselves first rate, and if you don't like us, look out. Better get under cover before the cyclone hits town. So, in my clumsy way, I have tried to sketch the real He-Man, the fellow with zip and bang, and because Zenith has so large a proportion of such men that it's most stable, the greatest of our cities. New York also has its thousands of real folks, but New York is cursed with unnumbered foreigners. So are Chicago and San Francisco. Oh, we have a golden roster of cities, Detroit and Cleveland, with their renowned factories, Cincinnati with its great machine tool and soap products, Pittsburgh and Birmingham with their steel, Kansas City and Minneapolis and Omaha that open their bountiful gates on the bosom of the ocean-like wheatlands, and countless other magnificent sister cities, for by the last sentence there were no less than 68 glorious American burgs with a population of over 100,000. And all these cities stand together for power and purity, and against foreign ideas and communism. Atlanta with Hartford, Rochester with Denver, Milwaukee with Indianapolis, Los Angeles with Scranton, Portland, Maine, and Portland, Oregon. A good live wire from Baltimore or Seattle or Duluth, the twin brother of every like fellow booster from Buffalo or Akron, Fort Worth or Okaloosa. But it's here in Zenith, the home for manly men and womanly women and bright kids, that you find the largest proportion of these regular guys, and that's what sets it in a class by itself. That's why Zenith will be remembered in history as having set the pace for a civilization that shall endure when the old-time killing ways are gone forever, and the day of earnest efficient endeavor shall have dawned all round the world. Sometime I hope folks will quit handling all the credit to a lot of moth-eaten, mildewed, out-of-date old European dumps, and give their proper credit to the famous Zenith spirit, that clean, fighting determination to win. Success that has made our little old Zip City celebrated in every land and clime, wherever condensed milk and pasteboard cartons are known. Believe me, the world has fallen too long for these worn-out countries that aren't producing anything but bootblacks and scenery and booze, that haven't got one bathroom per 100 people, and then don't know a loose-leaf ledger from a slipcover. And it's just about time for some Zenithite to get his back up and holler for a showdown. I'll tell you, Zenith and her sister cities are producing a new type of civilization. There are many resemblances between Zenith and these other burgs, and I'm darn glad of it. The extraordinary growing and sane standardization of stores, offices, streets, hotel, clothes, and newspapers throughout the United States shows how strong and enduring type is ours. I always like to remember a piece that Chum Frink wrote for the newspaper about his lecture tours. It is doubtful familiar to many of you, but if you will permit me, I'll take a chance and read it. It's one of the classiest poems, like If, by Kipling, or Ella Wheeler Wilcox's The Man Worth While, and I always carry this clipping of it in my notebook. When I am out upon the road, a poet with a peddler's load, I mostly sing a hearty song and take a chew and hike along, handling out my samples fine of Cheerio brand of sweet sunshine, and peddling optimistic pokes and stable lines of japes and jokes to lyceums and other folks, to Rotaries, Kiwanis Clubs, and feel I ain't like other dubs. And then old Major Silas Staton, a brainy cuss who's always waitin', he gives his tale a lively quirk, and gets it quick is dirty work. He fills me up with mollygrubs, my hair the backward way he rubs. He makes me lonelier than a hound on Sunday when the folks ain't around. And then, b'gosh, I prefer to never be a lecturer a-riding round in classic cars and smoking 50-cent cigars. And nevermore I want to roam. I simply want to be back home, a-eatin' flapjacks, hash, and ham with folks who savvy whom I am. But when I get that lonely spell, I simply seek the best hotel, no matter in what town I be, St. Paul, Toledo, or K.C., in Washington, Schenectady, in Louisville, or Albany. And at that inn it hits my dome that I am right at home. If I should stand a lengthy spell in front of that first-class hotel that the drummer loves to cater across from some big film theater, if I should look round and buzz and wonder in what town I was, I swear that I could never tell, for all the crowd would be so swell, in just the same fine sort of jeans they wear at home, and all the queens with spiffy bonnets on their beans, and all the fellows standing round a-talking always, all be bound the same good jolly kind of guff 'bout autos, politics, and stuff, and baseball players of renown that nice guys talk in my hometown. Then when I entered that hotel, I looked around and say, well, well, for there would be some newsstand, some magazine and candies grand, some smokes of famous standard brand. I'd find at home, I'll tell. And when I saw the jolly bunch come waltzing in for eats at lunch, and squaring up in natty duds to platters large of French-fried spuds, why, then I'd stand right up and bawl, I've never left my home at all. and all replete, I'd sit down beside some guy in derby brown upon a lobby chair of plush and murmur to him in a rush, "Hello, Bill, tell me, good old scout, how is your stock holding out?" Then we'd be off, two solid pals, a-chatting like giddy gals of flivvers, weather, home and wives, lodge brothers, and for all our lives. So when Sam Satan makes you blue, good friend, that's what I'd up and do. For in these states where you roam, you never leave your home sweet home. Yes, sir, these other burgs are our true partners in the great game of vital living. But let's not have any mistake about this. I claim that Zenith is the best partner and the fastest growing partner of the whole caboodle. I trust I may be pardoned if I give a few statistics to back up my claims. If they are old stuff to any of you, yet the tidings of prosperity, like the good news of the Bible, never become tedious to the ears of the real hustler, no matter how oft the sweet story is told. Every intelligent person knows that Zenith manufactures more condensed milk and evaporated cream, more paper boxes, and more lighting fixtures than any other city in the United States, if not the world. But it is not so universally known that we also stand second in the manufacture of packaged butter, sixth in the giant realm of motors and automobiles, and somewhere about third in cheese, leather findings, tar roofing, breakfast food, and overalls. Our greatness, however, lies not alone in punchful prosperity, but equally in that public spirit, that forward-looking idealism and brotherhood, which has marked Zenith ever since its foundation by the fathers. We have a right, indeed we have a duty toward our fair city, to announce broadcast the facts about our high schools characterized by their complete plants and the finest school ventilating systems in the country, bar none. Our magnificent new hotels and banks, and the paintings and carved marble in their lobbies, and the second National Tower, the second highest business building in any inland city in the entire country. When I add that we have an unparalleled number of miles of paved streets, bathroom vacuum cleaners, and all the other signs of civilization, that our library and art museum are well supported and housed in convenient and roomy buildings, that our park system is more than up to par, with its handsome driveways adorned with grass, shrubs, and statuary, then I give but a hint of the all-around, unlimited greatness of Zenith. I believe, however, in keeping the best to last, when I reminded you that we have one motor car for every 5 7/8 person in the city. Then I give a rock-ribbed practical indication of the kind of progress and braininess which is synonymous with the name Zenith. But the way of the righteous is not all roses. Before I close, I must call your attention to a problem we have to face this coming year. The worst menace to sound government is not the avowed socialist, but a lot of cowards who work under cover, the long-haired gentry who call themselves liberals and radicals and nonpartisan and intelligentsia, and God only knows how many other trick names. Irresponsible teachers and professors constitute the worst of this whole gang, and I am ashamed to say that several of them are on the faculty of our great state university. The U is my own alma mater, and I am proud to be known as an alumni. But there are certain instructors there who seem to think we ought to turn the conduct of the nation over to hobos and roustabouts. These profs are the snakes to be scotched, they and all their milk and water ilk. The American business man is generous to a fault, but one thing he does demand of all teachers and lecturers and journalists: if we're going to pay them our good money, they've got to help us by selling efficiency and whooping it up for national prosperity. And when it comes to these blab-mouthed, fault-finding, pessimistic, cynical university teachers, let me tell you that during this golden coming year it is just as much our duty to bring influence to have these cusses fired as it is to sell all the real estate and gather in all the good shekels we can. Not till this is done will our sons and daughters see the ideal of American manhood, and culture isn't a lot of cranks sitting around chewing the rag about their rights or wrongs, but a God-fearing, hustling, successful, two-fisted, regular guy who belongs to some church with pep and piety to it, who belongs to the Boosters or Rotarians or the Kiwanis, to the Elks or Moose or Red Men or Knights of Columbus, or any one of a score of organizations of good, jolly, kidding, laughing, sweating, upstanding, lend-a-handing, royal good fellows, who plays hard and works hard, and whose answer to his critics is a square-toed boot that'll teach the grouches and smart-alecks to respect the He-Man, and get out and root for Uncle Samuel, USA.
4. Babbitt promised to become a recognized orator. He entertained a smoker of men's club of the Chatham Road Presbyterian Church with Irish, Jewish, and Chinese dialect stories, but in nothing was he more clearly revealed as the prominent citizen than in his lecture on brass tacks facts on real estate, as delivered before the class in sales methods at the Zenith YMCA. The Advocate-Times reported the lecture so fully that Virgil Gunch said to Babbitt, "You're getting to want to be the classiest spellbinders in town. Seems as if I couldn't pick up a paper without reading about your well-known eloquence. All this guff ought to bring a lot of business into your office. Good work. Keep it up."
Go on and quit your kidding," said Babbitt feebly.
But at this tribute from Gunch, himself a man of no mean oratorical fame, he expanded with delight, and wondered how, before his vacation, he could have questioned the joys of being a solid citizen. End of chapter 14.